Hey everyone, welcome back to Netcode-Hub channel. I am Frederick and today we are kicking off an exciting new series on building a robust and resilient e-commerce platform using .NET 8. And now this is going to be in a microservice. I believe you like it. In this series, we will dive into creating 3 essential APIs. We're going to have access to our product API, our other API, and an authentication API forwarded by role-based authentication. Aside from that, all these API are going to be orchestrated through the powerful Ocelot API gateway. So basically, it's going to be 4 APIs, but we're going to much concentrate on 3 of them. That is for product, other, and authentication API. Now, with the Ocelot, there's going to be an API gateway, and it is very easy to configure that. Let me tell you a sneak peek of what we're going to cover. We're going to implement resilient and robust strategies by implementing retry, rate limiting, and caching to make sure that our services are reliable and performant. Aside from that, when it comes to security aspects, we're going to leverage our system here with role-based JWT authentication to secure access control. And in all, we're going to implement a unit testing. Through testing our controllers, repositories, and other HTTP services, we're going to make sure that everything works and is running as expected. This project will also be created using clean architecture. Now the next question is, whom is this project meant for? It is meant for beginners and also advanced developers. So we are going to integrate synchronous communication between our API services. You know, synchronous communication between APIs means that when one API makes a request to the another API, it has to wait for the response before continuing its process. It's like making a phone call and waiting on the line until the person on the other end responds. So for example, if your other API needs to get product details from the product API before it can process the order, it sends a request, and this request is going to be an HTTP request to the product API and then wait until it gets the product details back. Only after receiving this information does it continue on processing the order. So maybe you'll be asking yourself, what is the importance of implementing synchronous communication in APIs? Well, it ensures that the data received is current and up to date, as the response is provided immediately. It also helps in scenarios where tasks need to be completed in a specific order, making sure each step gets the necessary data before proceeding. Now in this API, we are implementing synchronous. Now after that, we're going to build another API, the same e-commerce API. We're going to modify this, and in that, we'll be implementing asynchronous communication. So stay tuned. After we are done with this, we have a look on that as well. So as I said earlier on, this video is going to be in series. So maybe there's going to be the first one, second, and etc. So I'm going to create a simple playlist which is going to house all these videos. So if you want to take a look at the whole project, then check the video playlist or check the video description. You're going to have the playlist in there. You can check the playlist and watch it one after another. Alright, so in order for us to understand this very well, I've prepared a simple diagram which is going to explain detailedly to what I have already said. And there you go. That is a diagram over here. Let me just put it up. And in here, this is what we are going to do. I told you that you're going to have a simple 3 APIs, but we're going to add an API gateway. So meaning they're going to be 4. But the much concentration here is on the 3 APIs. Let's see what we're going to do. We have an API gateway, and an API gateway is a door. It is a passage to other services. So in here, we have an API gateway, which is a door to these 3 services. Okay, these are also APIs. So all clients are going to make a request not to any of the APIs in here, but rather to the API gateway. Now this gateway is going to call the various services as needed by the client. And like you see, we are having an order API, product API, and authentication API. Now API gateway is going to also handle authentication from authentication API. And aside from that, if the user is authenticated, it's going to push it up to the request or to the service which is required. Now this service, in order for us to check for our role base, we don't need to check the role base from the API gateway. Rather, you want to check it from this, because this API, they have their different controllers, and in their controllers, they have their different role-based authorization implemented. So in that, we are going to also connect this authentication to any of these or both of these, so that they can also make a check in here. Now, when you go to the other API and the product API, other API is going to make a request to this. What I made here is all of these are having a single database. I am not having a separate database for each. So we are having a single database that all these APIs are going to make a request to. That is for this project. You can also make another one whereby you can have individual databases. But for now, let's maintain this. Now, all these the APIs are getting access to a single database. Now, in order for an API, this other API to return a data requested by this client, which includes this product API, this other API must make a request to this. And now, in making this HTTP request, I have implemented retry, or we're going to implement retry policy. Now, this retry policy is going to retry as soon as a request fails. It's going to retry maybe 3 or 4 times. The number of times that you're going to specify is going to retry that before it returns a result to this API, for this API to direct it to the specific client. Aside from that, to make our API also robust, our gateway robust, we need to implement caching and rate limiting. Caching here will cache all the responses based on the seconds that we have specified. So maybe it could be 60 seconds, 120 seconds, or name it. You can put it in there. So if any request is being called from this other service, it's going to cache in here for 60 seconds, and at the next client make a request, it's going to return this cache data to the client without necessarily going to the API to fetch the specific record or data. Aside from that, we're going to apply rate limiting. And in here, we're going to make sure that within a specific period, we want the API to accept 3 or 4 requests. Now, within that period, if the request amounts more than what is expected, the subsequent ones is going to return 429, that is too many requests, or any other status code that you want to return with a custom message. You can do that. Okay. We're also going to implement that in here. Now, you know that since our Authentication API is going to be used by both API gateway and the 2 services in here, we need to create a shared library which is going to be used by the authentication itself and other APIs or other services. So we're going to have our shared library which will handle that. I believe this gives you a simple summary of what you're going to be doing. It is not much, but it is intense. So let's start. All that we're going to do here is we're going to create a single project for each. We're not going to add all these APIs in a single solution. No. We're going to create 3 or 4 solutions. Now, each is going to house each service that we've spoken in here. So we're going to have an API gateway solution. We're going to have other API solution. We're going to have a product solution. We're going to have authentication solution. And maybe we're going to have a shared solution. Let's assume with each solution is designated to a different team. Now, this team is going to work on it. And at the end of the day, we're going to bind all this together. When we start running all this together, we can access them through this API gateway. Now that you have this big understanding, what do you need to start this project? All that you need to do here is you need a Visual Studio installed, and you need maybe Postman for making a request, and also we need SQL Server also installed. So when you have these 3 softwares ready, then we can start ahead and make a move in our journey. Alright, so the talking is okay. Now let's go to our project. Now in here, the first thing that we're going to do here is we're going to build a shared library project. Now this shared is going to be used by all the services that we have spoken of. You know, in microservices, there are some common things that you can have to repeat it over and over again. But in this, we try to limit it. We try to limit the copied content. So by putting all this in a shared library, now in the production level, we can build this as a NuGet package. As soon as we are done, we know that our shared library is working as expected. We can build it as a NuGet package, so we can install it in each of the services and they start using it. You see? So the first thing to do here is let's build the dependency in here. Then we move on to the next API service. So this time round, or this video, let's talk about building the shared service. This is not actually a service, rather it's a library. Yes, a library. Okay, so let's launch a Visual Studio 2022. Now let's create a new project in here. Let's choose a blank solution for this. Now the solution name is going to be Demo eCommerce, right? You know that. So this is Demo eCommerce. So then let's have a shared library. Shared library solution. That is the name that I'm giving to this. From this, we're going to, we are going to be using clean architecture. So we cannot skip the naming convention. Our project name should start first, then the name of the project or the file should be the next one. So we have our Demo eCommerce. Okay, so Demo eCommerce.shared library solution. So after we have this, we're going to create it. You have to make sure you have a solution selected where you want to keep it, and let's create the solution. So after this project has been created, we're going to add a C# class library, and that's going to be the project that we want. Okay, so let's go to add new project. In here, you make sure you select C# or class library in here for C#. You can search it in here from library. You can get this. So click on that. And here, what is the name that we're going to give it to this? We're going to say this is Demo eCommerce. So let's say this is eCommerce.shared library. So eCommerce.shared library. That is the name that we're giving to our project. So click on next. Now let's create this project. So now that we have this project ready, we need to do some basic cleanup. So let's delete this class, which is still ready. Aside from that, we need to install some packages. That is what we're going to be using. So right click on dependencies, go to manage NuGet packages. Now the first package that we need is Microsoft.ASP.NET.Call.Authentication.jwt bearer. So you can type in JWT bearer. And let's see. And that is the first one. So let's get this installed. Current version is 8.0.7 as I record this video. Okay. So now that we have this, the next thing that we need to install is EF-Call. So type in EF-Call. And that is the entity framework call. So let's install this package too. And now since we're going to be using SQL Server, definitely we need to install SQL Server. And maybe we can find it here, Microsoft Framework Core.SQL Server. Let's install this. Now the reason why we're installing these packages here is we're going to be using this package all over in our project. And now all APIs are going to have access to database except the gateway API. So we want to create one generic database context class which can be used all over in the application. So that's the reason why we need to separate all the commands in one project. So we can actually build it as a package, then we can install it, and now we move on. Let's install the server too. Then in this, we're going to implement a login. So login, we're going to be using Serilog. And Serilog has things such as console, debug, and file. We want to log all exceptions to these three things: console, debug, and file. So in that, let's get them installed. Let's first install Serilog. So we can have serilog.asp.NET Core. We can have this. So when we install this, we can have access to the sync. We can have access to the console. That is a console, debug, and file, right? So you can have access to all these within the serilog.asp.NET Core. But if we decide to install only this Serilog, then unless you install these three things: file, console, and login. So you can decide to install these four or install only this for all. So let's install serilog.asp.NET Core. Alright, so we have these are the packages that we will need. To verify that, you can just go to dependencies, packages, and I can see we have them in here. All the packages installed successfully, we can see them in here. Now, in order for us to see whether our project is intact and it is running as expected, let's build this project. So let's use the package manager console. You can find it from tools if you don't have yours, then package manager. We get package manager and have the console. Now here we're going to say .NET build. And now this is going to build a project. We see build succeeded. So we have one warning. And what is the warning? Unable to find project to restore. So let's see. Let's do rebuild solution. Check it out. So here we have one succeeded, and that's great. Alright, so we can close this. So the first thing we need to do here is let's create a response class. So let's add a folder here and I make it as response. Now this class is going to be used by all APIs, all services. So we can put this as common. We can put it in here. Let's add a class. This class is going to be response. And now this response, let's make this as record. So this should be public, so it can be accessed globally. Let's make this as record. And now this record, we can specify what we need, the properties straight ahead in here. We need this is a boolean, and here we're going to say that this is, let's say this is flag. Aside from that, let's set this to false defaultly. And let's have string message. In case you have any message at all, we can pass it on in here. Maybe we can say this is string.empty as well. Or maybe we can say this is null. Okay. Now we can go ahead and remove this. So this is our response, and now this response is going to be used by all services. Take note. That's the reason why we are bringing it here. We're also going to be handling logs. So let's also add a folder which will be used in all API services. So let's say this is logs. Now with this logs, let's have a class known as log exception, which are actually going to log exceptions. Now this log exception class, what are you going to do? Let's remove these ones. Okay, now this is going to be a public static. The reason why we're making a static class here is we don't want to be registering this or creating DI. All that you need to do here is you want to access it straight away. We can call the class, the method name, and so that we can get the method in it. No dependency injection is needed in here, so we can straightforward use it. So let's make this static. Now with this, let's have a public static. This is void because it's going to return nothing. Now let's say this is log exceptions. Now this exceptions, all that you need to do here is you need to specify the exception. Now the exception, and I say there's an exception. Now within that, we need to create 3 methods. So what we're going to do here is we're going to create a separate method for each, but we're going to combine them here so that we can call them straight ahead in this method. Let's say log to file. Now this log to file passing only ex.message. That is what we need. So log to file, let's add an extra 2. And now this is going to be log to console. Then log to debug, so we can see it when the app is debugging. Let's debugger. Right. Okay. Let's create method for each. So let's generate this method. This method takes in a string property, so we can, if the IntelliSense is not helping us, we can do it on our own. So in here, there's going to be public, and as you know, it's a static void. We say log to file, and now this log to file, it needs a parameter of string message, and now we're going to say that log here, because log is coming from Serilog dot, and for file it's going to be information. So this information passing this message. Let's make another copy, and now let's change this to console and a debugger. And within this, we can make it warning, and from the debugger to, it is the same log debug. You see? So in the debugging section, you're going to have access to the results. In the console, you're going to also have access to the results, and we're going to create a file which is also going to handle the results or exceptions in it. Anytime that we call this class, it's going to handle that. Great. So we have this also created. The next thing that we're going to do here is we're going to create an interface. Now, since we are going to talk about service, order, and product, each of them is going to perform CRUD, create, read, update, and delete operations. So in order for us to skip repeating this interface in all services, we can create a single generic service in here. We're not going to make it limited to a specific type. We're going to make it type open so that any service can call this interface, generic interface, and I'll pass it on a type and make it happen. So let's do that. And in here, let's create an interface folder. So you see how I'm naming this folder so you can see it, you can understand them. So let's say this is interface. It's a single interface that you're creating. And then here, let's say this is, it shouldn't be a class though, it should be interface. And I'm going to say this is generic interface. Now with this, let's make this as public, as you know. And also, this should be an interface of T, because we're going to specify the model on ourselves. Now we're going to say where this T here is a class. Let's clear this. So the first method that we need here is we need that task, and I know we have response already, which is also in here for the shirt. So this response, we're going to say that, let's say this response will come from response class we just created. And now here we're going to say this is create async, and now we need that T entity. That is what we need. Now aside from that, we also, let's see our response, what that we can have access to. This response class. So we can grab this namespace, go to the interface, and now here just say using and I think this response should come from there. So it is not. Alright, so we have it. So the next thing that we're going to have here is, since we're going to perform a CRUD, we need to get an update, delete, get all, get by ID, or find by ID. We need to add all this. Okay, so let's have the next one, and we're going to say this is also a task. Now it's still going to be response and update async. We're going to have this. The next one, we're going to have the same task, and now this is going to be the same response. Now this response is going to be delete, and now this delete async, we also need to specify the same T entity. So here you can specify only the ID, or you can specify the model itself. So let's see, we want to specify the model, and aside from that, we need to get that I enumerable. There is going to be enumerable of T, and now we're going to say get all async. Then the next one here, we need to get a task. Now this task is going to be T because you want to return a single object. So get by ID async, we have it in here. Now I want to change this to find by ID async. Find by ID async. And now the next one here is we also want to return, that is task of T, and now with this T we're going to say this is get by async. Now this get by async, what is it going to take? It's going to take an expression, and now this expression, it needs a function. So we say this func, and now it needs a model. So that's a T model that we're going to provide. Then we provide it as a predicate. So that's where we're going to implement where ID, where name, where class. We're going to use it in that. We're going to explicitly specify what we need. Okay, so this is what we need for our generic for the whole services. Let's save this. Now, once you're done with this, the next thing that we need to do here is we're going to create our middleware. Now, what are middleware? Middleware is a mechanism that we can implement to intercept the request coming in from client. Then we can cross-check or modify or do whatever thing that you want to do with it. Now, with this middleware, what we're going to be doing here is we're going to create a global exception middleware. Now, this middleware is going to handle all exceptions globally. In case the local exception fails. The local exception is whereby you implement try-catch blocks around your code. In case in one of your codes you could not or you did not specify this try-catch, then global exception is going to handle that. Aside from it, in case you have any exception at all in your application, anytime the exception is thrown, it is this global exception which is going to catch it as a keeper. Alright. So let's create that, and enough for us to do it, I want to create another folder in here, and I name it as middleware. I want to make this more readable. Now this middleware, we want to have our first middleware, and there's going to be a class, and here there's a global exception middleware. All right, so for I think yeah, for the response, I added just single s in here because the name was the same as the file name, and that shouldn't happen. Okay, so that is the reason why it was not popping up in the interface. So when you check this interface, you see we have s added, and I forgot, so let me tell you before you also get the same thing. And I believe you've done that. Perfect. All right, so let's go back to our exception. Let's make some cleanup. And after we are done in here, we know this should be public, isn't it? And in order to make this as middleware, it should have request delegate. So request delegate, and we say this is next. So it's going to execute the next middleware as soon as you call this. The next one I'm going to do here is you want to have a public async task, and on this tag we have an invoke async method which takes in HTTP context, and I will say this is context. Then the next thing that we're going to do here is we want to declare a variable. So let's say this is declare variables. What are these variables? You want to have a general message, so we're going to say this is string message. Now this string message, we're going to write something in here. Sorry. So this is internal server. Okay. So okay, then we can have currently retry again. Well, you can customize this to suit what you want. Okay, so this is our message, and aside from that, you want to have our end status code. So we're going to say this is our status code. We're going to say let's convert this to integer. We typecast this into int, and now we're going to say this is HTTP status code. Let me put it close enough. HTTP status code. Then dot, we're going to have internal server error. Okay, now with this, after we have this, we want to have our title. So this is our title. Now this title, we're going to say this is error for default, or that we're going to modify this as far as we try to catch exception based on the type. Okay, so let's use try in here, and now with this try, we're going to have an await, execute the next one, and I'll pass in this context. That is when, if everything is working, we want to go to the next context, the next middleware. And now from the catch, before we catch this, let's check some exceptions in here before we catch up. Now from here, you know, this next context here, since you're going to implement authentication, we're going to implement a rate limiting, we're going to implement an authorize, we can check and see if the exception that is thrown here is, or even if the request that is thrown here has the status code equal to this, then we can specify, we can modify this message. So this is what you're doing. Let's first have a look, check if exception is too many requests. That is 429. So check if exception here is too many requests, and here that is 429, that is status code. Okay, so to check if exception is too many requests, I think the many is wrong. Okay, we status is good. Okay, now we're going to check, so we're going to use if, then we can have access to the context. Context has access to response. That is when it has finished processing in the controller and I return to user. We want to check if the status code here is equal to, then we can have as a status code dot too many requests. Okay, now this, it shouldn't be what we have, it should be this status code dot too many requests. That is 429. Then what are we going to do? We actually want to set a title. So we say the title that we have in here, we say this is warning. You cannot make too many requests like that, please. Then we say this is a message. You want to customize the message. We say too many requests made. Okay, then we're going to have our status code in here. So our status code is going to be status code dot too many requests. You know, since this, we are it is already integer. We need not to typecast this, so you can straight go ahead and now straight it up in there. Or well, we can also typecast it. No problem with that. Okay, then the next thing that you're going to be doing here is let's have an await. Now this await, let's say modify header. So we're going to modify the request or the response header. We're going to include all this. The next, the properties that we need here, it is a context as the first one. We need the title that we have provided. We need a message, and we need the status code. You see? Now this, we need to create a method for this. So control period, let's generate a method for that. So like you see, generate method for this. Now we have the method in here which takes in these parameters. Now in here, let's try to implement something. So what are we going to implement here? Let's say this is, let's have a comment here as display. This is scary free message to client. So as soon as we have this response, we don't want to allow the user that, well, it is too many requests, or maybe whatever the message is, we have the message that you want to display. So let's put it out there for the user. And we're going to say this is context. So context.response. Now dot content type. And this content type should be application/JSON. So you make sure you specify the content type in here. Then the next thing is going to do here is you're going to have an await context. So context.response. Then we can have write async. And now with this write async, we need to use JSON serializer. So we need JSON serializer. And now this is coming from system.test. So serializer dot, then let's serialize the response. And I will say this is new problem detailed. So this problem detail here is coming from MVC, new problem detailed. You see this coming from Microsoft.ASP.NETCODE.MVC. And now in here, I think this is wrong. Should be in bracket. Then there's a class, and on this class we need to specify some properties down here. The first thing that we need here is a detailed. Detailed is equal to message that is coming in. We need a status. Status is equal to the status code that is coming in. That is this. Then we need a title. Title is equal to the title that is coming in. And the last one, I think we have these three, and we need to specify the cancellation token. So cancellation token dot, we can say none. All right. Then at the end, we want to kill this request, so we say return. Okay. So we can make this a static. All right, so we have this setting here. That is what we do when the status code here is 429. Now let's continue. So we have this method as generic, and anytime that we call this, all that we need to do here is to specify this context, these parameters, and there you go. So we are checking if the status code is 429, too many requests. Aside from that, we can also check if the exception here is unauthorized. Okay, so let's check. So here, let's say this is response. And now let's check again if response is unauthorized. And that is 401 status code. So we're going to check if context dot response dot status code is equal to status code dot unauthorized, that is 401. Then we want to also handle that. So we want to say title is equal to, let's make it as alert. We're going to say our message here is going to be, you are not authorized to access. Now the next one here, we're going to call the same await modify header. Let's specify the context, the title, the message, and the status code. And that is all. You see that? Now the next thing here we're going to say, if the request is forbidden, because you know that since you're going to implement role-based, not all endpoints will be open to general public or even authenticated users. You want to have access to authenticated users access point and administrators to access point, or any rule at all that you have specified access point. So in this case, administrator or administration and user. Now user is any authenticated person which has the role of user. Now what of the role of admin? If a user client tries to access admin endpoint, you must see forbidden, right? And the forbidden here should be 403. So we have to check that as well, so we can customize this. So let's say if response is forbidden, and this forbidden, we are saying that this forbidden here, it is the status code of 403 status code. So if it is forbidden, what are you going to do? We want to check if context, the same thing, dot response dot status code is equal to the same status codes dot then forbidden. So in this case, what are we doing? Well, set title. The title that I'm here is you are out of service. Well, out of access. And you have a message specified nicely. What are we saying? So you are not required, or you are not allowed or required to access. And we have a status code, that is status code dot forbidden, that is 403. And let's call our method await modify header, passing the context, passing the title, passing your message, and now passing your status code. You see? So these are the endpoints, so these are the exceptions or the status that we are checking. These are just status. They are not exception actually. They are status. Now let's go to the exception, and here you can see we have a try in here. So before we check this, a process will be done. The next window will be called. That's the controller endpoint will be called. And now when returning, that is where you want to check all this. Now, but in case you have an exception, what I'm going to do? Let's have a catch. Now this catch, you need to take in an exception of EX, and now let's open the body. And now within the body, what are we going to do in here? We want to first log. So let's say this is log original exceptions. Okay. Now here we can log it to console. Well, by which is in production level. Log it to your database or your email or any login service. Okay, so you can go in there and check like Elasticsearch. You can log it to there. You can also log to your database and a lot. I've done login video on login, so you can check the playlist and you're gonna find it in there. I'll try to put the link also in the description so you can just go far with it. Okay, so in here, let's have a log exception, and this log exception is a static class that you created. So you want to log exceptions, which is going to log to console, debug, and file by calling this endpoint. Now let's pass in this ex. So we log this original exception to console, to file. This will log to file, debugger, and now console. Now aside from logging this, the next thing that we're going to do here is let's check if the exception here it is timeout, because you're also going to implement timeout, and a timeout is going to raise a timeout exception. Okay, so let's check if exception is timeout, and now with this we can now go in there and now check. So if ex is, and when time is out, we're going to have this task cancelled exception, or we can check, because the reason why we're doing here is now when you implement timeout using this default HTTP client, you're going to have task cancelled exception. But when you implement timeout using poly, you're going to have timeout exception. So in this, you're going to use an HTTP timeout. But well, in case you want to use the poly, then this code should also work. So that's the reason why I'm checking all. So it means if the first method couldn't succeed, it's going to check the second one, and definitely it's going to make it happen. So we say timeout exception. Then what are we going to do? Let's have a message, and this is our message. We can say request timeout. Try again. Today we are not adding place. And now here we can have our title so set. Yeah, out. Well, out of time is what I want to set. Okay, and now in here, since this is request, so we can specify request timeout. So in here, let's say this is our status code, and that is status code in here. Dot. This should be the status code dot timeout. Now there is a request, so take note, there is not authentication request, there is not gateway timeout, there is just a request. So request timeout, and now this request timeout here, it is having a code of 408, that is timeout, and not any timeout, rather request timeout. Okay, so we have this set. And now the next thing that we need to do here is, here is going to catch only when the exception is task cancelled. So at the end or at the long run, in here you want to call the method. So whether the exception here is a task cancelled exception or timeout exception, or any other exception that we have not implemented, it's still going to execute await modified header. You see? So, and now we need to specify our context, our title, our message, and the status code. So we're saying that here, so if none of the exceptions, then do the default. Now, do you know the default? The default is what you have specified in here. So these are the default. So let me make it declare default variables. So you're going to execute it, and even if the exception is also caught, then it's going to execute this. Okay, so if not an exception or exception caught. Okay, so if none exception, let me just give a nice comment. So you say that if exception is caught. Okay, so do this. If none of the exception, then also do the default. So do this, and that is what you're going to have a look. So there is a method. If none, that is, if the exception is not task cancelled, still continuing. If it is exception is caught, still continuing. Good. So request timeout. Great. So now that we have our global exception working perfectly, although we haven't tested it, but trust me, based on how we have formed it, it's going to work. Let's save this. The next thing that we're going to do here is we want all our services to listen to the API gateway. We want our services talking about our authentication service, our product API, and our other API. We want these APIs to only listen to the gateway API, not any other outside request. So in that, we need to create another middleware to handle that. So in the middleware folder, let's also add another class. And this class, we're going to name it as listen to only API gateway. Listen to only API gateway is a class. And you know what to do already. Since it's the middleware, it needs to take in what as a request, delegate as next, okay. Now in here we need to implement, that is a public async task, and that is an invoke async method which takes in HTTP context. We say this is context. Alright, so in here, this is what you're going to do. We want to extract. For now, when you run this, it's going to be empty because you haven't attached it. But we're going to do that when we start our gateway. Okay, so extract, let's say specific header, which will be added from the request, not the response, the request. Because here, as soon as the client makes a request, it's going to pass to the gateway API. And as soon as it gets the gateway API, we're going to also create an interceptor, which is going to be a middleware to intercept the request and now attach something into the header of that request. Now this header, this something will be available inside only the header, which can also be accessed within the client or the other services. So extract specific header from the request coming in. Okay, and now what are we? We're going to say signed header, and this equal to, we can have access to this context dot request, not a response. Then inside this request we have also, it also has headers. So request dot headers. Then this, we want to grab API gateway. So that's my signing key that I'm giving it. API gateway. Okay. Then you want to check. Now this will return null. So we say null here means the request is not coming from the API gateway. Because as soon as it comes from the API gateway, this will be added automatically. So when you check and couldn't find it, it tells us that this is an external request. And if it is, then we can do something with it. So we're going to say that we're going to say sign header dot first or default. We check if it is null, then we know where it's coming from. Then we can say context dot response, then dot, we want to have a status code. And now here we want to say that this status code here, it is service unavailable. So we're going to say service unavailable, and that is 503. Then issue 503 service unavailable to user. Okay, so as soon as you make a request to this, direct request to this endpoint, any of the endpoints at all, it's going to be product, order, or authentication. You want to return 503. Service unavailable. If you want to have a service of this, please go and pass it on from the right channel. That is the gateway API. Okay. Now that we have this, the next thing we're going to do here is, we want to return something meaningful as well. So we say context.response.write async. And now we want to say, sorry, service is unavailable. Yes. True, it's unavailable because we did not pass the right channel. And we don't want to tell the user to go and pass the right channel. All that we need to do here is, sorry, service unavailable, because the right client will pass the gateway. You know what I mean, right? Okay, but let's implement else in case it gets it. In case it's going to, or in case it got what it needs from the header, then we can go ahead and I'll say await, then please do execute the next context, the next middleware. So this is our header. Listen to only API gateway middleware. Good. Now the next thing that we need to do here is we also need to create our authentication scheme. Now this authentication scheme is going to be used by all the APIs, all the services. So this should also be a scheme that we need to create. So let's actually create another folder in here. And actually this is going to be, well, let's add a folder to this. And maybe we can say this is authentication. So authentication. And on this authentication, let's create. I believe this should come even from the dependency injection, because we're going to create biomes. So in the dependency injection, we provide this in there. All right, so let's have our shared container service. Now this shared container service is going to come from a dependency injection. So let's add a folder. And let's make it dependency injection. Now the dependency injection, let's add our authentication scheme. So we're going to say that here we're adding authentication scheme. Now in order for me, I can add JWT because this is limited to JWT. Well, so let's add it. JWT authentication scheme. And now with this should be a public class. I believe you know that. Let's add a static. Then within this, let's have another public static. And this is coming from, this is going to return iService collection. So iService collection. And now this here, we're going to say this is add authentication scheme. So add, well, JWT authentication scheme. Okay. Then within this, we want to add it to this iService collection. And we say this is services. Aside from that, we need iConfiguration, because you're going to grab something from the app.json, that's a config file. So iConfiguration, and we say this is config. Great. So now that we have this set, let's add JWT service to this. So in order to do it, we're going to say this is services.add authentication. We have it. Now this authentication is provide a scheme, JWT bearer scheme. So we're going to say bearer default. I forgot R here, which needs to come from this namespace. And now with this, we can have authentication scheme. Now this scheme here, we want to grab the value. Oh, not the value, because this is just a string. Let's see, just a bearer. It's a constant string, so it's a bearer, so we have it in here, and this takes in string. Good. So once you have this, the next thing that you're going to do here is we need to add the wt bearer, and now this too, we need to also specify the bearer, because this is also the scheme, and on this scheme you're going to be using it in our API gateway, so do not forget to specify it. And aside from that, we need an options. Now this options, we can mark this options too. Let's grab our key first. Now key, we're going to encode it, so we're going to use encoding.utf8.getByte. Let's encrypt it, so get byte out of this. Now since you have this configured already, we can have access to .getSection. There's another way of getting it. If you want to know how to use config, well, I've made a video on how to set and retrieve data from config file. Now aside from that, we can have access to, in our config session, we're going to have access to authentication, then key. We haven't done that, but we'll do it soon. Then in that, we need to grab the value. This should be null, so we can check it out. Okay, so this is our key. Now once you have our key, you need to have the issuer as well. Now this issuer is going to be config.getSection again. Then in the section, we can have authentication. So this authentication, then we have issuer. Okay, and in that we need to get the value. Then we need our audience as well. You can decide to skip this, but I think we should config.getSection, we should add it. So in this get section is authentication. Then I'm going to say this is audience .value, check for now, and that is it. So we have these three properties, or these three variables created. Now you can go ahead and start with an options. So options dot required HTTP metadata. Let's set this to false. So from that, we're going to have an options dot save token. Save token, set this to true. Then the next thing we're going to do here is options dot token validation parameters. Do you have it? So this is equal to new. Then we're going to have access to token parameters, and in that we can specify our, so let me just, so you have a token parameters, and that we can specify validate issuer, set this to true, then validate audience, set this also true, validate lifetime, set this to false. Since we are not implementing refresh token, we set this to false for now. Maybe later on you can modify this and add refresh token to it, or maybe I can do it. Okay, then let's say validate issuer signing key, set this to true as well. Now let's provide valid issuer, and that is the issuer that we have created. Valid audience, and that is the audience that we have created. Then we have the issuer signing key, and that is what we have provided. So we need to use new symmetric security key. Do you have it? Security key, and I'm passing the key that we have created, and that is all. We're done. Okay, so you make sure you terminate this beautifully. Then the next thing that we're going to do here is we need to also close this and then return service. So that is a scheme that we need to provide, and this scheme is going to be used in our application. Talking about the product, the order, authentication, and the gateway API. So we should not copy and paste this all the time. Maybe we can remove, simplify the name. So we can create it in here and be using it. Great. Alright, so now that we have this, we need to create our last service. Let's save this. And that will be for this video. Now, this is also going to be a service, so it should come from this dependency injection. This is going to be shared service, so let's also add class of this. And this should be, let's make it that shared service. Shared service container. So within our shared service container, we need to make this as public. As you know, there's a default thing that we need to do. And let me remove all these spaces. Okay. Now the next thing I'm going to do here, we're going to have a public static. We're going to return iService collection. And I'm going to say here, there's an add shared service. So add shared services. And here I'm going to specify T context because I'm going to make this as generic. Now this T context is going to take in a context from all services. And in that, I'm going to use this iService collection. And I name it as services. Aside from that, we need iConfiguration. And so this is config. The next thing that we're going to do here is need a string file name. Ask me, why are we using the file name? The reason is, let me just break this down. Now this is a file name, and in that you have where this T context is coming from DB context. Yes, so the reason why we're using file name here is we're going to log it. Now in logging, we want to log to file, and now with each service you want to provide a specific file for that. You don't want to use a single file for all. Make this generic and dynamic. So in the order API, you want to make this other file for login. In the product file, whatever, authentication file, etc. Okay, so that's what you want to do in here. Then we have our opener in there. Now here we want to add generic DB context. So database context. Okay, so but before that, let's return services because I hate see red lines when coding. And in here, let's specify our services. So services dot add, then it's going to be DB context. And in this, we need to specify the T context that we have provided. And in that, we need to specify an option. Now this option is mapping up to option.use SQL. It's over here. Now this SQL, we need to specify our config dot get connection string. You see, so our config dot get connection string, and now what's the name of the connection string that you want to specify? Let's say this is eCommerce connection. Then aside from that, what can we do? We need to specify maybe SQL Server option. So SQL Server option, and now this option, we want to say that this option is SQL Server option dot, we want to enable. So you want to enable retry on failure. So you can see from here. So retry. So anytime that you want to connect to a database, and now when you start to try to connect, and we have an option, we have an issue with a database connectivity. Instead of trying it once, no, it's going to try it, I think, 10 times to get this connected. So that is what we are specifying. We want to make a database also robust and resilient. Then the next thing that we need to do here is let's configure our Serilog login. Align this, there's one closing that we should not forget. Now with the Serilog login, we're going to say log.login, log, which is coming from Serilog dot login, logger, not login, is equal to new. We're going to have logger configuration, and now in here we want to specify that minimum level. And what is the minimum level that you want to specify is what? Information. So this is the information, and aside from that, we want to write to, so write to debug, then write to console, then write to file. So you can see that since we installed the ESP.NET Core Serilog, we are having all the things available. Now this file, we need to specify the file name, and in here we need to use, there is a path. So this path, we're going to say the file is going to be provided, and that is the file name provided. We want to grab that and make it, append the date, then make it as a test file. So how do we specify the date? We can do that in a simple form. Let's use restricted to minimum level, and now this, we're going to say this is Serilog dot minimum level dot information. We can decide to use debug. That is when we're debugging, any issue that we get is going to put it in there. Very well. Let's check it to information. And aside from that, we need output template. So this is what we need to create. So you can attach the file name. This side, that's what we're talking about. Now this output template, we need to specify. Let's specify the date and the time format. Be careful when typing. This is delicate, you can make mistakes, so take note. Watch well whilst you type. I'm also going to do it well. Okay, so let's put it in this. The next one that we're going to do here is going to be time stamp. You're watching? So this time stamp, you want to specify the year first. You can also change it to maybe month first, whatever. This is the year. And you want to use the month, you want to use the day. Okay, aside from that, specify format the time. There is hours, and we're using 24 hours, right? So that, because we have an hour. So from that we have mm, then we have ss seconds. Okay, then I think you had one is great. Now that is what. Now the next thing I'm going to do here is you need to specify the level. And now the level has been specified already. It is the level 3. So we specify the level of 3. But before you do that, this should be, it's a variable, so it should be in here. And I'll say this is level of 3. And what is the message? The message here, and then the next one is we need to make it in a new line. Anytime that we have it, please do make it in a new line. For the day, So here we're going to say this is new line, and last one we have the exception. We have the exception. Now let's put this, and now we have our rolling interval. So this rolling interval here, we're talking about every day. So do it for us. So it's going to accumulate all the first day, second day in a single file. Okay. So when this application starts from maybe lasts for 5 days, it's going to have 5 files. As soon as an exception is occurred, it's going to log all this in the various files for each day. Good. All right. So, and the next one that we're going to do here is dot create dash keep it going, create logger. Yeah. Okay, so now that we are done with configuring our server login, let's also add our JWT authentication scheme. And remember, we've created that authentication scheme. Yes. And we can get that from our authentication. Actually, it's not just authentication, rather it is what? JWT authentication scheme dot add authentication. And now this takes in services, and then it takes in config. I believe services already included. Let's check it out. Well, it is saying that it needs iService collection, then in its configuration. Alright, so let's specify the services and the config file. Alright, so we are good to go. And the next thing here is we have our middleware pipeline created. That's a lesson to only API gateway, global exception handling. We don't want to be adding this manually in all our APIs, okay, our services. We want to, as soon as we add this service to each of the APIs, we want to include all the nitty-gritties, all the stuff that we want to get them added. So in that, we need to have our public. This is also static. Now here we're saying this, you're going to return iApplication builder. And now this, we're going to say use shared policies. So use shared policies. And now this is using iApplication builder. We say this is app. Then in that, so here we're going to say this is use global exception. So with this global exception, we're going to say app.use middleware. Now this middleware, let's specify our global exception, and that is what we created. Fine. The next thing is we need to register middleware to block all outsiders call. To block all outsiders. Let me make it an API, not just phone call. API calls. Okay, so we're going to say app.use middleware. And remember that we have created this middleware that is listen to only API gateway. And at the long run, return app. Beautifully. Okay, so we have these sets, and let's try to server-log. Let's build this project. Now make sure everything is intact. Let me rebuild this one more so I can get all packages installed and rectified. So we're starting to get packages, and I want to make sure that I do not have any null exception, error, not have any exception, any error in it. Yes. In this episode, we focus on creating the product API, a critical component for our e-commerce system. That is what we're going to cover in this video. We're going to set up our product API. After that, we're going to create a CRUD operation, that is create, read, update, and delete. You make sure that you make it simple, readable as well by implementing a clean architecture. Alright, so let's get started. But before we do that, make sure you've checked the previous video, and that gives you an introduction to this project. If you haven't checked that, I suggest you check that. So check this video description, you're going to find a link in there, or the playlist. You can go through it and I'll watch that video. Alright, so let's get started. So this is what we're going to do. We created a solution for the first one for our eCommerce shared library, and we have it over here. I don't want to cramp all this together. I want to separate them and different solutions. Okay, so with this solution that we have as an eCommerce or shared library, we're going to close this. We're going to create our new solution, and that's going to be product solution. Alright, so let's say we're going to create a new solution. Then let's make it as, let's first create blank solution here, and the name is going to be demo ecommerce.product API solution. Change the location, and now let's create this solution. So after we are done with that, we're going to add a project to this. So now that we have our solution created, we're going to add our clean architecture. So let's create new project. This class library, and within this I'm going to say this is a product API dot, then let's say there is an application or domain. Well, you can create any of them. So you have an application. Now let's add that. Let's also add domain. So on the same solution, we add a new project, and this also library, and that is product API domain. Then we need to add infrastructure. Let's create it. And with the web API, I'm going to name it as presentation. So I have a new project again. Now this time right, it's not C#, rather it's going to be the web API, and that is a product API, and I'm going to say this presentation. And we make sure we have the defaults. Let's enable API support for now. When we are done, we're going to remove that, but for now let's make it available. Now click on create. Let's get this project also created and added. Alright, so when you check the solution, we have these 4 projects added, which form our clean architecture. Alright, so now we have C#. We have a library created already. Do you remember? So we're going to add an existing project. And now with this project, we have the shared library already. So we're going to add this project to this project. So you can see we have our shared library being used or being added to this product. Alright, now let's make some default cleanup. We can remove this weather forecast. Let's also remove this. Then we have a default controller, and that is the weather forecast. We don't need it, so we can remove that. Now when we check the other class, other project, we can also make some default cleanup, deleting all the default class created. Alright, now let's rebuild the solution together. So now that we see 5 succeeded in building, let's go to our infrastructure, and in the dependencies, let's install package in here. That is the only package that you're going to need in here. The rest have been installed in the shared project, so we need not to install any package again. Let's install this so we can perform migration as soon as we add this project. So now this has been installed. Let's set up the dependencies. Let's add project. So from this asset library, so in this application, we're going to add this, so we can open application, right click on this, add project references, and in here we need a shared library and we need a domain. So let's create the dependencies. Aside from that, we go to our infrastructure, which needs application and the shared library. So in here, infrastructure, dependencies, add project references, and now here we are going to add this application. Application has shared library already, so let's check it out. Now as soon as you add this from the project references, product application, that is an application in here, you can see it has the shared library also added already. So definitely we are adding these two projects to this. Okay, now the next one here is the presentation. So right click on dependencies, go to add project references, and in here we need to add only the infrastructure, which also contains all the above. So let's click on OK, and now we have this added. Alright, so once again, let's see. So that is set and done. Let's go to our domain project and let's create our product entity. And in here, I'm going to add a folder, name it as entity or entities. Well, in case you have two or more, but here we're going to have only one. You can scale this, you can add more. This is a demo, so I'm going to add just a simple model, and that's going to be for product. So let's add a class. And I'm going to name this as product. So with this product, I'm going to have an ID, name, price, and quantity. That is what I want to have in my product entity. So here I'm going to have my ID, and that is an ID. I'm going to have product name. Then I want to have decimal for price. Then I'm going to have the last one, and that's going to be quantity. That's what I want to have in my product. Let's go to application, and let's go and create our DTO. That's the data transfer object, which is going to use to communicate data from the database and to our user. So here in application, let's add a folder to this. No. I click on this. Let's add folder. And now with this, you're going to name it as DTOs. Now this folder, we're going to have a product DTO. So let's add, and that is a product DTO. Now this product DTO, we're going to make it as a record. So this is going to be public. Record. And now with this, we want to have the ID. So this is ID. And we want to have name. But before this name, we want to make sure we have our required attribute specified. And we're going to say this is string, it's a product name. We want to make sure we have required attribute. And here, we also have range. Now with this range, let's specify the minimum should be, quantity should be 1. And maximum, let's say this int.maximum max value. Okay, and with this we're going to say this is int quantity. Then we have the last one, which is also required, And aside from that, it has data type. And now with this data type, you're saying the data type dot currency, and you know what, this is what, decimal. So decimal, and I will say this is price. These are the properties that you want to have in a product. We have the same thing in the entity, right? And we have this, we are having the same thing here as a DTO. Great. So let's remove the unused usings to make it simple. Okay, so now that we have this, we are going to when we are done, we're going to test this with unit test. And in unit test, when creating a code for unit test, you have to make sure that you do not include static files, static classes. Okay, so if you want to test your project, then try as much as possible not to include many static classes, because in unit test you cannot test static class. I believe you are getting it. Good. But with this, you're going to create only one. And now this class is a conversion class. Is it going to be a static class? We're not going to test this. In a unit test, we're going to exclude this. Okay. Maybe you can also implement AutoMapper or Mapster. But since this is a small application and we do not have much properties, we want to limit the packages that we use, the external packages that we use, and we can include our own. So this is a simple code to convert from DTO and also to DTO. We convert from DTO to entity and vice versa, from entity to DTO. It's a simple conversion class that we're going to create in here. But if you don't want to do this, you can implement AutoMapper. I've made a video on that. You can also implement Mapster. I've also made a video on that, and you can work around with any of them. But let's see. We're going to create our own. So in the DTO folder, let's add another one folder in here, and I'm going to say this is conversions. In this conversions, let's add a product conversion. Okay. Now with this product conversion, we want to make this a static class. So this is going to be public static class product conversion, and we want to have to entity and from entity. So let's have two methods to handle that. So there's a public static, and here you want to return product. And now we're saying to entity, we pass in this product DTO that we created as product, and here we're going to use our this lambda expression to have a new keyword. And now this new, we're going to say that ID is equal to the product coming in dot ID. You want to have name here is equal to the product coming in here dot name. Then you want to have quantity is equal to the product coming in here quantity. Then we're going to have price, and we are saying that there's a product coming in price. Okay, very simple one. So that's the reason why I am saying we are not going to use any these conversion packages. Okay, we have our own implemented, very simple one and readable. Okay, so we're going to have the next one is it's a static, and with this we want to return, we want this method to convert if it is a list or single entity. We don't want to create another method for that. You want to create this method to handle both. Okay, and in that we can return product DTO, which could be null, and also our enumerable of same product DTO. This also could be null. So let's also make sure we add that. Okay. Enumerable. So this should come. Yes, that's the right place. Okay. And now we are saying this is from entity. So that is the name that we are giving to this. And with this method, it's going to take in, we are having this return type, so it must take in the same as a payload. This should be comma in here. All right. Then from entity, so we need to specify our product. Now this coming as a product, and that is the entity itself. And now we have enumerable of product. The reason why we are doing this is, anytime that we make a request to database and it returns the data to us, or you want to make a request to database, we need to convert from the DTO to the entity itself, because that is what you have in a database, DB set. So we want to switch between DB set data entity and also the DTO. So that's the reason why we are having this simple method to handle that for us. So in here, we're going to specify our product. And this product also be null. We send this as product. Okay, so we having this simple method to handle that. And we are having our product in here, product for single entity, and we have product for multiple or many. So in here, we're going to return that is single. So we're going to return single, and to return single, we can check if this product coming in is null, or the product list that is coming in here, or the product list coming here is null. So to return, you want to make sure this is not. Then what are you going to do? We want to have a single product. Now this product, we're going to say is equal to new product DTO. Now since we use record, we can specify the property straight ahead. So we can say that this is product dot, maybe let me put this line like that. So this is, the first thing is an ID. So we're going to say this is product dot ID, and that's going to represent for the ID itself. We're going to have the name. So, and now here we're going to say this is product dot name. Then we're going to have product dot quantity. Then product dot price. And that is what we are returning. We make sure we check for null. Okay, so with this, after we are having this, we're going to return. We need to return this too. So let's return this single product that we have created. And now with the list, we say this is null because we are not converting. The list is empty. So we must provide null to that. And now let's also check if it's a list. And that is where we need to return list. We're going to say if product, or if product is not null, or product is null. That is where you want to get this method file. We want to create this product. So when we say equal to this product that we have in here, dot, you want to make select. So this select, you want to select product DTO. So product DTO, and now this product DTO, we're going to map this as PDTO dot. We're having this DTO, so we're going to select a new DTO for that. Okay, so with this DTO, we're going to say this maps to new. Then here we can have access to our product DTO. Now this product DTO, we need to specify the ID. So with this, because this is talking about the entity itself, not the DTO. So this entity.id for the DTO. You want to have this entity.name for the DTO, this entity.quantity for the DTO, and then this entity.price for the DTO. And after that, what we're going to do here is we're going to convert this to a list. So we can, we have to remove this. Yeah, so it should be this. Then we want to convert this to list. Okay, so we had this as a list. We can check for now. And when we are done, since you are working on the list, we want to return single. Here is going to be what? Null. So return. Let's pass in now for single model, and I will just going to pass in this product. So that's a simple conversion that we're doing. But in case it is not any of these, meaning maybe an error could occur, so we want to return null, and everything is null because we haven't provided any record, and based on that, you want to return null to each. So this is a simple conversion that we have. Now that we are done with this, we can close all of this, save. Let's create an interface. So from this, let's add another folder to this. So this is going to be an interface or contract. So interfaces, you can add more. With this interface, this is going to be an iProduct interface. So let's have, although I choose class, but all we need is an interface. And you make sure we say iProduct. Well, the I stand for interface, so I need not to add the interface again. And here is a public. Do you remember that in our shared class, you created a generic interface? So this I'm going to inherit from that generic interface, and I'll pass in the model product. Very simple one. I'm done. That is quite simple. Okay, so you make sure we include the using statement in here using this. Okay, so in case you have any extra interface that you want to add, you can go ahead and add them in here. But for now, we want to maintain what we have already, and that is what we need. Okay, so we can remove this to make it very simple. Yes, let's go ahead. So we are done with our application. Now we're going to work on, we're also done with our entity. So now we're going to work on with our infrastructure. That is, we're going to have our repo. Okay, the implementation of the interface that we have in here. Great. Now let's see. So go to the infrastructure. We're going to add a folder to this. Organization is the key, and I will say repositories. Now this repositories, we're going to add a repo. That's going to be a product repo. We have the interface created already, so I'm going to say this is product repository. Now this product repository, you know what, is going to inherit from, not from the generic, but rather from the interface that we have created, which is inheriting from the generic. Okay, so we're going to say iProduct, and now with this we need to include a namespace and also implement all the interfaces that it has, and we've done that. So we can remove the ones we are not using, remove unnecessary usings, make it simple. Yes, so we have this. Now here we need to inject our DB context, but we haven't created a DB context yet, right? We have a generic DB context created in the shell library, but what we need to do here is we need to go and inherit from that DB context and now customize to suit what we want in here. In each API, we're going to customize that the DB context generic that we have created in the shell library, and to suit what you want, because you know each API is going to have a different set of DB set that is an entity. So let's go ahead, and in here we're going to add a folder to this, and there's going to be data. I'm going to add a class, or you and I, we're going to add a class to this, and I'm going to say, since this is limited to product, I'm going to say this is product DB context. Now this DB context, this has to inherit from DB context. So DB context, and this should come from entity framework core. We can create constructor for this, but you know what, we want to use the introduction of the primary constructor introduced in C# version 12. Let's make this as public, and then here we want to specify our DB context option straight ahead inside this. So DB context, then we want to specify the options, passing the context class, and now after that we're going to say this is options, and now with this options it's going to have from the base, and we need to specify the base at this DB context, passing this option. We are referring to this DB context, so let's pass in this options in here. Great, so we are done with that. Aside from this, let's create a class to handle. Let's create a DB sets. Now this DB set talking about product, and what is the name that I want to give to a database table? Well, that is product for mine. Change it to yours. Then we have our product. Let's include the entity namespace or the using statement. Okay, so now that we have this beautiful created, let's go back to our repo, and in here we're going to say this is our product DB context. Now we say this is context. So we go ahead, and now with the create, we're going to implement the create other card. Okay, so let's start working on that. And here we're going to introduce local exception handler, and that is a try catch block. So we make sure that any method that we want to define, we implement it within this try catch block. Alright, so let's have our try. That is the first thing to work on that. Then in here we're going to have our catch. So in our catch, and it's going to have an exception. We're going to say this is EX, and now with this exception, what are we going to do in here? We want to log the original exception. Log the original exception. Okay, so in here you could see we created a method as log exception. We did that, and you say log exceptions. Now this exceptions is going to be in a shared library. Do you remember? And after that, the reason why we are doing this is, you know, when you have an exception, we don't want to display the exception to the user. Actually, we want to give the user a certain information, but not the exception. So log the original exception, and now the next one here, it is this displays carry free. I call this carry free. Okay, so message to the client. So that is what you need to do. And now in this, you're going to return new response, which was created in the shared library. And in here, status here, it is false. And I will say error occurred, adding new product. That's the simple thing that you want to show the user. Okay, so this is to return a response, and this must be an async before this is going to work. Great. Now we've handled the local error that may pop up in here. Now let's go and do the real code. So let's first get the product. Before we add, we need to make sure the product does not exist. So we're going to say this is get product. And now this get product, what we're going to say is an await. You know, we have get by async already, which return the first or default. So in here, we're going to say that this product maps to the name. We want to check for now dot equals. Then here we want to check is the entity dot product name. And the name is what you're going to take in. So you want to check if it is not found in the database. So we call this simple method to handle that. Now we're going to say if get product here is not null, and at times, you know, since you are dealing with quantity, it can set as a default value of 0 or 1, and in this case it will not be null. Okay, so we shouldn't check for only null. We also want to check if this, we are saying the string in here, it is not. So string dot is null or empty. We want to check for this get product dot name, because the default the name is empty. So as soon as we see that the name is not empty, it tells us that yeah, this exists. And now in case it does, then we want to return new response. Now this response will be false, and I believe you know what to do, isn't it? We want to display the name of the item, so we're going to say this is entity.name entity.name already exists, so entity.name, and we say that already exists. Yes, or already added. So maybe I can make it added. Okay, so that is what we're doing. But in case it does not, so let's first give, so check if the product already exists. Okay, so aside from this, what are you going to do? In case it does not, then you want to have a current product added. So that is a current entity. Then equal to, you're gonna have context dot, you're gonna have product database. Then that's the table dot add, and now we're going to add a new entity that we have in here. Okay, that is this entity coming in. And now aside from that, you want to, after we add, you want to check the entity, you want to keep it. Then let's say await context dot save changes async. You want to save whatever thing that you've added, save it peacefully. And now we're going to check in here, so if current, so we say that if current entity added is not null, okay, and current entity added dot id is greater than 0, because as soon as you add it, it's going to assign an id to it, and the id is not greater than 0, it means everything is set. Then we want to return new response, and that's going to be true. And I will say that this entity dot name added to database successfully. We can customize this to suit what you want. Okay, but in case it isn't, we can have an else statement. Now you're going to return new. I know what this is going to be, right? This is going to be false. And with this, you want to say error occurred while adding this product. So let's put something down. So while adding, then in here we can have entity dot name. We make sure we have that. So that is our create. That's what we're going to do. So here we can copy the try catch block, and for delete we're going to also do same. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. Don't have to waste time typing again since we've done that already. All that I need to do here is just copy, very simple one. Then I have this try catch. So instead of saying error occurred adding, I'm going to say deleting. I'm not going to delete the product, rather deleting product. This should be an asyntax to fasten sub. Okay, now let's also get the product. Now here we're going to use find by ID. Now with this we can, because here we have a product ID itself, so we can definitely find it. We say this is product, it's equal to, we can have await, and there's a method known as find by ID, passing this entity dot ID. And now we're going to say that if product is null, then we want to return new response, that is false. And now we are saying that this entity dot name not found, because here we're going to delete it, and before we delete it we must make sure it exists. If not, then it means if it is found, then we're going to have product dot remove. And now let's remove what we have, the product that we got. After removing it, you make sure you save it. If you don't save it, it's still going to persist. So context dot save changes async. Then when we save, we need to return something to the user. So we need a response, and that is true. And now in here we can say that the entity you provided dot name is deleted successfully, and that is all. Okay, so that's what we're doing for delete. Now let's go to find by ID async. We have implemented it here, but we don't have the implementation. We are going to do that. All right, let's also grab our try catch, the catch exception, and in here you're going to have our try catch. Remember, we have it already, so we're going to paste it up. We have catch exception, and now with this error occurred, instead of retrieving, we're going to say here, retrieving product. So we're going to say retrieving product, and we're going to make a set. So we're going to say that product is equal to, we're going to have an await context dot product dot find async, passing the ID of it, and there you go. So here we can use this this ternary operator to handle that. So return, we're going to say product is null. We ask the question, is it null? If yes, let me make it not. Product is not null. If yes, then return the product. If no, then return null. We don't want to return even the instance of the product, because at times it may include some properties, default values as indicated earlier on. So we want to return null to make sure it is null. All right, that's what we are doing in here. Very simple one. We have to make sure we grab our try catch method as well. So grab your own. Let's go to get all async, and we're going to have our try catch. And error occurred retrieving products. The same thing. Now we're going to get our products, and here we're going to say that await context dot product dot toList async, and toList async is coming from EF core, but you see in EF core track all records. So with this, since I returned the list, we're doing nothing again. You want to clear, or you want to make sure we do not track it to improve the performance of this. Now let's return if product here is not null, then return the product list, else return null for me. The next one that I'm going to do here is a get by async. That's where you need to specify our function or our predicate. So with this, we're going to say this is a product, and here we can pass in anything at all. It could be name, it could be decimal, it could be anything. Okay, so we're going to say that this is product equal to await. We're going to have a context dot product, and on this product, pass in this predicate. But before that, we need to pass in where clause. Then let's pass in our predicate in here. So we're not going to specify this predicate. We're going to specify by the user, or when we get to wherever that we need this, then we want to get. So yeah, we can make it in a list form, or we can make it single one. So I'm making this as single first or default. Let's check for now, and we're going to say return if product is not null question mark, then return the product, else return what you know already. Return null. Okay, so we have this. and this must be in a try-catch block, isn't it? We want to handle any exception that may pop up locally first, so you make sure we have that here. We can cut this, try, paste it up, and there you go. Okay, now let's go to the updates. So for the update, we have a last one in here, and that's what we need to do. So for this update, this also must be in a try-catch block. Do not forget, it's very necessary. So as soon as you have any exception, we're going to log it to our file, to our console, to our debugger, and also display scary-free message to the user. Okay, so now that we have in here, what we're going to do here is, with this is going to return a response. So instead of throwing this, no, we don't want to throw this at the time, invite operation. Since if you have a model that's going to handle the response, it's better not to throw that. Okay, so let's return itself, so we know where it's coming from. So return new response. This should be false, and that is it. This must be an async, and there you go. Okay, now with this, let's first get a product from the database. So since we have the ID, we can use find by ID, and now we need the entity.id in here. That is the ID. Now we're going to check if product is null. Then what I'm going to do, please do return new response. That will be false, and I will say this entity not found. .name. Then we're gonna say not found. That is where it is not found. But in case it is, what I'm going to do, we're going to say context dot entry, then pass in this product. The reason why we are doing this is, as I said earlier on, entity keeps tracking records from the database as soon as it gets it. Now, for us to use the EF update key, we have to detach this. We have to untrack it before we can update it. Else, we cannot do that. Anytime we try to do it, it's going to tell us that there's already a track ID initiated, and we cannot do that. So let's detach it before we attach it again. So we're going to say .state equal to, we're going to have entity state, you see, that detach. And after we are done with this, then we can go ahead and I'll say that context, not await. You're going to have a context dot product in here. Then we can use this update. And now with this update, let's pass in the entity that is coming in. It's going to check by the ID of this entity and now assign the values to the properties in the and go away. Aside from that, we're going to say await context.save changes. Let's add the async, quite important. And you know what? Return new response after everything is successfully done. And that's going to be true. Yes, of course. And in here, we need to specify our entity. So entity.name. And we can say that .name here, we can say it's updated successfully. Yes. Well, we're done. We're done with our card operation, our card interface, and the implementation. Now, what's left here is we need to register this. So let's see how we can do that. So let's go to our project in here. In the same infrastructure, we need to create dependency injection as a service container. So I'm going to say this is dependency injection. And I mean that I'm going to create a class in here. In this class, I'm going to say this is service container. This should be a public static class. So it's a public. This should have a static class. Maybe it's not necessary. Now, aside from having this, what is the next thing that we need to do? It's quite simple. Let's have a public static method which is going to return an iService collection. So public static, and that gives you an iService collection. And this iService collection, you're going to say this add infrastructure service. So add infrastructure service, and then here we're going to make this iService collection. That is what you want to add. You say this services, and aside from that, we need an iConfiguration, and we're going to say that this is config. And aside from that, we need to have a method. So at the end, let's have a method, and now with this, we need to add database connectivity. Aside from that, we need to add authentication scheme that we have created. And where can we find all this? Yes, we can find this in this library that we created, right? So we are not going to add this service because this service has been added already. What we're going to do here is we're going to say this is shared. Do you have shared? Okay, maybe shared service container. Yes, dot. Then we have add shared service. Now this add shared service, since we are creating or this service has a generic DB context, we need to specify it takes a T value, which the value here is not a class, rather it is a DB context. And here DB context, the product DB context that we created. In there, let's specify the services in there. Aside from that, we need a config, and we need a file name. File name is what we're going to use to create the log. Okay, so we're going to say this config. We want to have everything sits. So we're going to say this myServiLog that file name. Let's check for now for this, and we are good. Okay, so we can terminate this. Then the next thing that we're going to do here is let's create dependency injection. So short, we're going to say DI between an interface and our repo. And I'm going to say this services dot add. I'm going to use scope. Now with this scope, I need to provide products, iProduct, and then I'm going to have product repository. So I have this also set, and at the end of the day, I'm going to return services. Aside from that, we have some middleware pipeline that we need to add, and in that we need to create a public static which takes in returns application builder. And you see, I'm going to say this is use infrastructure policies. Maybe policy. Yes, policy. Okay, now this takes in this application builder. I'm going to say this is app. Aside from that, we need to register. Let's register middleware, such as global exception, which handles, so this handles external errors. Okay, not even errors, because multiple. Aside from that, listen to, do you remember this middleware that you created? Listen to only API gateway. And now, which blocks or is outside calls. Okay, so that is a shared service that we have already container. Then .use policies. Now these policies, we need to specify the app in there, and that is all. So this is what we need to do. At the end of the day, let's return this app. Beautiful. we're done. So this is what we need to do then. So we are done with the infrastructure. So you see, we started from the application to the domain to the infrastructure, and now where you think you are going? Presentation, and that will be the end for this. Okay, so let's close all this. Then let's go to our presentation project. In the properties line settings, this is going to run on HTTP only. So we have an HTTPS, we can scrap this. Okay. Now let's have a default port for this. So this should run on 5001. It's a default port. And now the launch URL, we're going to change it, but for now it is Swagger, so no, don't worry, we have it in there. Now let's go back again to our app settings. And now in our app settings, that is what we need to do. Let's configure our connection string. So our app settings, we need to configure our connection strings. And now with this connection string, we're going to have a look at eCommerce connection. And now with this, we're going to say that we're going to have our server mapped to local. Then we're going to have our database here mapped to eCommerce DB. Then have a trust server certificate or trusted underscore connection. Set this to yes or true. Then trust server certificate. Set this also to true. Okay, so this is what you need to do. You know, in production level, maybe it's not advisable. What we can keep it in here, or we can move all these connection string in the environment or an user secret. Okay, if I put in user secret environment, maybe it's quite challenging for you to see. That's the reason why I am putting them in here. But you know, in authentication, whereby you have our key, our issue, our audience, our connection strings, all of this must be in the user secret or even the environment. But well, you can also keep it here. It's a choice. If you want to know how you can access user secret, environment, and this, okay, I have a video done on that. I'll put in the comment the video description. You can go ahead and check it out. How you can implement, how to save connection, how to save test information, data to user secret or even the environment, and how to retrieve it. I have the video on that, so check it and look at it so you can know how to implement any of them. So these are connection string that we have. Start from that. The next thing that you're going to work on is you need to create my Serilog log. So my Serilog. And now with this Serilog section, you need to have a key that is known as file name. So this each must be unique. So here the file name is a product API. But there's a product API that you're working on. The next thing that you're going to create here, it is authentication. Authentication as a section, and in this section we have a key. There is a key, and what is a key? So it's any random numbers. It should be unique, not visible to everybody or anyone. It should be more than 16, 40. Yeah, so you can grab it. Okay, so I also put a link where you can have access to a free string like this, okay, in the video description. If only I do not forget. Okay, so let's see. The next thing that we're going to do here is we want to have an issuer. And now this issuer is going to be a local host, so HTTPS, and we're going to customize it to suit this address. So HTTPS, in a local host issuer, our authentication will run on HTTP. So I'm not sure we should put this. Okay, so HTTP, then we're going to have a local host. It should run on 5000 as a basement. Then that's going to be our issue. We're going to have the same thing as an audience. Listen, so you can set this to, in case Blazor or you're going to have any UI to consume this, that's when you need to specify the address of that in here. But for now, we have the same API consuming it and now taking it. Sending being an issuer, also be an audience. So we have an audience, and it is the same thing that you have in here. Great. So this is what we need. Now, this setting that we have in here, we need to make a copy of this into every API that we're going to create. As far as they're going to inherit login, they're going to inherit database connectivity, they're going to inherit authentication. So the best to do here is we can implement, keep this in a vault. That's a vault service. That's a hashy vault. I've created a video also how to implement that, how to save data in that server, and how to also retrieve it. So you can keep it in there. Now all APIs will go in there, and I'll pick the connection and I'll use it. So instead of making a duplicate, you can just keep it somewhere wherever you can just go ahead, go in there, in and out, and I'll take it. But for now, this okay. Let's save this. Let's go to our products, program.cs file, and in here, let's add this. So first of all, we need to add a namespace, and that is a product API dot infrastructure dot dependency injection. And when we have this, let's remove. We're going to streamline this. Okay, when we are done, we're going to remove all swagger and etc. But for now, let's maintain. Every aspect we want to run, make this run. Okay, have a space. Okay, so this is what we have in here. Now in our builder, we're going to say builder.services, .add. Then we need to add infrastructure services, which takes in builder.configuration. And here too, we want to put app.use infrastructure service policy, takes in app. Yes, we are done. So let's go to our controller, and that will be the end for this video. Let's go and create our controller. So right click on the controllers, let's add a new controller, and now this is going to be API. Let's make it as empty. Let's give it a name as product. So we have our products controller. Now with this, we want to inject our interface that we created, iProduct. And now we say this is product interface. So once you have this product interface, you can go ahead and start with our endpoint. The first endpoint is going to be HTTP GET. It should be in here. Now with this GET, we want to have a look at it. We're going to say this is public async task. Public async task. Now instead of using our interface to expose it to any return type, no, we want to restrict this to what we want. And here with our create, we need, with our get product, we need an I enumerable of product DTO. So that is what we need to do. So let's specify I enumerable of product DTO. And now here we're going to say this is get product. And now this get product, this is what we're going to do. We're going to get the product first, and aside from that, we're going to say this is dot get all async. So after we get this, we have this product. This product is coming in a form or in an entity of what? Product entity, not a DTO. We need to convert it. And bear in mind, we have created a conversion beautifully and waiting for us. And we're going to convert this in the controller. Okay. So we're going to say that if product that we have in here dot any, if the product that we have dot any, in case there's no product in there specified, we want to return not found, and we want to specify no product detected in the database. Well, you can customize this to suit what you want. Okay. But in case we find something, then what are we going to do? We need to now convert it. So we're going to say that here we use tuple to get it. Now there's a list. We have a single, we have what? A list in a conversion. And now, because that's what you're going to return. We said this is a product conversion dot. We have the entity already, so we're going to say dot from entity, and we need to specify the product model. So this is going to be null, and in here we're going to have our product list that we have already. So what are we having? It should be action results. I believe you've done that already. Great. Let's make sure we also check the null. And that's what you're going to do. Return list if list dot any question mark. If yes, return OK with the list. But in case it isn't, then please do return not found. Now this not found, you're going to say no product found. You make sure you check the list nullable. So that's what we're doing in here. Let's go to by ID. So by ID, what are we doing? We have to get HTTP get. And now with this get, what we're going to do? We need to specify an ID. Now you want to stray this. You cannot pass in anything. The ID must be an integer only, please. Then in here, we're going to say this is public async task. You know that already. So quickly do that. Public async task. You also want to make sure that we specify a type of output. So let's have an output action result. Since this is get by product, you're going to return product DTO, and now this is, we're going to say this is get product. And now with this get product, we need an ID, isn't it? We need to get an ID, and with this ID, we can have a look at that. So you're going to say this is a product, and it's equal to await. We have a look something like product interface dot find. This is product interface dot find by ID async, passing this ID. So in here, after we have this, we're going to say that if product is null, then we want to return not found. So return not found, and we can say that this is a product requested not found. But in case it does, then we're going to convert it this time around using the same tuple. We need product, so this is product, and we're going to say this is null for that, for the list. And here we're going to use product conversion dot from entity, and now here we're going to provide the product, and we're going to provide null for the list. And we want to return a product return. Okay, because here we can cross check. Well, what do you think? You're going to check if it is null, right? So we're going to say return product is not null. That is, I want to return OK with the product. Return OK with the product, or return maybe bad request, not found. Not found. And it's going to return the status code of what? 404, not found. Okay, maybe we can specify something in here. All right, so now that we have this, we have our get. Let's go to create. So you're going to have access to this an HTTP post. Now this post, we're going to have public async task. This will come as an action result, and let's specify the return type restricted to response. This response is coming from our shared response, and that is create product. Takes in product DTO and as product. Okay. Now you want to check the model state. So check model state if all properties or if all data annotations are passed. So in case we're going to check, so if model state is going to return boolean, so we're going to say model state dot is valid, meaning if it is not valid, then what are we going to do? Then place do return bad request, and now pass in this model state. But in case they do, then convert this to entity. You see? So with this, okay. So here we did not. So get no comment, get all product from service or from repo. Convert data from entity to DTO. And this is return. And so let me add it here and return it. I hope you can see that. So here you're doing the same thing. So get single product from the repo. Then here we're going to store convert from entity to DTO, and return. And now we are doing same here. So check model state, convert to entity. Before we say we need to convert to entity, so we're going to say this is get entity. Let's say this is get entity. Then equal to, we have our product conversion. Then dot to entity. Let's pass in a DTO of product, and that is a product in here. Now this is going to give us our get entity. That is in the form of DB set entity. Now once we do that, let's have our response. This response equal to await. We're going to have our product interface dot. Then we're going to have a create async, passing this get entity, and this is going to create it. After that, return if response coming in has a success to true. That's a flag. If it is true, so we can make it if it's true question. If it is yes, then return okay with the response coming in. If no, then return bad request with the same response coming in. So we are switching between two results, object results. Okay, then we're going to handle the next one, and that's going to be the update, right? So there's an HTTP put, and now with this put, you're going to have public async task. That's an action results, and this action results is taken in as a response, as you know, and that is an update product. Takes in a product DTO this takes in product DTO. We say this is product, and in here we want to also check for model state, so we can go ahead. Let's grab this in here. Then we want to also convert it, so we can also copy this. We have this entity in here. Then after that, we can update it. So instead of create async, you want to say that this is update async, and I return the response. Quite simple. Let's go to delete, and our delete is going to be http delete. Now with this delete, we want to have a public async task with a specific type of action results, which takes in response type. Then we say this is delete product, passing the product DTO as product. Then here, what are we going to do? For the delete, we need to convert this, so we can convert this also. Okay, then that is a product. I think it's wrongly spelled. So product, and aside from that, we need to get a response. So let's grab this, and instead of updates, we say delete, then return that. And that is what we are having for this. Okay, let's save it. Let's rebuild this project. So you can see that 5 succeeded. It's built successfully. Now, in order for us to test this, we need to perform migration, so we can have access to a database to test our controller. Now, let me go back to our app settings. In here, I'm going to make it as YouTube because I have a database, I think like that, named. So if I go to SQL Server Object Explorer, I have it over there. Alright, so let's make it as YouTube eCommerce DB. And now, once we're done with that, let's pull up our package manager console. If you're not having yours here, check our tools. You get package manager. You're going to have it in there, manager console, and that is it. Okay, now the next thing to do here is we have to set the controller as a startup project. So go to solution, there is a presentation, right click on that, set as startup, come to package manager, and now from the default project, set the infrastructure. That's how I want to perform the migration. So let's say this add migration. We don't want to put the file anywhere. This is first, as you know, that's what I used to do. Put it in an -o means an output. So a folder called data, open it, and I create another folder known as migrations, and I'll do your magic in there. Let's wait and see. And that is done. So migration is already created successfully for us. And when you go through, that is this. You can take time and go through what we specified, the same thing that it is using. To make this implement, let's update the database to implement this physically so we can see. So while this is going to run, we make sure we have our SQL object also. Here, I open my database, my connection. That's my server, and from databases I have an eCommerce. So let's wait and see. So console, okay. So this is not. It means there's an issue in there. Trust server certificate. Yes, I believe you saw it, right? Trust server certificate to true, and that is it. This should work. I believe you did that, so you're not having an issue. Let's see. Yes. Great. Oh, nice. Fantabulous. Now let's refresh it. Database. Refresh. And there you go. We got it. Now let's run it. So how do we run? Let's make sure our API is active as startup. It's run on HTTP, not HTTPS. Since we deleted HTTPS, we're not even having it in here. We have HTTP, and let's run it. We test our card, and that is all. Alright, so when you check here, you can see we have this service unavailable. Yes, of course, we made it. The reason is it is listening to open only the API gateway bar, whilst even the API does not exist for now. So let's disable that, and we can do that from the shared project. Go to the dependencies, services, shared services, and now let's comment this. For now, comment this. Let's rerun this and check it out. Alright, so let's rerun this yet again. Oh, and there you go. So we have our CRUD here. So we can specify whatever thing that we need in here, isn't it? Okay. Now let's see. That's all we need to do. So now let's go in there and I'll try to get. So not found. No product detected, and we know where this is coming from. Let's go and add default one. Maybe the price set is this. String is Netcode. Click on execute. Let's wait and see if it's going to get added to the database. Yes, has been added. Now we can go ahead and now get it again. Get all. And check it. We have an ID of 1. We can go back. Now we've tested this too. From this update, we can say we have the ID of 1. And this is string. We have net updated. This map to 145 and etc. Click on execute. And now updated. So let's go to get by ID. Execute. You can see we have the content in here. Now let's try with the delete. So we're going to add another one. Let me make this as this. Execute. Added. To get all, that's going to be an ID of 2. So let's go and delete the ID of 2. Delete, pass in the ID. All that you need to do here is pass in this ID of 2. Okay. Execute this. Now let's see. So it has a bad request. The quantity, okay. Maybe you can specify something in there. Then execute. Now delete it. So when you go back and get lists of products, check it out. Yeah, you're good to go. We are diving into the creation of the other API for our e-commerce microservice project using clean architecture. We will also cover how to implement CRUD operations and set up a retry policy to ensure our API is resilient and robust. If you have been following along, we have already built our shared library and product API. Now it is the time to add the crucial other functionality to our microservices architecture, all while maintaining a clean and organized code structure. So let's get started. In the previous video, you've seen how to create a shared library which is going to be used by our APIs. Aside from that, we made another video, and that is where we built our product API from scratch to finish. And now this time around, we're going to work on the other API. You know, when you have a look with the diagram that I created and shown you in the first video, you can see we are having our other API and our product API. We're having 3 APIs here with a gateway using the Ocelot. Now here, you can see this other API is going to make a call to this product API, assuming anytime that you want to make an order, we need to get product detail, right? Now this product detail, we do not have the product data in the order API. Since all of these are connected to a single database, order API is going to make a call to product API to retrieve a specific detail of a product which has been called. Now in this case, we want to implement retry policy. Okay. Now when you make a call to the product API and it fails, it will return that instant response to the user. It will make another retry, and that retry amount or time, we're going to specify it, and they're going to make a retry to that API until it receives it or until it exhausts the number of time being set before it returns a response. So in this API too, we're going to implement the CRUD operation as well. Alright, so let's get started. Now, we are also going to create this in a new solution to make it very simple and readable as well. I'll do my best to make this code simple and readable so that every one of you can understand that. That's great. Alright, so let's start. So what we're going to do here is we're going to create a new solution in here. So launch a Visual Studio and I'll create new solution. So for your information, if you haven't checked out the 2 previous videos, I've put them in this video description. You can check them out before you get to this. Well, there's also a separate video talking about creating order API, and we're going to integrate the shared library project that we created. So let's first create a blank solution. So here, let's give it a name, and that is demo eCommerce. There's going to be an order API. Since this is a solution, I want to add solution to this. Okay, so that is this one. Now you make sure you choose a location to maybe a specific folder that you have or you are building this microservice in. Let's click on create and let's wait. Now the reason why, I believe you may be asking yourself, why didn't I put all these projects under one solution? Let's assume in microservices, it is not a single team working on it. We may have multiple teams, each is going to tackle one aspect. So currently we have about 4 APIs in here. We have the gateway API, we have the authentication API, we have the order API, and then we have the product API. So let's say we are having 4 teams working on it. So they need to work on it on their own. So each of them is going to have a separate solution. Is that the reason why we've done it in here? And also, when you put them into small pieces, it makes it more readable, understandable, and scary-free. Okay? Not much code. You see it and very simple. Yeah, so that's the reason why I am separating them. But well, you can put all of this under one solution, and great, you can also work with it. Alright, so we have our project in here, solution created. Now let's go ahead and add this project. Now, project that we're going to add here, since we are following the clean architecture pattern, we must have application, domain, infrastructure, and presentation. I've already made a video on how to integrate or even clean architecture in .NET. So if you do not understand clean architecture, please then check the video description or check the channel playlist. I have it in the separate playlist as clean architecture. You can watch that to get better understanding. Alright, so let's go ahead and let's add our class library. Now this is going to be an order API. The naming convention is very important, okay? So we can associate them to a specific API. So we have an order API, and this is going to be domain. So this is going to house our business object. So let's create this. Then aside from this, we're going to add a new project. This is going to be application. So let's wait. Yep. So this is ready. Now let's go ahead and add the rest. So you make sure it's the same class. We have our, I wanted to write clean architecture. So that is an order API dot application. Let's also add infrastructure under API dot infrastructure. Then last one that we're going to add here is add new project. That is presentation. This is going to be a web UI, and while this is a web UI here, it is a web API. So I'm going to choose web API, and there's an other API dot presentation. All right. So when you check your solution, you can see that we are having all of them here. Great. Now we can do some default cleanups. Let's get rid of these classes which has been created automatically for us. We don't need them for now. We're going to create our own so we can get rid of them nicely and beautifully. Great. Okay, so when you go to our presentation, you can see there's a default weather forecast. Well, do we need it? No. So let's get rid of this as well. And for our HTTP file, maybe we can clear this because we're not going to test it with that. Now that we have everything set, we can do some default cleanups in here. Let me remove all these comments. And we know we are developing it, so we need to add that. Okay. All right, make it very simple and readable. Okay, so let's review this project again and see if everything under this solution is working before we start. We don't want to get started in the middle. We try to build it and now we're facing problems. No. So let's do it here first and see. All set and done. Now the next thing I'm going to do here is under this solution, we're going to add an existing project. And do you know that project? And that is our shared library. So let's add that. So we now have our shared library added to this. So the next thing that we're going to do here is we're going to add dependencies. Because we have this project, now let's set the dependencies straight before we start working things out. So for this application, now I want to check that the domain. Well, for domain, we don't need any dependencies for that. Now for application, it needs to use this domain as a entity so that it can generate or it can create DTOs for that. It also needs to use the shared library class that we created. So right click on dependencies, go to add project references, and in here we need domain and our shared library. Click on OK. So in a normal circumstance, we have to build this shared library as a NuGet package so we can install them. But I'm not doing that here. I'm just adding it here so that in case you have an issue, we can go ahead and modify it here. And you can also see what is going on. Aside from that, we go to our infrastructure. Now, infrastructure, what is it going to depend on? It needs the shared library, it needs the domain, and it needs the application. But since domain is referenced in application, anytime that you reference application, it also referencing domain indirectly. So let's do that. Now from our report, from our dependencies, go to, and let's add our shared, so add our application. But in application is also using domain and shared. So even adding adding this application is going to add shared and our domain. I hope you're getting it. So add this. Now, if you want to verify that, check from dependencies and our project, and you can see we have only one project reference in here. But as soon as I click on this, you can see we have two projects. Great. And now let's go to our presentation. Now, this also going to inherit the infrastructure. So, dependencies, reference, infrastructure, and infrastructure is inheriting all this. So we have them. This is how you have to set the dependencies. Great. Now that we are done, Do we need an extra packages to get them installed? Yes, of course we need them. So let's get them installed. Right click on, let's first work on the application. And in here, from the application, right click on dependencies, manage NuGet packages. And in here, we need to install Microsoft extension, maybe .http. Let's get this package installed. Let's install Poly. Since we're going to make a call to this, you want to implement retry policy. Nowadays, you call them retry strategies. With the new version of Poly introduced, I've made a video on that, how to use caching and all those stuffs in Poly. Then let's add the extension as well. Since you want to register them, register it in the program file. Okay, so we have these 3 packages installed nicely. The next thing that we're going to do here is, let's go to our infrastructure. Right click on dependencies, let's manage NuGet packages. And in here, let's install Microsoft extension, the dependency injection. We need the abstraction as well. And lastly, let's check the presentation, dependencies, and manage NuGet packages. And now with this, we need to install tools. That is what we're going to use to make migration. Yes, so as usual, rebuild solution. Yeah, all built. We can check from outputs. Yes, so let's clear all these tabs. And now let's first start working on the domain, because we need to create a business. Now in here, from the domain, let's open it. And we're going to create a folder to this. So let's add a folder. And now this folder, maybe entities will be okay for me. Let's add a class, a dbset class. And now here, this class, I'm going to say this is order, because definitely there's another API, so we cannot go without having another class. This must be public. And you know, we must have an ID. In my order, I want to have this, the following properties. You can add more to yours. We have an ID, order ID, that is a must. So from that, I'm going to have product ID. Product ID is on an integer, because when creating product API, we said the ID, the data type was integer. So you must make sure it is the same in here. Then we have to, in our client too, we're going to have client ID as integer. Well, client ID or user ID, whatever, it's still going to work. Then here I'm going to have, this is purchase quantity. I know this must be an integer, so I forgot to type in the data type. Maybe, I believe you've done that. So we have purchase quantity. Then last one, I'm just adding this. Okay, for the purpose of this, you could add more to that. Then let's see, this is a daytime. And now here I'm saying that this is order date. Order dates. I forgot to add O. I believe you've done the right thing. And now with this, maybe we can go ahead and set to daytime. Let's see now. Whoa. I want to just get this UTC now, or UTC now, or now. Okay, so we have it set. This model nicely created. All right, that is all we need in our domain. Maybe you can add more, but well, let's maintain this for now. Okay, now let's go to our application, and in here, let's create a DTO, that is data transfer object, which is used to communicate data from your database to user, vice versa. So let's add our other DTO. So this is going to be class, and I'm saying this is other DTO. Now with the other DTO, we want to have public record, and this must be a record. Well, so we don't need this. And now with this record, we want to, let me put this one here. Let's terminate it. We want to have an int ID. This is an ID. We want to have, this must be required. So this is required. And now this required, we want to have it in the form of what you want to range. Now with this range, we want to have the minimum here, it is 1. Maximum is int.max value. And now this is, oh, it should come outside. And that is product ID. We're having the same thing as required. And now with this, you're still going to have the same range. Dot max value. And now this is client ID. We're having the same thing in here, so I can make a copy of this. And I'm going to say this is purchase quantity. Then lastly, I'm going to have date and time, and that is ordered date. The reason why I did not set required here is, you can see from the model, we are having this set to default. So default is going to have a value to that. That's clear. Okay. Great. Let's create our product DTO. So we can add this in case this model here has a lot of properties. The best thing to do here is to add it to the shared library so that you can use one object or one model in 2 projects. But since it's very small, so we can make a copy of it straight ahead and I'll go with it. Okay. So in microservices, try as much as possible to share common files, classes. Well, so let's say now in let's also add a new class of this and add it as, call it as product DTO. This should also be the same record. Let's set this to public. And now with this, in our product, we need an ID. We also need, this is required, we need name. So that is product name. Let's include the namespace or the using statement. Then we need, this is range. Now this range here, we having as 1 int max value. And that is product quantity. Then we having currency, that's the price, and it's required. And I will have a specified data type, and I will say in data type dot currency, and that's going to be decimal, and I will say this is price. So this is our product. Now we're going to be creating a model here, or a DTO here. Now this DTO is going to be used in the Authentication API, and that'll be for the next video. But for the sake of this, after we have done everything, we're going to coordinate them together and it should work. Okay, so let's have this model, and that's going to be an app user DTO, which will carry user information. Like I said, you can also put this in a shared library, so you can be using it here and there. And that is app user DTO, and our this should be a public record. So in here we need to have an ID, name, telephone number, address, email, password, and maybe, well, with this system, authentication system, let's add row to it. So let's have this property set. So we need this to, we need to have an ID. So this is, we have an ID. So that is ID. Then the next thing that you're going to have here is name. So this name should be required. Let me remove this. Let's include using statement. Now this is name. We have the next one as telephone. Let's make this also required. Then we have our next one, address. This is also required. Then our next, you want to have an email, so this is also required. Now let's specify email address. Then next, you want to have password. This is required. Now we say this is string password, and lastly this required as well. That's going to be the row. So that's what we have for our user. Okay, let's save this. Then let's create our, that's going to be other detailed model. Now this other detail is what you're going to have. It's going to accumulate or populate other detail from user detail to the product detail. Okay, and the price, everything. So let's create that. So here let's add class. Then we're saying other details. We have to add DTO. Well, since it's the details folder, let's join that. This is going to be public record. Then in this, let's have this required. So we're going to have our integer. Now this int here, this should be required first. This is other ID. Then we're going to have, so maybe I can copy this since you're going to be having required. And let me just grab this, put it in here. And now this is going to be product ID. So as soon as you want to get product, the other details, you want to get the ID, the other ID itself, the product ID. You want to get the client ID, and this int, who is requesting for this, or who has ordered this. And now you want to have a client email, so this should be email address. And email. And the next one here, you want to have an address, telephone number, and a product name. Okay, so let's paste this. And that is string. You say this is telephone number. And then you want to have a product name. This is also required. And that is our product name. The next one, we want to have a purchase quantity required, and this is integer. Purchase quantity. Let's have a comma. Then you want to have the unit price, total price, and maybe ordered date, isn't it? All right, so let's have this should, since I working with currency, let's provide this annotation to it. So data type dot currency. So unit price, let's have the next one, and this will be total. And we're going to have our order date. Maybe we can set this to required. And date time. Order date. So this is what we want. So you can see from here, this is the properties that we need to set values to each whenever we want to get order detail. Maybe you can add more to this, but this okay. Let's clear all this. Okay, so let's save them. So we are done with our details for this project. Okay, now the next thing we're going to do here is we need to do some conversions, because you know here we can implement AutoMapper, Mapstar, and any other third library which can use to convert a DTO to entity and vice versa. But I decided to create my own, so you can implement that. Now let's add a new folder to this, and I'm going to say this is conversions. We did the same thing in our product. So maybe to fast things up, you can use the third library packages. Okay, so in here, let's create a class. And this is order conversion. This is a static class. Okay, so with this, we first need to convert. Let's have our first method, that's a public static order. And now with this order, we need to return an order. So we say to entity, we need an order DTO. Order DTO. Then we say this is order. So return new order. And now with this, for ID, we don't need to specify. Okay, let's see. Now with this, we want to return new. We pass in this order DTO and want to return new order, this order, right? And in that, we need to return. So let's say new order. So ID equals to order ID. Then we're going to have, we need a client ID equal to client ID. Then we have product ID, equal to product ID. Then we have order date. So this should be date, equal to order date. So let's set, this should be date. Okay. So we have it in here. Do you have any other? Okay, you have purchase quantity equal to purchase quantity. So that is what, anytime that we want to convert, this is what you're doing. We can just make it new. That is all. Okay. Now let's work on the other one, and that is public static. And here we want to return order, which could be null. We say this is order. And also we can return enumerable order, which also could be null. And I will say from entity, which takes in order and a list of orders. So we're saying this could be null, we're saying others. So with a return type, it should be DTOs. DTOs. Okay, let me minimize this. Alright, so in here, you want to return single. Now with that, we're saying if this order is null, is not null, or order list here is null, then you want to say that single order that we are having is equal to new order DTO. New order DTO. Now, you know, this DTO, we can specify the properties. So that is an order.id. Then let's check for now. We have order.id. We have order.client.id. Then we have order.product.id. Then we have purchase quantity. So order.purchase quantity. And then we are having date. Okay. So maybe I can put this on 1. And at the end, we want to return single order. But before we do that, since we need to return both, we have to put them this, and now pass now to the list that we have. Now let's return list. And now we are saying that if orders is not null, or order is null, that is where you want to execute this. So you want to grab orders, then we have the list that we coming in here, that select. You want to select order, and in this you want to select new order DTO. Now this order DTO, we want to specify ID. Let's check for now in case. Then we need an ID. Aside from that, we need client ID. So client ID. Then aside from that, we need product ID. Then what again? We need purchase quantity. And then we need order date. Okay. So this is what we need. And when we are done, all that you're going to do here is return others and then this. So the single entity should be null once we return the list. Okay. So we have this set. So now that we are done with our details and our conversions, we can close. Let's make sure we save all this. Let's close them, all tabs. Then we're going to create an interface, which is going to inherit from the generic interface that we provided or we created in the shared library. So in here, let's add a new folder to this. It can be contracts or interfaces. And let's have our interface created. So there's going to be an interface, and I'm going to say this iOrder. Now this should be public interface. Now this should inherit from iGeneric interface. Let's specify the model as order. And that is all. Can remove all this. Very simple one. But we can actually add one. We can extend this. We have to, or you want to get orders by ID. As soon as you provide client ID, we want to retrieve all orders. Okay. So maybe we have to add, and in a generic, we do not have that. So this interface is limited to this API. Therefore, let's add one here, and there's going to be task enumerable. Now we are saying this is orders. So this order, and now here we are saying this is get orders async, and in this we want to specify expression as function. So func. And in that, it is an object of what? Order. Let's provide this so we can specify any expression in it. Now that we have this, we need to implement this. So we have to go to our infrastructure and undo that in there. But before we create an interface or a repository for this, let's finish the application project. This layer, let's finish that. The last one that I need to do here is we need to create service. Now this service is going to be using to call an external service such as the product API, retrieve data and populate it. So let's have a service also created. Then we can rest assured and I'm moving to the next layer. Okay. So here I'm going to create another one. Let's have another folder. I'm going to name it as services. Now this services, I'm going to have an interface of iOrder service and the implementation in here. Now this iOrder service, what are the methods that we want? Currently we want only 2 interfaces, but we can add more, as you know. And here I want to get task. That is an enumerable. And I need order DTO. And here I'm saying get orders by client ID. And what I need to do here is specify the client ID. The next one, I need task, and here it is an order detail. So if I want to get an order detailed, I need to have this method implemented. So get order detailed, and here what I need here is an order ID. Okay. Let's implement this. So let's create a class, and that's going to be order service, which has to inherit from other service. Let's implement the interfaces. And in here, what are we to do? Let's inject our HTTP client straight ahead. Then we're saying this our client. Aside from that, we need resilient, because we're going to create that. Okay, so we need resilient pipeline provider. Now that's what you're going to use to get the retry policy. So this should take a value of string. And aside from that, we're going to say this is resilient pipeline. And that is what we need. We need two injections in here. Okay, now let's get product. So we want to set this product aside. Now this should be public. We're going to apply unit testing. So I think maybe we have to make this public so we can test this and see whether this will work or give us an expected result. Okay, so this will be public. And now with this public, we want to say it is an async task. This task will return a method of product DTO. Now this, we say this is get product. You know, this API does not contain product, so it means you're going to make a call to product API, passing the ID. And now in here, we want to call API. So product API. So using this HTTP client. And also, but before we do that, we need to redirect this. Let's direct this call to the API gateway, because by all means, you're going to create an API gateway first. So that is where you need to make a call to. So let's direct this to the API gateway. So since products API is not responding to outsiders, so at the end, anytime that you want to make a call to another API, you should direct this call to the gateway, and then the gateway will forward it. You cannot directly make a call to that API. That is a product API. No, you have to pass through the gateway. Okay, so that is the reason why we are doing it in here. Very soon, when we start creating the API, you then understand this very well. So product. So let's have our get product, and we're going to make it a call. So we're going to say it's an await. Then let's use this HTTP client that get async. And now here we need to implement our path, the address in here. We're going to set base address. So let's conjoin it with API, and here the controller name is product. Do you remember? So product, and in that we need to specify product ID as a parameter. Okay, then we're going to check. So this is going to return true or false, and then we are saying if get product dot success status code, then we want to return null. But in case it is, we want to get the product in here, and aside from that, you want to say get product dot content dot read. Let's get read from JSON async. Now passing our product DTO, because this method is returning product DTO. Okay, then let's return our products. Nice. Okay, so this method, we're going to be calling this in our get other detail and the subsequent methods. Okay, so here with a get product, it should come from here. Now this get other detail, you know, whenever you want to get details in here, we need to get the product information from the product API, and we need to get the user information too from the API. So we need to create, now in our Authentication API, we're going to make it possible so we can make a call to that. So let's have a method also created. And now here we're going to say get user. So we're going to get user from here. Then we're going to make a call to this user API, that authentication API that we are yet to create. And here we're doing the same thing. So I can grab this and I'm say here this is public async task. And now here we need app user DTO. So here we are saying get user, and now we're passing user ID. Okay, now let's grab whatever thing that we have in here because it is the same thing. Well, you can also make this generic, but for now we are not doing that. So we're saying get user, then we can now go ahead and check it up. In case it isn't, then we want to get user DTO from here, and we need user ID. Very simple. We're also done with this. So we have these two methods here which are going to be used in this repos. Great. Now let's start. Get order detail by ID, and that is this one. So this is get order detail by ID. Now with this method, what are we going to do? So let's first, we can get the order. So let's make it prepare. We're going to prepare them before we populate and return. So prepare order. Then in here, we're going to say that this order is equal to await. We are having this client, but we need to also inject our interface that we have created. So that's the key thing. So we cannot skip that. So I order, and I'm going to say this order interface. So you can grab this order interface from here. Then we're saying order interface dot get, not get, it's rather find. So find by ID, and now here we need to specify the order ID. We are saying if order that we are getting here is null, or we're saying this order that we have dot maybe ID is less than or equal to 0, then we want to return null. Else, what you want to do, we want to get retry pipeline, and this retry pipeline is going to be configured in such a way that as soon as it couldn't get the response, you're going to retry again. So retry strategy or retry pipeline. Then we're saying it's equal to this injection that we created, resilient pipeline dot, then we can have get pipeline. So we are not getting the type. Let's check the injection. It should be provider, resilient pipeline, use poly, provider. And now in here we can now have access to get pipeline. And now what is the name that you're going to give it to it? Maybe we can give it a name here as maybe since it is retry, my retry pipeline. We give it a name. So this is going to get the pipeline for us. Now this is a custom name that I am giving to mine. You can also change this, but before you change it, wait and I'll say it before you try to make change to this. Okay, now let's also prepare product. So now we have our pipeline configured. We can now go ahead and make a call and prepare products. So in this, we're going to say that this is going to return product DTO. So with that, we're going to say this retry pipeline that we have created dot execute. Now let's just execute async. Let's specify which maps to. Then we're going to make a call to this, that is get product. And now in that, you need to pass in order.product ID. So this is going to make a retry. As soon as you couldn't get the couldn't connect to the API, it's going to make a retry. And we're going to specify the number of retry in the settings. So don't worry. Now here too, let's prepare client. And now with this, we're going to say this is app user DTO. It's equal to await, then retry pipeline dot same execute async, and in that you want to say a token maps to await, then get user, passing order.client ID. Okay, but with this we have to check. And I should remove one of these. We have to check if user is not null, because from product, the reason why we are not checking for null here is, in product we have it checked here. That is from the order. So by all means, if you are not having the product, how can the user click on it to order? Well, that is the use case that I'm basing on. But well, you can also check for that, and use that you can also check for null for that. Well, I am not checking this. I've left that one for you. Now let's populate order details. So after you make a new call, you want to return new order details. Now this, so let's start populating it. Now here, what we need here first is we need an order ID. So order ID is the first thing. We need product ID. So, and now that's the product DTO dot ID. Do you have that? Product DTO. This should be an await. You can grab this. Product DTO dot ID. Then we need this app user DTO. We need dot ID. That is the client ID. We need name. So let's specify the name. That's the client name. Aside from that, we need email. So we need email. Then we need an address. So we need to also specify the address. So app user dot address too, we need that. The next thing is we need the client telephone number. So app user dot telephone number. And the next thing here, we need the product name. So product DTO dot name. Then we need the purchase quantity. So product. Now purchase quantity won't come from product because product does not have this purchase quantity. It is the order. So here we can say this order dot purchase quantity, and you're going to have the price. Now here we're talking about the unit price, so the price of the product, and now we are saying this is coming from the product DTO dot price as a unit price, and now here we're going to have the total quantity. So this quantity is going to come from the price multiplied by the quantity, right? This is simple mathematics. So you have a product dot quantity multiplied by the order dot purchase quantity. Then we have our date. That's the order dot ordered dates. So this is what we need to return. Alright, so we are still having an issue here. It does not contain 12 argument. Let's see. So pick definition, and now we have an ID. From here we have ID, product ID, user ID, that's the client ID. We have email. Well, we have an address. Well, that's what we forgot. So we need to add that. And this is coming from after the email, and that's an address. Great. So aside from that, we have the telephone number, we have our product name, purchase quantity, and then we have product name, then purchase quantity. Then we have the unit price, we have a total price, and we have other dates. Let's see. And also before the email, we need to add client name. So we have this required, and that is string and name. Great. So save this, and we have that. So with this method, we make two calls to an APIs, and we can get in the data, and then we are populating it in here. Okay. So the next method that we need to implement here, it is get others by client ID. So let's get this done as well. Then with this method, what are we going to do? So let's get all client others. So with this, we're going to say this others is equal to await. Then we can get this from the other interface dot. Here we can use this interface that we created. So that is a get others async. And now within that, we need to specify the function. So we are saying this other mask to this other, where client ID is equal to this client ID. So you want to make sure that we get all client ID. And now this is going to return list. Okay. So we have an others here, return list. And now we can now check. So if others.any, this others that we have in here .any, I think this should be others .any. Then we want to return, in case we don't have any, then please return null. Else, what I'm going to do, then convert it. So in case, okay, then convert from entity to DTO. We need to convert from entity to DTO. So we're going to say that we want to grab it as others. Then this others, we say equal to this other conversion that you created dot. So from entity, because what we are going to get here is entity, and we want to return it to DTO before we get it to the client. So we need to specify, and then this is going to take in the order. So we say this is others, but before that, this should be null because we want to convert multiple, that's a list. So you pass in this others. Okay. Now we need to, okay. Then once you have this, you want to return this others. So get the list, convert the list to DTO, and I return it. And that is what we are doing in our service. All right, so we have these two methods implemented, and we are using our retry strategy of strategies. You can see we have one in here, and that's what we are using to make a call to two APIs. Okay, so we are done with our service, and we can say goodbye to the application layer. So let's close this. And now we are going to, I nearly forgot one thing. That is another application layer. Since we have our retry strategies created, we need to register them and now set a default base address and etc. Isn't it? Yes. So I think we should do that. Let's add footer to this. And in here, we are going to make it as dependency. injection. Let's create service container. Here we have service container. This should be a public static. And in that, you want to have our static service collection, not provider. Service collection. Then we say add application service service collection. We have that service, and now we say this services, and then we need an configuration as before. So this is config. So in here, let's register HTTP client service, and also let's create dependency injection. So here we're going to say services dot add HTTP client, and now with this client, let's specify this order that we created, and we're going to create an interface. So that's an order service. That's going to be the implementation. Okay, so this should be the interface. Order. Okay, then implementation will come soon, but we haven't done that. So we have using application.services, not that. Oh yeah, so there's an order service talking about the. Okay, so use this, and then we have the ordered service. So control period, let's remove necessary usings. And now in here, let's configure our HTTP client. We can specify options, which maps to. Then we can say options dot base address. So what is a base address? Let's set this to new URI. And now with this, we can specify this in here as maybe the API gateway, then base address. Then with this, I think let's have it in a config in like this. Okay, so we go to the config file, and that is our app.setting.json file. We're going to have a section known as API gateway, and I'm going to specify the API gateway base address, and that is what we are setting up in here. Aside from that, let's issue a timeout. So we have an options.timeout. Let's set this timeout to time span dot from seconds, maybe 1. So within 1 second, in case you could not get a content, then timeout. Okay, so once you're done, the next thing I need to do here is to create retry strategy. So let's create retry strategy in here. Now with that, we're going to say this retry strategy. We set this equal to new. We're going to have retry strategy options. And now with this options, we want to should handle, that is new predicate builder. We need to specify this using poly. And now with that, which exception do you want to handle specifically? That is task cancelled exception. So within this, when you implement retry policy in poly, you can catch the timeout exception. But when you use timeout in this HTTP client, you need to catch the task cancel exception. That's what we are doing in here. So this should handle is equal to this. And aside from that, let's set our backoff type. Then we're going to say delay type the consistent. So it should give it a consistent number so we can make a retry. Then use jitter. Yes, set it true. Maximum retry attempt. Retry 3 times in case you have a first delay or first task cancelled or first timeout. Then what is it? Delayed time. We say this time span dot. Maybe I want to delay from milliseconds. And in that, I want to specify 500. Okay, so when you first make a retry, delay for 500 milliseconds and I'll start another one. Then maybe on retry, I want to just display it in the console, so log the exception. But I don't want to log this into the file, because for the file, you want to log an exception which is genuine, not this one, because this one is just a retry. So you don't want to log that. But if you want to log it, then you can go ahead and undo that to the file. So within this, you want to say this is a message. So message is equal to, we're going to have this string interpolation. Then we say here is on retry. We want to grab the number of retry and also an attempt. Then the first one on retry, we're going to have ask dot. We're going to have retry, attempt retry. So attempt number. And the next one is an outcome. Okay, so with this outcome, we also want to grab ask dot outcome. Was it successful or not? When we have this, let's log exception. That's a class that you created. So log exception. Now this, we don't want to log to file, so let's log to console. We pass in a message. Let's also log to debugger. Okay, and at the end of the day, we're going to return value task dot completed. Let's make sure we save this. Okay, so we have a retry strategy created. Now the next one here is you're going to use this retry strategy. So retry strategy. Now how do we use it? We're going to say services dot add resilient pipeline. Then let's give it a name. So my retry pipeline. Do you remember? Yes, I believe you now remember, isn't it? And now after that, let's make an option. We say this is builder, which maps to, we're going to have a builder dot add retry. And now since you can create a new option here, but since you have the option created already, well, there's no need for us to create an option. We can go ahead and now use this straightforward, very simple one. Then at the long run, what I'm going to do, return services. Very simple, isn't it? Okay, so now we are done. Anytime that you want to use this, all that you need to do here is consume this service in our presentation layer, and that is all. Save this, and now we can say goodbye to this application layer. Now let's go to the next layer, and that's going to be the infrastructure layer. Let's go ahead and create a repository. So let's implement what we created. So repositories, and we have an interface already created. So all that you need to do here is to create a class. Now there's going to be other repository. This should be a public. Now after that, we need to include our other DB context, but we haven't created any other DB context. So this should come from other. Now this interface, let's implement the interfaces. before we come here, let's remove all necessary users. Let's go to create our folder so we can add a DB context, and I claim it as data. Let me add other DB context class, and that is an other DB context. Other DB context, which is going to inherit from DB context. Let's use entity framework call. We can generate constructor, and now in that, let's specify a DB context within the options. Then in that, we can also use our primary constructor. This should be public. Then let's create our DB set. So public async, not async. Let's have our property DB set, and this is an order. And now with this order, we're going to say this is orders. So orders, yes, we have it set. Now we can also clear these ones. Now let's go back and I use it in here. So we say this order DB context. We say this is context. And to create what are we going to do, we also need to implement our try catch. Then we have our catch. So within our catch, we have an exception. And now with this exception, we want to log this. So with this, let's log original exception as we did. So original exception, and in that we can have access to log exception. So we created list log exception dot log exceptions, and here let's specify our EX. Aside from that, we need to display some scary free message to user. To client, and in that we want to have a look at this. So we want to say return. Send is going to return a response. So a new response. This new response, and that is false from the flag. And this is a message, maybe error occurred while placing order. Okay, so this is a message that you want to display. Now with this, we can grab this. Since you're going to be using it everywhere, all that you need to do here is make a paste. And make a paste. When we get there, we're going to modify what is in. So get by async. Get others. Let's replace this. So we are handling this local exception first. We have global exception also there waiting. This should be an async. Then the next thing that we're going to do here is let's have get others. So get other, we're going to have await. Then get by async. Here we want to specify the name. So we're going to say that maybe other maps to this other that's ID. If it is equal to this entity coming in. That's ID. This will return single or default. Then we're going to say if get order here is null, that it is not null, and get order dot ID is greater than 0. It means it has content, and in case it does, then I want to return new response. And now this is false, and saying that order has been placed. Is that so? Yes, we cannot, because orders are going to be generated. The IDs are going to be generated by the person and by the system. So here, what is the essence of the question? What is the essence of getting the order by ID? I'm not sure it makes sense right now. So maybe a client can place multiple orders, and client is not mandated to provide order ID. So I'm not sure checking this is essential. Well, let's remove this. And let's go straight ahead and now add this. So we say this order here is equal to our context that is coming in dot orders table dot add, and now let's add this order, and after adding we can get the entity in here. So we have await context of save changes, and we can check if order added dot id here is greater than 0. It tells you that yeah, we have it. It's been saved. Okay, so in that you can use this ternary operator to check it. So we can say return order.id greater than 0. If so, then return new response, and now with this response this should be true, and I'll say that order placed maybe successfully. Else, what do you want to do? You want to return false. So let me put this in a new line. Return false, and error occurred while placing order. Maybe we can type in that. Error occurred placing order. Okay, then let's go to, we have the delete. Now for this delete, okay, you have it set. All right, so we need to find the order. So we say this is order is equal to, then await. We have this order, find by id, passing this entity.id, and that is an order. Now here, what are you doing? Let's check if order is null, then let's return new response, and now there's going to be false. I say order not found. But in case it is there, what are you going to do? Then let's delete it. So we're going to delete it. We're going to say context dot orders dot remove, and now pass in this order. After that, await, then context of save changes, and at the end return we're going to return new order. That's a new response instead, and that's going to be true. And in here we're going to say order successfully deleted, and that is this. Now error occurred while deleting order. Then the next one here is find by id. So with this method, you're going to say this is an order, and this is equal to context dot orders dot find async, passing this id. This will return null, so we can check if order is not null, then we want to return the order. Or maybe we can say that return order is not null, ternary operator, then return this order. Else we want to return maybe null. But well, in case order is not null, it's still going to return null. So you can actually just have it return order, that is all. Or you can even do this. Both will work. So error occurred while maybe you can have retrieving. Retrieving order. Maybe why do you have this? Okay, so in here we haven't returned this, so we cannot. So let's throw new exception. So we're going to throw new exception. And now with this exception, that is where we are passing on this method, which is taking a message. Okay. Now get all is also quite simple. We're gonna get all orders. So that's an await context dot, then others dot as no tracking dot to list async. Then we're gonna say return others not now, then return this others, else return now. We have an exception, so error occurred. We need to throw new exception as well. Then in here, let's remove this. So while retrieving others, we can just have a look in here retrieving. Let's add s with this others. Now let's get other by async. So in here, you're gonna say this other is equal to have await context dot others. Then we're gonna use a where clause. We pass in our predicate. Now with this predicate, then we want to return first or default. Then return order is not null. Then return this order, else return null. Okay. Now in case you have any issue, because you are returning an order, so we cannot return response. We need to throw this response instead. Throw this exception. And the same thing while retrieving order. Okay. And the last one here is we have, okay, not last, we have two. So get others async. Now with this, let's have our others. So equal to, we're gonna have await context dot where. So we're gonna have an others dot where. We pass in our predicate. And now with this, we want to return dot to list. So you can see there's a slight difference here. Returning a list, whilst this is returning first or default. And we're going to return, but this is not now. Then return this others, else return now. Okay, we need to also throw this. Okay. The last one, we want to have an update. So we want to first get an order. You can call this method passing this entity.id, and we're going to say if order is null, then we want to return new response. So we can say entity name. So even here we cannot get a name here. This we have an ID, the product name, a client ID, and that's another ID. So other, let's say other not found. I think we can do that. Okay, so let's make this as false. But in case it is found, then we want to detach it and update. So context dot entry. Now with this, you want to specify this other. So dot state equal to, then you want to detach. And I'll save it. After we are done, let's say order. So that's a context that's order dot update. Then let's pass in this entity. This entity has the ID already, so it's going to update it. Then after that, we can save changes. So await context dot save changes async, and we're going to return new response. This will be true, and now here we are saying that order updated. So now we are done with this. We're going to create a dependency injection. That's a service container for our this interface or this layer 2. So let's add folder to this, and that's a dependency injection. Okay, so in that we need to create a service container. Now in our service container, let's set this as public, static. Then in here, we're going to have a public, static. This we're going to return iService collection, as you know. We say add infrastructure, service. Then let's add configuration as well. So we're going to add database connectivity. Aside from that, we're going to add authentication scheme. So we're going to say that the shared service that we created, so the shared service container dot add shared service, and now with this it needs a DB context, and our context here is other DB context, and in that let's specify our services that we have in here. Aside from that, we need a config, and we also need to have it this set in a presentation layer. So what is the name that I want to give it to as a file when logging? So we say my servilog. Then in that we can grab the same file name. Okay. So the next thing here is to create dependency injection. And now with that, we're going to say services dot add, it should be scope or singleton. Then I order, that's our interface. And I believe we know 8 implementation, that is an order repository. So we have this set. At the long run, return services. Okay, so after that, let's also add a middleware pipeline, and that should be a public. This should be static application builder, and we say use infrastructure, maybe policy, this application builder, then we say this is app. Now in here, register middleware such as global, which was created in the shed, global exception, and the detail is to handle external errors. Then we have the next one as listen to API gateway only, and the detail of this is to block all outsiders calls. So we're going to block all outside calls and also listen to API gateway only. Okay, now let's have this. So that is a shared service. Then use shared policies, parsing this app. At the end, return app. Save it. And that is all. Now let's go to our infrastructure. That is the presentation. So we're also done with our infrastructure. Let's close this. Let's go to our presentation. So let's go to, in our product API, we created a section, and that section contained our connection string, our Verilog file name, authentication section with the key, issuer, and the audience. Do you remember? We're going there to make a copy of that, and we paste them here because we cannot type it again once you have typed it already. Yeah, so we have it, and that is it. So we have a connection string, this is a connection string. We have a Verilog, and now this is not an product, this is other API. Then there's the same key for authentication and the audience. Like I said earlier on, you can implement this, save this in a vault or in a secret server, so we can go in there and grab it. Else, you need to copy this and paste it in all APIs app settings, which is not the best, but for the purpose of this demo, I think here it's okay. Now let's see. So after we are done with this, the next thing I'm going to do here is registering this, the infrastructure in the program. So in here, we need to use the namespace. So using is an other API dot, then we're going to have infrastructure dot dependency injection, and we can go ahead and I'll say builder dot configuration or the services dot add. Then we can have infrastructure. Then in here we need to have builder dot configuration. Okay. And aside from that, when it comes to this using, we also need to use app.use infrastructure policy, and that is all. Now we have one thing left, and that's going to be the last one for this video, is to create our controller. But before we do that, let's go to the properties, our configuration. In here, it's going to run on HTTP, so we can get rid of this. So we have the, let's see. And now this, it should run on the port of 5002. So 5002. You know, product is running on 5001 and other is running on 5002 and what? HTTP. Okay. So now that we are done with this, let's go in and create our controller. So right click on the controllers folder and we're going to add a new controller, API empty one, and it's going to be audit. So others controller. So here we need to inject our interface and our service. So I order controller, that's I order, that's an interface, and we're going to say this is order interface, then I order service, and that is order service, because we're going to be using both. Alright, so for the first method, we're going to have HTTP, this is get, and now with this, it's public async task, and you should have an action result. So action result, and now this should return I enumerable of order DTO, and now we are saying this is get orders. Now with this get orders, we are saying that this orders equal to awaits. Then we have the order interface dot get or async. When you have it, we're going to check if it's not any. So that is an orders here dot any. The orders that we have dot any. What do you want to do? You want to return not found. Okay, so return not found, and now in that, let's put some message in there. So no order, so detected in the database, and that is what we want to tell the user. So if client wants to access the orders whilst he or she hasn't ordered anything, that is what it's going to say. Now let's see the next one. But in case orders are found, then we're going to say there's a list, order list. Then this order list, we're going to use this order conversion. This order conversion dot from entity. We're going to provide the orders in here. So this will be null. Then provide the orders with this. This is going to return a list. Then but we can also check if this list that we coming in dot any, then what are we going to do? We want to return okay. So if return not found, else return okay with the list. You can see, so this is going to return false because we are negating it. So we are saying that in case no result is found in there, then we want to return not found, and this should be so any should be question mark. Okay, then the next thing that we're going to do here is we want to get. Let's go to the next one, and there's also going to be HTTP get. Now with this, it should be the same. So that's a public async task. Now this should be action result, and in that is a response type. So it shouldn't be get, it should be post, because we're going to add, and then that's a response coming from our shared library. Now aside from that, we want to say this is create order. So create order in here, and now with this order we need to provide this order DTO. Okay, then we say order, Then aside from that, what are we going to do? Let's set for model state first in case it isn't. So incomplete data submitted. But if in case it worked, in case this object here has values, then let's convert this to entity. So to do that, you're going to say get entity. So get entity, we say this equal to, we're going to have this other conversion, then dot to entity. Then in that we specified this other DTO. So when we do that, you're going to have, maybe let's grab this access, but first of all, I think we should grab the response. So let's say this is a response. Then we're going to say await. So other interface dot create async. We pass in this get entity, and we can check return response dot success flag. So here we need to use flag. If it is true, meaning it's success, then what I'm going to do, display OK with the response. Else, what I'm going to do, you want to display bad request with the same response. So we are switching the status code based on the flag, the state of the flag, if it is success or if it is true or false. Okay, now let's see, that is post. If I want to get single order, that's going to be an HTTP get, and now in here we need to specify an ID. Now I want this ID to be integer only. It should be public async a task. This should have an action result, and this action result should come with other DTO. So with this other DTO, I'm going to say this get order, then specify other ID. Okay, but this ID should the same as what we have specified in the verb. Okay, so in here, we can say other is equal to await. Then we can get this from this other interface dot find passing the ID. Then we can return. We can return other is null. If other is null, then return not found. Then we can say that other not found. Else, what are you going to do? Return OK, and I return it with other. Okay, now here this is going to return this other, right? So instead of returning this other not found, let's pass in null. Yes, of course we want to return, and we want to return this. So let's pass in null for that. Alright, so yeah, I forgot one thing. You know, this is returning this order, and then you want to return this DTO. So I think this shouldn't be there. We should check it well using if order is null. Then we want to return not found, and now pass in now. Then else we want to say that get this order should be in bracket. Okay, so here is equal to order conversion dot, and here we are converting it from entity, so we need to provide the order, and that is this order, and null here for the list. Now we can return OK with the order. Okay, now the next thing I need to do here is update. So in case I want to update, what will I do? what can we do to update it? It's an HTTP. That is HTTP put. So it should return the same response. So public async is a task, and this should come from action results, and this is coming from response, and we say this is update order. Then we need to pass in our order DTO as well. Then in here, what are we going to do? Let's convert this order DTO into an entity. So we say convert from DTO to entity. So we're going to say var, we're going to have our order. Then we're going to have this for now, for the list. And we're going to have order conversion dot to entity. We need to specify this order DTO, and now for the list. Okay, then in here, what are we doing? We have our order to entity. Okay, so it's just, we don't need only this order. So once you're done with this, we can go ahead and save this to the database. So let's have our response. So it's equal to, then we're going to have an order interface. We have an update, so we're going to update this, then specify this order. This should return a response, so we can check return response dot flag. If it is true, then return, maybe we can return no content when it's updated, or okay. We can but let's return okay. If it is true, return okay with the response. But in case it isn't, then maybe bad request will be okay with the response as well. Let's have a look on delete. So this should be an HTTP delete. And now with this, we should specify an ID. Well, so for delete, we are not specifying ID because we're going to push the whole model. You can also specify the ID if you don't want to use it. This should be public async task and action result, and here we need the same response, and say delete order. Now with this order, we need an order DTO, and in here we need to first convert from DTO to entity. So we have it as this order is equal to, you're going to have order conversion, and that is this dot to entity. All that you need to do here is specify the DTO. We have that. Even, do we have to convert it? We don't, because you're going to delete it and we need only the ID. Well, we need to do that. Now let's have our response. It's equal to this order interface dot delete. Now this needs a module of order, so that's the reason why we need to do pass it on. After doing that, we can then go ahead and now check response. So let's go and then grab this. Okay, so after delete, you want to say response, return a response or bad request. We want to also do that. Then let's get client orders. So we have client orders, and this should be an HTTP get. Let's put this where we have this, and that is HTTP get. And now with this get, all that you need to do here is let's have a route, and now we say this is client ID. This should be integer. Then we should have a public async task of action result. Now this action result should come from other DTO. And now with this other DTO, you are saying get client orders, and we pass in client ID. So with this, we're going to say, let's first check if client ID here is less than or equal to 0 in here. We want to return bad request. Return bad request. And in that, we're going to say something like invalid data provided. Okay, that is if this client ID here is less than or equal to 0, but I'm not sure it will be. If not, then let's go and grab the others, or client others. So that is an other interface dot get clients dot get by async. Now this, okay, this get others dot get others async. All that you need to do here is to pass in the client ID, because this, since this is taking the function, we need to specify that. So whereby this client ID is equal to the client ID coming in here, and that is so. Okay, now this is going to return a list, right? So let's check and I return. Let's check in case it is not null. So we're going to return. We are negating it, and then we are saying others that we have in here, dot any. Then we want to, so in case we don't have, we want to return not found, else we want to return okay. Alright, so this is what we are having. This return other, so maybe we can pass in null. Then the next thing that we're going to do here is we have this get client order by ID. We're going to get a list of orders by the client, and that is what we've done. We have a last method to work on, and that is get order details. So this is going to get the whole list of orders. Now you want to get specific order detail. Okay, so I learned from this. This should be null, and also we need to return this here. Yes. Okay. Now let's have other details, and this should be an HTTP GET. So with this, we need to specify the routes, and now here to be saying this is client. And now with this client, not the client itself, because there's an other detail. So it's a details, then let's specify other ID. So other ID, which should be integer by all means. And so this is public async task. Now this task, what we are doing here is we want to action results, and we are going to return this other detail. So we pass in this other detail DTO, and I will say this get other detail. We pass in int, and that is other ID. So in that, you can also check in case the other is less than or equal to 0. In case it isn't, then we're going to say other details equal to, you have an await, then other service that we have in here. That is other service dot, then we can get this, the method that we created, we added. That is get other details. And now with this get other details, what we need to do here is we specify the other ID. Okay, then we want to check. So if other detail that we are getting in here is null, then what can we do? Let's use the ID, because definitely the ID, as soon as you get an order, the ID will be greater than 0. So let's say return order detail dot ID greater than 0. If yes, then return OK with the order detail. Else, return not found in here. And now maybe we can put it no record found. Okay, when we check this get client orders ID, we are implementing this interface, but rather we created a service here to get it from an API call, right? So maybe we can use this service. So we're gonna say that this other service dot get, we have get orders by client ID. Now this takes in only the client ID. So let's specify the client ID. And this is going to give us a list. So we can now grab it and now use it in here. Well, so we have our controller also implemented nicely. All that we're going to do here is let's rebuild this solution. After that, we perform database migration to make sure a table has been created and added to a database, and we run our application, our API, and now check it out. We're having an issue here. Let's check that out. Okay, so in here we are having this other ID. It is saying something. Not code return. Okay, so in case it is not, in case order is null, orders is also null, then you want to return default. Null for default. Yes, we can check it again. We can build this again. So let's run this. But before we do that, migration should come first. We make sure we set presentation as startup and we perform a migration. So set this as startup project, package manager console. Then you make sure you select infrastructure. Then let's add migration. We have a folder created already. So we're going to put everything in there. Let's give it a name. I'll say first. Oh, I forgot to add S. Okay. Yeah, so that's ready. It's created. Now let's update our database. Alright, so that is ready. Now let's run that and check it out. Alright, so this is ready. Now let me pull this console. We have it in here. Okay. So let's try to get product orders. Okay, so here we're having an issue, and I'm saying that, let's see, unable to resolve service for the type I order service. Yes, we haven't reset that. Let's go and solve that quickly. When you go to solution, you check the application. We created the service container here, but we did not reset that. So let's go to our program, and in here we need to use using other API dot then application dot dependency injection. Then in here, the next thing that we're going to do is you're going to have builder.services dot, then that is add application service. We need the same builder.configuration configuration. And when you check again from the service container, do we have, yes, so okay, sorry, it has been added. Now you can go ahead and I'll restart this and it should work now. Okay, so this is ready again. Let's get product. Hey, others, not product. You want to get others. We are having error, so when you check, this is null and we did not specify the base address. Okay, so we need to specify the base address of the API. So let's close this. Now we can do that from API gateway and our base address. So let's go to our app settings. We must have, that is an API gateway. And now in that, we should have base address. And now this base address, it is on HTTP, and that is a local host. The port is 5001. That is the address for the product API. Okay. Now let's rerun this again. Let's try this one more time. Alright, so you can see that we have the data in here, and actually we are not having any data yet because you can see we have no other detected in database. It means the database is well connected. Let's go and add other. So let's maintain the other ID 11, and also product ID is 1, client ID is still 1, and now we have our quantity here 10. Okay. Let's click on execute and let's see. So error occurred while placing order. Let's find out from here. And when you check here, you can see we have the login here and error occurred while saving the entity. See the inner exception. Okay. Now let's go up. So an exception occurred while saving this. So cannot insert explicit value for identity column in the table order when insert is set to off. Alright, so let's check that. Let's rerun this and I'll put the breakpoint so we can debug it and check it out. So from the controller, create is in here, post, that is create, and I'm going to call this method so we can put breakpoint in here. And now let's go to the repo. And so where you have this create, we're also going to put a breakpoint. Even here will be okay. Alright. Let's rerun this again. Check it out. So let's go to post order. Then try this out. We have product ID 1. Client ID also 1. Then we have purchase quantity, let's say 10. ID will be set automatically, so we need not to do that. Now let's say a point is hit. Now this DTO, so we want to get this order, and we have it in here. The ID is 0. Great. Let's click on next. And this is where the problem is. Okay. So it has been, saved. Click on next. Okay. And now it has been saved. And now let's see, what is this order? Is the order greater, the ID greater than 0? Yeah, the ID is 1, so greater than 0. If so, then continue on. And it should return success. Yes, order placed successfully. It means you provided value to this ID, and that shouldn't be that because this is automatically. So we can, let's also add product of ID 2, then the same client ID, and that is this. Let's save, execute this. continue, and we have it also. Yes. So if I open this and let's try to get order. So pass in the ID, order ID is 1, and I'm trying to execute this, and we should get the order in here. If you want to get client order detailed, let's see. Now this will not work because the API, product API is off. We need to turn it on. Okay, but for now you want to check whether retry is going to work. So let me just minimize, make it small, and I'll bring this here and I'll check it out. So if I pass in order ID of 1, I want to grab this order detail, check what is going to happen. Now you want to make a call, and I can see we have retry attempt is 1. You can see it's retrying how many times? 3 times before it gets response in here, and I'm telling you request timeout, try again. So watch out. You can see that we have the log, and I'll check it here. The retry is over here. You can see the attempt here is 2. It is attempting 3 times. This is a 2, and we have the third one. So we start from 0, 1, 2, making 3. So this is 2, meaning it is a third one. We have 1, and we have 0, and that is over here. So you can see it's attempted 3 times. It tells you that yes, our timeout policy is working. And as soon as you have a timeout, you know we are getting a request. That's an information out of it, as you can see from here. Great. Now let's make sure our product API is active. Now let's see whether we can get data from, they can get response from that. So let me open the project. So that is, and now with this product API, let's run this on HTTP, that is port of 5001. And let's see. So let's get product in here. Let's check and see whether we have product in a database. Alright, so we have product of ID 1. Alright, so this means it can work. Now let's go to, there's an order. And now this order, let's try to get the details here and see whether it's able to communicate with the product API and now get the record for us. Alright, so you can see it is ready. Now, when you have a look in here, you can see, yeah, it got it. So we have a product name. We have purchase quantity, the total per unit price here, and this price here is coming from the product. So if you want to cross check, you will see this is a product detail. We have there's an ID, so a product ID of 1. We have quantity, and that is set. We have price multiplied by the quantity that the user want to buy, that is 10, and we have them set up in here. Yeah, but you can see we have email address and telephone number set to null because it's trying to reach the Authentication API, but it couldn't find that, so it has returned null, and we have the rest data in here. Good. So when we create authentication and then we connect them, by then we can get everything in here. But since we haven't created the Authentication API, we can maintain that. We can leave this out and focus on what we have built now. Alright, so this is working. You can go ahead and try the delete and answer the update. It's going to work. We are diving into crucial component of our e-commerce microservice architecture, and that is implementing JWT authentication. That is JSON Web Token authentication. This will be the key to securing our APIs and managing user sessions effectively. I will walk you through the setup of our Authentication API using JWT, ensuring our microservices remain protected while allowing seamless access for authorized users. Let's get started and lock down our APIs with secure, reliable authentication. So when we go through our diagram again, you can see that we have about 4 APIs in here. Gateway is 1, we have authentication is 2, we have other and product.
Now, all of these are inheriting, or they are going to use this Authentication API. So we need to create it in such a way that before a user can have access to this API in here, this user must be authenticated by this API. And that is what we're going to do. And the type that we're going to use here, it is JWT. All right, so let's get started. We've made 3 videos before this. So if you haven't checked any of the videos, kindly check the video description. I have the videos link in there. You can watch them. All right, so let me close this. And we're going to create a new solution, and you're going to create project using the clean architecture by having our domain, our infrastructure, our application, and our presentation layers. So let's launch a Visual Studio 2022 or higher. And now we're going to create a blank solution. So choose blank solution, and let's give it a name. As a name, that's what we have been using for this project. That is demo eCommerce. Then dot. Now this is going to be Authentication API solution. So that is the namespace, and let's choose location for that. And click on create to create. So once you're going to add the clean architecture for the authentication project. Add new project, and this is going to be class library. So we're saying Authentication API dot domain. So let's add this. After this, we need to add the layers. Let's go and add the next one. And now this is application. Let's add infrastructure. Let's add presentation. And this, we choose Web API. So let's clean the default class created within each project. We're going to delete weather forecast. Let's remove the controller. Let's rebuild this project. Now the building is done. Let's go to the infrastructure and let's install these packages. So we need bcrypt.net. This is a package that we need to encrypt user password. This will be used for encryption and verification. So install that. And let's install EF call to the presentation layer. So we need Microsoft.entityframeworkcall.tools. Make sure you install this package. These are the packages that we will need. Now let's go ahead and add our shared library project. And that is our eCommerce.shared library. So let's add this project. Let's add project references. So we need to add this library to the application and the infrastructure and also the presentation. So let's add this to the application. So under dependencies, right click, add project reference, select the library. Okay. Now go to the infrastructure and now let's add the application. And let's go to the presentation and add the infrastructure. Right click on this. Let's rebuild it again. So succeeded. Let's clear all this and let's go and create our DB set. So close all. Now go to solution and under domain, let's add folder. Let's name this as entities. Let's go ahead and add a model. And I'm going to call this as app user. So we are not implementing the identity manager. We want to have something simple for this project. So we are creating a simple custom authentication as GWT. Now let's have this ID as integer. Aside from that, we need the name of the user. We also need the telephone number. We need address. We need email. We need password. Then we need role. Then maybe date. Now let's set this to datetime dot now. That is what we need for our model. We need to go ahead and create our DTO. So that is all that we need to do in the domain. Let's go to our application. Now in here, let's add folder as DTOs. Do you remember that when we were creating the other API, we created a DTO for app user? Do you remember that? Yes, so go there and now copy that. Because that's what I'm going to use here. I'm not going to type everything again. So this app user DTO. And this, you're going to make it as a record. We need name, telephone, address, email, password, and a row. Date will be set automatically. So there is no need for us to provide it. Let's save this. In order for user to log in, for GWT token to be generated, we need to provide a login DTO. So let's go ahead and add a class. Login DTO. This is going to be a record as well. Now with this, we want to have email, and password. The next thing that we are going to do is to create our interface, whereby this interface is going to have 3 interfaces. So let's add a folder to the application. Let's name it as interfaces or contracts. Within that, let's create an interface, and I'm going to name mine as iUser. You can also change yours. Now this should be public, and I believe you know this. Let's have a look in here with our 3 interfaces that we need to create. They all come as a result of task. Then we're going to have the response created in our shell library. And the first method here is register, as you know. Then we need to pass in our app user DTO. Then let's have the object out of it. We need to also have another one, which is coming as a response. And now with this is login. Now we're going to set a token to the message property. So don't worry. Then we're going to have login DTO. And in that, we're going to say login. Then last one, we want to have get user. This get user should return app user DTO, and that is get user, whereby we specify user ID. We need these 3 interfaces. Well, you can create more, okay, but for now, that is what we need for our system to work. This should come from shared library, not Azure. So now that we have this, what is the next thing that we need to do? We have our interface created, and what do you think will be the next step? We go straight to our infrastructure. We're going to create a folder known as repositories, and in there, we're going to implement the interface that we have created in here. So quickly, let me close this layer, open the infrastructure layer. Let's add folder to that. Now within this folder, we're going to add a class which is going to inherit this interface. So I'll say this is user repository. Now this user repository is going to inherit our user interface. Let's implement the 3 interfaces that we have. Before we can work with this, we need to have our DB context. So let's create authentication DB context. Let's create a folder in there first. So folder in the infrastructure. Name it as data or whatever. Then let's add a class. This is authentication DB context. Now this authentication DB context, this should inherit from DB context. We need to create constructor for this and then specify the DB context, where we can use primary constructor to handle that on a single line. Let's make this as public. Aside from that, let's create a DB set. That's going to be a table in a database. And this is DB set. Let's specify our model as app user. Then we say that we want the table name to be users. Let's remove unnecessary users. Save this. Go to the user repository. And here, let's inject it, the interface. user, and I will say this is user interface. Now, in order for us to get the user, what must we do? I believe you have a fair idea on that, isn't it? You can pause the video and try to implement it, and let's see. Since we'll be generating our JWT, we have to inject our I configuration, and I believe you haven't forgotten that. So when it comes to get user, we can have this user equal await. Then we have a context. So here, I think there's a mistake. This should be authentication DB context. And I believe you've done that, isn't it? So authentication DB context. And we say this is context. Great. Now in here, we are saying that context.users, that we can have a look with first or default async, whereby this user marks to user dot, what are we looking up for? Email. So let's use email, and here you want to check it is equal to, all right, so here we are passing in user ID, not user email, but this should be email, not an ID. So maybe we have to go into our interface, and instead of the user ID, we should change it to user email. Or maybe, I'm sure we're going to make a call to that. So let's maintain it. Let's finish the code before. All right, so here we're saying that this user ID and this get user here, it is not what we're going to implement. We're going to be getting data from the user. So maybe we can extract that method as a public or private. Maybe let's make it as private, because we're going to be calling this multiple times. So it's better that we have a separate class to handle that. Let's have this as a private. This async is a task, and this will return app user. And we say this gets user by email. Let's specify the email in there. And in here, we're going to say user is equal to, then we're going to have context. Let's have an await first. So context dot user dot first or default, whereby this user dot email is equal to this email coming in. We want to return user is null. So return if user is null, then you want to return null, else we want to return user. This will come in the form of app user. That is a DB set. Maybe we can make this nullable. Okay, so when it comes to get user, what are we going to do? Let's say this user here is equal to this. Let's find ID, because since we have an ID here, we can use find async. Now within that, let's specify the user ID. And with this, as soon as we get it, you want to return new. Before we return, we have to check it. So we are saying that if user is not null, that is where we want to do this. Okay, but we can use ternary operator to handle this simple. So let's have return user is not null question mark. Then you want to return new app user DTO, and in that we need the user ID. So let's specify user ID. So user.id. Then we need telephone. So user.telephone. The next thing is we need, okay, so the name first before telephone. So user.name. Then we have our telephone. And the next one, we have address. So user.address. Next, we have email. That is user.email. Next, we have password. And we're not going to return password. Okay. So you want to return row. And that is user.row. So you want to return this. Now, in case user is null, then return null. When we check this, we are saying that we did not specify. Let's check the user DTO. We have row, address. All right, so from this password app user DTO, so meaning there's an issue here. Now, if you're going to get user, we don't want to include a password, right? But when adding user, you want the user to add password. So it tells us that we need to create two entities or two DTOs for that. One is get user DTO, and one is create user DTO. So once you have this app user DTO, let's go and create one DTO attached to this. Let's go to application, and in that, let's add class of this, and here this is get user DTO. Now this get user DTO, let's go to this app user DTO. Let's grab this. Let's go to get user DTO. Let's paste this here. Let's make sure we swap the class, the name. Now there's a record. So here, let's make sure we include the using statement, and let's remove all unnecessary namespace or this links. That is a using statement added. Now we want to remove the row. Note that is a password because we don't need password. And let's grab this. Let's go to the interface. And now where you have this get, you want to return get user DTO. When we go to the implementation here, we are returning this. You want to get this. Okay. And here what it is saying, we need to make sure we check for now. Let's check for now with this. And that is it. So this is going to get at the user as soon as you provide user ID. Okay. Now let's have a look with the create and the login. Let's first work with the create first, and that's the register. So here we have a register. Now with this register, we're going to check first, get the user. So it's equal to await. Get user by email. We need to specify the email. So that's appdto.email. Now we can check. So if this is null, then we want to return new response. And now this is going to be false. And it's saying user already exists. Well, or you cannot use this email. Whatever, you can add a lot here. You cannot use this email. Maybe for registration. That is what I'm adding, but why you can customize this. Okay. But in case the user is not found, it means this is a new user. And we're going to have result equal to context.user. So let's have context.user.add. And now here, let's have new app user. We need to convert this into, we don't need to provide ID to be given automatically. And now this is app user name. We have email, and that is app user email. We have password, and now with password we're going to say that bcrypt. So bcrypt.next.bcrypt.hash password. Now let's provide a password, which is app user.password. And the next thing, we need to provide telephone number. We said this is equal to app user.telephone number. We need to provide address, and we do so. Do you have any left? You have row. Let's write row as well, and that's the app user.row. Okay. As soon as you are done with this, we can go ahead and now perform context, save changes async. And as soon as we save changes, we want to return a success response to user. So let's say return, then we're going to have result.entity, then .id. If it is greater than 0, it means, yeah, it worked. If you set this to true, the user has registered. So let's have user registered, maybe successfully. Then or return new same response, that will be false. And now just name it invalid, data provided, or error occurred. You can add any. Okay. And that is all we need to do under registration of user. Let's go to the login. So login is over here. If the user wants to log in, what is the first thing? You want to get the user detail first. So you call to await, so you call get user. Now this get user, let's provide by email. Provide the email in there. We're going to say that if user is, so if user is null, then we want to return new response. Now this new response, that should be false, and I believe you are aware of that. And we're going to say this is invalid user or credential. But in case user is found, let's confirm the password verification. So we say verify password, which will return here, and we say bcrypt. So bcrypt.next.bcrypt, then verify. Now that we need to provide the raw password, and that is coming from login.dto.password. And now the hash password is coming from getUser.password. So if this is true, then we can go ahead. So we say if verify password here it is false, then what are we going to do? We want to return new response. And on this response here, you want to say the flag is false, and invalid, you want to so have a look at it, invalid credentials. Let's close this. But in case the password matches what we have in database, then we're going to create a token, and we're going to have a method known as generate token. Now this generate token, let's pass in this model, that is get user. And at the long run, let's return new response. Let's pass in true, and now from the message we pass in this token. Let's go ahead and now generate this method. So down here, let's have a private, which could be static, is to return string, And now the name is generate token. It's coming in with app user. So we say this is user. Now with this method, let's have our key extracted, and we can extract our key using this encoding by utf8.getByte. So let's encrypt this get byte, and now in there we can have config.get section, and this section, what's the name of this section? That is authentication. Do you remember? Then in there you want to grab the key, then you want to extract the value, check for null, and that is what you want to get. So let's also have security key. Now this key that we have in here is equal to new symmetric security. I got a security key, not the algorithm is over here. Then let's pass in the key that we have created or retrieved. Now the next thing that we're going to do is quite simple. We need to create our credentials. Now with credentials, we have a look at it as new signing key. So we have sign credentials, pass in the security key, and also let's specify the algorithm to use. And we want to use HMAC256. Let's create our claims. Now these claims, we're going to have it in a new list. This list of claim type. And now with this claim type, we need to include system.security.claims. So let's use that. Then in here, let's have two claims. So we have a new, and that is claim types dot name. Let's give it value. So user dot name. Let's check for now. The next one, let's add the email. So here we can say that claim type dot email, and that is user dot email. Let's add row. Now claim type dot row. Then we are saying that it is user dot row. So we have three claims specified, and that is great. I believe you've done. Now in here we want to check before we add row. You say this is the entry point or registration entry point for all clients who want to create an account. And now in here we can specify to add a row to user or not. If an administrator decides not to add row to the user, defaultly the row which is going to be assigned to the user will be the default row. And it means the user is just authenticated with no row. And the user can also decide to assign row to that user. So for now, we want to create a system to be used by administrator and users. So users, they are just authenticated users with no row. And we have admins who are authenticated with row. So in order for us to do this, this is what we need to do. I'm going to remove one of these. And here I'm going to say that if string, so if string dot is null or empty, and is user dot row. So if the user creating this account decide not to specify row, then it means you're going to have a default row for this person, right? But in case it isn't, that is where we want to add that. So we are saying that if string is not equal to this, and let's also check, or if string, let's say we use this equals, then with this equal, we want to specify that is string, that is the default, and also user.row. Let's use string comparison dot ordinal ignore case. So you want to check if they are equal or if they are not equal. That is why we want to do that, because this returns bool, so we can negate it in case they are not equal. That is only when you want to have claims dot add. Then let's add this new user. Okay, so we want to compare the two. If they are not equal, then we add it. It means the row has been specified. Now let's see what is happening here. So it takes in 3 arguments. So this is giving us issue because it takes in 2. And now with this, we can just check with our own. Maybe let's remove this. Yes, so we have that. Then we're going to add a new row to the token that we're going to create. All right, so now that we have this set, let's go ahead and create our token. So we're going to say our token here is equal to new security token. And in that, we need to specify some properties in here, such as the issuer. So the issuer, we need to get it from config. And within config, we can extract an authentication section. Then we can get authentication. Then we can get the issuer in there. Aside from that, we can have audience, and we can do same. So let's go ahead and grab what we have. And instead of issuer, we do what? Audience. Okay. Now the next one that you're going to get here is, so this shouldn't be, we have this, our config authentication audience. Now the next one that you're going to have here is quite simple. We're going to have the claims. So these are claims. And now with these claims, we have the claims already, so you provide it. The next thing, we have an expired. No expires, we are not providing it. So we can set this to null. We have assigned credentials. We have it also created as credentials. So we then provide that. That is what we need to make this work. Now the next thing to do here is we need to return new JWT token. So JWT token. And now with this, we need the token handler dot, we can have a method known as write token. This should be a method. So, and in that we can have write token out of it, and then we provide the setup that we have made. And that is all. It's going to give us the token. All right. So now we're going to have a token with an issuer, audience as scheme. About the algorithm, you're going to have the issuer, the audience, a claims, whereby the claims has 3 claims: email, name, and a row, in case the person specified the row. All right, so now we have this ready. The next thing to do here is quite simple as well, and I believe you've done this. We're going to create dependency injection, and I'll register everything in here nicely. So let's go to our solution, the same infrastructure project. Click on add new folder. Let's name this as dependency injection. Then in that, we need to create a class known as service container, as always. Now this service container, this must be a public static class. Then we're gonna have our public. There's gonna be a static, and we're going to return iService collection, and we say this add infrastructure service, and it needs this iService collection. So iService collection, then we say this is service. Then aside from that, we also need iConfiguration. Then we also going to say this is config, and in that let's return services. Let's add database connectivity, and let's also add authentication scheme, and it is no authentication scheme than JWT. Okay, so we have our shared they have shared container, service container dot add shared service, which takes in authentication, DB context, and in that you need to specify services. We need a config, and also we need a config in here as my Serilog provide file name. Let's check for now. Now let's terminate that. Okay. Now the next thing to do here is let's create dependency injection, and in that we need to add services dot add scope by user and user repository. Okay. Now in our application builder class, we need to specify the middleware. So this should be public, this should be static, and that is an application builder. And we say this use infrastructure policy, use infrastructure policy, takes in this application builder, we say app. Then in here you need to register middleware such as what? I believe you know this. Global exception. So this global exception is going to handle external errors. Then aside from that, we need to implement our listen only to API gateway, and this will also block all outsiders call. And in that we are saying it is shared container.use policies, and that is all. At the end, we need to return app. Okay, so that is what we need to do. And now here, let's specify the app as parameter. All right, so the next thing to do here after we are done is to create our presentation. So open your presentation project. Now in there, let's go to the app settings. And now in the app settings, authentication is going to run on the port of, that is the properties line settings instead. Now this should run a port of 5000, so we can remove the HTTPS. Then this is running on 5000. Okay, the next thing to do here is we need to go out there and make a copy of the app settings file that we created. So let's go to the previous project, and in that we're going to the presentation, And in the app settings, we make sure we grab what we created in there. We go to the app settings, line settings. We have one left. That is this, and that is this. So we have in profile, to profile, that is all. Okay. Now let's check our app settings. And in here, we have a connection string already. And file name, it is not authenticate, not product. It is rather authentication. Then we have the same thing here because it is running on port 5000 and that's what we need to specify here. Let's go to the program.cs file and I include the service that we created. So let's remove all this. And now here we are saying that builder.services.add infrastructure. Before we can get this, we have to include using, and here we need the Authentication API dot infrastructure the dependency injection, and we can have access to add infrastructure service. Within this, we need to include builder.configuration. When we come to this, we need to also add the policies. So we say this is app.use infrastructure policy. Then we save that. Let's go and create our controller for this. So I click on this. Let's go to add controller. Then we're going to add API empty. And here we're going to say this controller name will be authentication. And now with this, we need to inject our interface. So iUser, and I will say this is user interface. We have 3 methods that we're going to implement. So what are going to be the first one? We can have access to register, which is HTTP post. HTTP post. And with this post, we can specify public async, and that will be task, which return an action result of response. So control period. Then we're gonna say this is register, which is in app user DTO, and that is app user. So we're going to check if module state is not null. We've done it already, so I'll just go and grab that. But in case it is null, in case it isn't, then you want to have a look at this with the user interface. Then .register, passing this app user DTO. We can return result.success or .flag, that is success, question mark, if true, then return OK with the result, else bad request with the same result. So that is going to be our register. Let's have a look with the login too. It's the same HTTP post, but with this, let's have login, and here let's have register. Now let's also check if module state is null. So we can just grab what you have in here, even everything, and let's paste it here. All that you need to do is to change this to login, which takes in login DTO. And I will say this is login DTO. Copy this, let's change in here, and that is login method. And that is all. Now to get user by ID, this should be HTTP get. Then with this get, we need to specify an ID, which is integer. And we have our public async task as an action result. And this should return get user DTO. Do you remember? And that is get user passing the ID. So we can check that if ID is less than or equal to 0, then return response. So this is returning. Okay, so here should be bad request. So return bad request, and we can say that is invalid user ID. Else, what I'm going to do, we're going to call this method, so user interface that gets user. And at the long run, we want to return this instead of bad request to be not found. And that is a user. Okay, so here we're going to get user. That is going to be the user because get the user by ID. So you can say if user is flagged because user is not there. So user.id is greater than 0. Okay, so let's build this project together. Alright, so you can see that the projects have been built. Now let's go ahead and run. But before that, we need to add migration. So make sure you set your presentation as tab, package manager console, infrastructure, and now add migration. First, let's give it location to put this, and now let's wait so the file will be generated. And that is done. This is our file. So let's go ahead and update it. Alright, so you can see that migration has taken place. And now we can go ahead and test our project. So right click, set presentation as project, startup. Let's run this and check it out. It should run on a port of 5000. So you can see that our API is ready. Let's go ahead and quickly create an account. Let's maintain the defaults, and I'm going to set this to Netcode-Hub and maybe an email. That's going to be user at. Okay, so we have this. Now the row, I'm going to set this to admin. So click on execute. Now let's wait and check it out. So there's an issue here we need to check, and I believe you've seen that, isn't it? Well done. You see from here, we are returning bad request of this, but here instead of returning bad request with this result, you're not doing that, you're returning this request, and that is bad. And aside from that, when we check, this should be results again, and this should also be result. So this is going to be the user. isn't it? So not found, it shouldn't return anything. Okay. I think the issues are solved now. Now let's check our user repo. So from here, we're checking if you want to register. So if user is not now, so here should be now. We should not negate it. And now I believe everything is set. You shouldn't get any error when we try to run this endpoint. Now let's go ahead and register. This will be ID of 1. Then let's change the email to maybe admin@admin.com. I want to maintain this, and now let's set this row to admin. Now click on register. And now let's see. So we have an issue here. That's an email field is not valid. So admin at, oh, okay. There's the email. Now let me change this address to Ghana. Now let's click on execute again. And this should get the account created. Alright, so yes, so we have it. Now let's go and log in. So we can log in this. And here we are using this email. So we're going to get a token. So let's check this out. Oh yeah, so we have it. Now let's grab this token and go to dwt.io. Now in here, let's paste this token and see the composition. We see we have the name is Netcode-Hub. There is an email address. We have a row of admin. There's an issuer, and then there's the audience. And you can see from here we have the signature. That's a HMark 256. That's what we use. The algorithm here is what we have, the 256. The type is DWT. Good. Now that is working. Now I have the other APIs opened. Let's run them again. So this is the product API solution. So in here, package manager console, and let's run this project. So .NET run. And let's also make sure we have the other one. Okay, so this we need to have let's navigate to the project and cd project. Maybe okay, so ls, let's grab this, and in here we have cd ls to view, and here this project is a product API. So we're going to copy this, then we say cd, then in here you can see we have the source here. We want to run the presentation, so grab this and say cd, and ls will give you everything. Then we can have .NET run. So while this is building, let's make sure we have the other API 2 available. Alright, so we have the applications running. That is our Authentication API. That is our Product API. That is other API. Now let's make sure we have all these APIs can communicate. We go to the other detailed, and now here we're going to provide an ID of 1 because we have an ID of 1 which is linked to product ID. Now let's try this. Provide the other ID of 1. Let's execute this. So this is still running, and I think I know the issue. Now you can see that when we check our service, that is an other API service. We created our service container, and in that we set a default API or base address. This base address is, let's see, so we go to the solution, then we check our presentation and the app settings. And at the base address, what we have here, it is 5001. That is our product API. And we are not having our authentication API because we haven't created the gateway yet. So we have to explicitly specify that in there. So let's go to the other service. And in here, we need to use this instead of. So HTTP localhost of API authentication. Then we now need to specify the ID like that. Now, when we create our gateway, we're going to edit this and I'll correct it. Okay. But for now, let's maintain this. Let's rerun this and check it out. So let's get the other detail now and check it out. So passing the other detail of 1. All right, and that is it. So you see that we are having the product detailed, other detailed, product detailed, and now user detailed. So we are having this record from 3 APIs, and that is it. All right, so we have now created authentication, our product, and our other detailed. We have 1 API left, and that is the gateway API. So in the next video, we're going to talk about creating the gateway API, and I'm going to have a last video, that is, we're going to talk about creating unit tests for this project. We are diving into the heart of our architecture, that is the API gateway. We will be setting up an Ocelot API gateway to seamlessly connect our product, order, and authentication APIs. But that is not all. We will also be implementing robust features like authentication, caching, and rate limiting to ensure our microservices are secured, efficient, and scalable. So buckle up and let's take our e-commerce project to the next level. You can see from our diagram that the API gateway, it is the head of this microservice. All requests are going through the API gateway before it is dispersed to the other APIs, as you can see in it. Now, within this API gateway, we want to implement caching, rate limiting, and also we want to add authentication. When a user makes a request to any of the service in here, the response, we can cache it for maybe 60 seconds or a minute. Now, within that time frame, if any request comes in with the same data, it won't be going to the API to get it. It will rather return it from the cache. Aside from that, you're also going to activate the rate limiting. Now, this feature is going to limit the number of requests a user can send within a time frame. Let's say within 60 seconds, we want our API to process 100 requests. Now, within that time frame, when the request exceeds 100, it's going to return a status code of too many requests, and in that it won't respond to the excess unless the time has expired or elapsed. So that is the reason why we need to implement our caching and also the rate limiting to make our API resistant and also resilient and robust as well. We have already created a video on other API, product API, and also authentication API. So if you haven't checked these videos out, check the video description. I have the playlist which houses all the other videos in it. Or I have in the video description, I also have the video link. So you can just go in there and I'll watch them in order. I've made them available in order. So you're good. All right, so let's start. We're going to create this under a new solution. So let's see what we're going to do. So let's launch our Visual Studio 2022 or higher, then click on Create New Project. All these projects have been created using the clean architecture. So yes, of course, this project too, we are going to handle this with clean architecture as well. Let's first create a blank solution to handle the project. So choose blank solution, and the name of the project here, this is demo eCommerce.api So let's have gateway solution. Okay, so API gateway solution. Maybe we can just copy this so the next time we won't need to be typing it again. All right, so let's choose location to save this project. After that, click on create to create the solution. So for us to create this API gateway project, we don't need any class library because we have all the necessary code embedded in one class library and we named it as shared. So we will only need the presentation, and that will be the API. Aside from that, we're not going to expose this to Swagger and as a controller, so we can exclude this out, okay, when creating it. Let's do that. So right click, let's add new project. Okay, so with this, we choose our ASP Netcode Web API. Click on next. And now in here, what we need to, that is going to be the presentation. So API gateway.presentation. And click on next. So with this, we're going to exclude controller and also Swagger. Click on create. Once we have this project created, we can rebuild this project and make sure everything is intact. Once this project is built, right click on dependencies and let's install the Ocelot NuGet package. So that is Ocelot, and the current version is 23.3.3. So install that version. Aside from that, in order for us to integrate the caching, we need this cache manager. So you make sure you install this cache manager package too. So to verify whether these two packages are well installed, we can check from dependencies, packages, and now we have them installed here. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's rebuild this project again. It seems I'm having some issue with it. After that, we're going to add our C# library that we created as a shared. Okay. Let's wait for this to finish. And there you go. Right click on solution, then add existing project. And that is our project that we have created so far. Now in a shared library solution, we need to add this project to it. The reason why we are adding this is we're going to supply the scheme, authentication scheme, to the Ocelot. So scheme 2, we created the scheme here in the dependency injection. We have GWT authentication scheme. That is what we are interested. Only this. So the next thing is we can close all this. Let's go ahead and specify or configure our Ocelot. Now we know that we have our services running on separate ports. From port 5000 is for authentication. Do you remember that? 5001 is for product and 5002 is for other API. So we're going to configure this Ocelot to run on 5003. That will be the head of it then. In order to do that, we go to our project properties, launch settings, and now with this, we do not want to use HTTP. So we can get this cleared off. Then we have our HTTPS, and that is what we're going to be using. So let's clear this. We have HTTPS. So let's remove this. And the port for this is 5003. That is in HTTPS. When this app runs, we are not having any weather forecast, so we are not launching that. You want to remove that. Let's save this. The next thing that we need to do after configuring launch file here is to create the Ocelot configuration file. That is in JSON format. How do we do that? We go to our project, right click on it. Let's add new item. Make sure you have a JSON file. And now within this, the file name is ocelot.json. Within this file that we're going to specify or configure our gateway, we have the upstream path template, downstream host and port. Then we have we're going to implement our rate limiter options and all the features that we need. So let's get started. What we need to do here is you have it in the bracket, as you can see, like this. In Ocelot, it works with routes. Then after that, it works with global configuration. So these are the base setup that we need. Now for our global configuration, we want this API to run on the port that we have specified our project to run on. And I believe you do remember, or you still remember. Great. So within this, we're going to have our base URL. So let's have our base URL. Now, what is the value for this? You and I know that it is HTTPS. It is running on localhost. And now the port is 5003. Isn't it? Now, aside from that, let's specify our rate limiter option. So in case the number exceeds, we want to display this custom message to the user. So let's have our rate limit options. And in that, we're going to have our quote message or our quota message. This should be here. So quota message. And that is exceeded message. So what are you going to tell the client? Well, I would say that you are overwhelming me with multiple requests. Okay, then I'll just have to, that you should relax more. Okay, so that is what I am giving out. You can also specify your own. Now we are done with our global configuration. The next thing that you're going to talk about here is to specify our downstream and our upstream. Downstream, it is what the Ocelot or this gateway will trace on it to interact with a service. Upstream is what the client will trace on it to interact with the gateway. Quite simple. So we have our up for client, down for API or for the Ocelot. Okay, now in our routes in here, let's specify. So this should be in this. And with this, you're going to have first, that's our downstream path template. And within this, you want to have an API, then authentication. And with this, in authentication, we have that is create or register, we have login and our get user ID. You can decide to explicitly configure each of the endpoints in here. But well, I believe you'll be asking yourself, is there any way that we can make this generic so that we can specify all the routes through? Yes, we can. And that is what I'm going to show you. Just pass in everything and you are good to go. That is our downstream. Now let's check our downstream scheme. So we need our downstream scheme. It is running on HTTP. Since it's a private, it is safe. Then we have our downstream host and port. Within that, we're going to configure this. Our host is 5000. This is for authentication, right? So maybe we can specify this on top here as authentication. And it is not just authentication, rather it is GWT authentication. And aside from it, we are going to specify our port. Now this port is also running on 5000. So the host is localhost. I forgot that. And at the port here, it is what? 5000. That is the port that it is running on. Okay. So let's see. This is integer and it should not be a string. All right. The next thing that we need to do is to specify the upstream, what the user can access. Okay. And in order to do that, we come to the next line and in here, we specified our upstream. And now this is the same as what you have specified. Authentication and everything. The next one that we're going to do, comma must be brought. The next thing is we need to specify the HTTP method. So method, which method do you want to allow through this endpoint? And here it should be array. And now we're having get method because you want user to get user by ID. Currently, this authentication API or this service support get. It also supports post because user can create. And that is all. We are not having delete or update. So we are not having put and delete. It supports two methods now. So if a user wants to, if a client wants to send any different HTTP verb to this, it's going to reject it. The next thing that we need to configure is let's have a rate limit option. We don't want user to be registering continuously like that. You want to handle number of requests within a time frame. And in that, we need a rate limit option. Now with this option, we need to specify client whitelist. Do you want to exclude any client ID? No, we want this to cut across all clients. So in that, we have to set it to empty array, that is list. The next thing is you want to enable rate limiting. And you know what? This is set to true, and I believe you know this. What is the period? Let's specify that. Within the 60 seconds period, we want you to process the number of requests. Which number of requests? We want you to have a request of maybe, for now, we're going to test it. So let's make it as 1. So within 60 seconds, process 1 request. In case the limit or in case the request exceeds more than 1, then it's going to reject it. That is where we have this message. But within this, after it has use these seconds to process this request, we want to wait how many seconds before we take in a new request. So we want to have period time span. This must be in seconds, so we set this to 10. That is what you need to specify for our rate limit option. Now we are done with this. Let's have a comma. Then the next one that we're going to have a look here, it is our product. So this is our product API. Now in our product API, we are going to, since we have authentication being used to protect our endpoint and our system, we want to make GET, because for product, GET is actually free for everybody. Whether you're authenticated or not, GET is free. This is open to everybody. So let's configure that. And here, product API, and that is GET method. So within this, we want to specify the same downstream and upstream. So here, this I'm going to do. We don't want to have a rate limit option to this, because when we consume this in our client, such as Blazor or any other client, user can navigate to different pages, and as soon as it returns, we must get the data from the API. So we don't want to have a rate limit option attached to this. So what I'm going to do here is, let's grab this. Then let's specify the path. And here it is API product. Everything. The same HTTP. It is running on 5001. Then in the upstream, let's specify what we need. So let's have a comma. And I'll specify the same as product. This method supports only GET, nothing more. Aside from this, we want to have caching option, because user can get this method or get this request, and we want to cache this response so that user will not be, or this endpoint will not be called often. Let's specify this. And we can do that by adding file cache option. Now this, we have time to live, TTL. It is in seconds. So every 60 seconds, you want it to do this. Cache it for 60 seconds. Now let's have region. Let's set this to default. And the next, we can have header. So maybe we have header. Okay, so let's put, and now with this header, I can say that this is eCommerce caching. Well, I can add control to that. ECC. Okay, so now we are done with this. The next thing that we're going to do here is quite simple. We can also comment this. Is a comment, have a comma, separate it. And now this method supporting only GET, but we have other CRUD verbs in there. Let's also make sure GET by ID is also visible and accessible to everyone. So GET by ID, and that is GET product by ID. This should also be public to everybody. Now let's grab the same thing as we've seen here, and I'm going to paste it once again. Okay, so in here, all right, so let's make sure we have the comma and everything set. You have to be extra careful when working with this. Okay, so now we have this, and we are now implementing the cache option. We have GET by ID, and which is also having the same downstream as HTTP. We have our port the same, since we are working on the same product. It is just product in here. Now you can see from this get by ID, we cannot say that we want to grab everything because this is limited to only an endpoint. So within that, we have to remove this. So API/product, and this corresponds with our endpoint to that, or that's our route to it. When you go to the product, get product by ID, instead of this, we need to specify ID because here we need an ID. You see? And it is get as well. Now, when we are done with this, the next thing that we're going to do here is also simple. Well, simple, trust me. Let's have another one. And now this, now we have get. So we have other ones like post. We have post, put, and then delete. And it is still under product. So with this, what are we going to do? This or let's configure this to handle everything in there. So let's go in there, make a copy of this, and now paste it here. And let's specify the everything key in this too. That is this one. Okay, so we have this. Now let's change this from get to post and put and delete. Okay, so we are not caching this. So let's remove this cache. Now, what we need to implement here is also a different thing. That is authentication. And in that, we have to specify authentication options. And within this option, we need authentication provider key, and that is bearer. Aside from this, we need to specify the allow scope. We want it to cut across all. So let's have allow scope, and I will set this to empty. So we are done with our product API. Now let's go to the order. Now for order, before you can access this order, you must be authenticated, isn't it? But it is not all that you want to apply caching to. So as we did to the product, let's also do same to the order. Now that is get, so let's go and get this. So in here we have a product, and with this product, we did not specify any authentication in here because this user do not need to be authenticated before he or she can access this. And also when it comes to the get by ID, the same thing, but here we are going to implement caching, and for the post you must be authenticated. That's great. Now let's have a look on the next one by copying this. This is going to be under order. Now with the order API, it is coming as orders, and it is 5002 as a port. So let's make sure we have the same and here. Now from get, we want to also cache it the same. And now with this, let's change this to eCommerce caching control. So it is the same thing that we need to do. We want to make this get verb available. And also let's get by ID. So we go in there to grab get by ID. And that is get by ID. Now this get by ID, that is orders. So do the changes. And as you know, it is 5002. Okay. And with this, let's add authentication to this, because before you can access this, you must be authenticated. So from this get, let's implement authentication to this. And let's make it same to this too. Okay. Let's save that. Now let's have a look with the rest. That is post, put, and delete. We're going there to make a copy. And now here, let's have it. So you must be authenticated. We should not forget it. And it's even here. Okay, that is 5002. And it is others. Others. Okay. Now we are good. Let's save. The next thing that we need to do is to configure this Ocelot after we are done with the file to use this file. And this can be done in the program.cs file. So we have this. And we are removing everything. Okay. So in here, we're going to have builder.services, .services.add, and now here we're going to add Ocelot. But before we add this Ocelot, we should add a config file. So we're going to say builder dot, and that is configuration.add.json file. What is the name? It is ocelot.json. We add that. And we can specify some options. And let's set reload on change to true. Okay. Then we can go ahead and add this. So after adding this Ocelot, we want to also add cache manager. So add cache manager. Now within that, let's specify to use dictionary to handle the caching system. So we say this x marks to x dot with dictionary handle, and I've also added this. So you can see that adding this is very simple. It's quite simple. Now we need to add the authentication scheme. So before we do that, let's add using. Let's go to dependencies. Let's add project, and let's add the shared library that we just added. Now in here, we're saying that so we can have eCommerce dot shared library, then dependency injection, and we have this. So we can use this here as a scheme. So we're going to say that this is not shared container. We need authentication scheme. Okay. Now this authentication scheme should come from the project. So .add authentication scheme. And this takes in the services, and also it takes in configuration. So this builder.configuration. And with this, it should be builder.services, then configuration. Okay, but you know, since you're going to make multiple calls to this, we need to add CORS. That is, so let's see. And CORS stands for Cross-Origin Resource Sharing. So it allows the server to interact with clients and so forth. So let's put that in there. And here we are saying that it's builder.services.add course. So for our API, we want to pass in an option. Now with this option, we want to say this options.add default policy. Now this default policy, we want to allow any origin. So this default policy, we should specify the policy first. And here I'm going to say this is builder, which maps to this builder.allow any header, then allow any method, then allow any origin. Okay, so this is going to allow all method or port to get access, because you might not know, or you will not know which port is accessing this, which client with the port. So we want to allow everyone. But for authentication, we have it set, so don't worry, it is safe. Okay, so aside from this, we need to use this course. And now we are saying that this app.use course, let's use this. Okay, let's save this. So we are done adding this course to this. Now the next thing that we need to do here is, we need to create a middleware which should assign, or which will assign the header by attaching a specific header with a value. In the client, that is the services that we have attached to our microservice, which is the API, product, and the order. They would just check for that before allowing the access. And we did that. So if you go to the shed and you go to the middleware, we created this listen to only API. They are looking up for this header as a sign. So let's grab this. Then in our API, let's create folder and name this as middleware. Now with this middleware, let's create a middleware to this to handle what we need. And we're going to say that attach signature. So this is just a signature to request. This should take in a request delegate. And we say this is next. Now we should implement public async task. And now this task, we should have invoke async. Now this should take in HTTP context. We say this is context. Then in here, all that you need to do here is to attach a header to the request. So we're going to say context dot, this is a request, not response, dot headers. Let's add this header. And the value to this, we say signed. And that is all. After that, we say await next, then context, execute the next middleware. So we need to register this. Let's copy this middleware, go to the program, and on top here, after the quote, we say app.use middleware, pass in the middleware that we created. Let's terminate it. After this, we need to use the ocelot. So we say app.use ocelot.wait. So you can see that here we are implementing the caching in the ocelot because it has that capability, and we need to do that within. All right. And this should come. Yes, we don't want to make mistake for now. So this should come here. let's go to the app setting.json and add our key and also the authentication section in there. So from the app settings, we add our key, and our issuer is the same from the HTTP, that is Authentication API port. The next thing that we need to do here is to go to the Authentication API, and in that we navigate to the presentation, we check our controller, and for now we can use allow anonymous, because for authentication we want to make sure everybody accessing this is authenticated. So we have it's not authenticated, it's open to the general public, right? So allow anonymous. So let's use this. Maybe when we get to get user by ID, you should be authenticated. So for this, you want to say authorize. You should be authenticated with it before you can have access. Okay. And since we have attached this, it's going to affect the request, the post, that's the register, and then the login. But when you get to this is going to override that, and this one will be authorized. We can save this. Let's also check for the next one. Let's see if we can protect our product API. Now from our product API, you can see that we have, when we go to the controller, all is open to, let's have anonymous. Because get product should be open to general public. Also get by ID should be open to general public. But when you get to create, this should be authorized. Authorized. And now within the authorized, not just even authenticated user can have access. We want to make sure that here you have the role of admin before you can create. Let's grab this. And before you can update it, you must be an admin. Before you can delete, you also must be an admin. Let's check for order. For API, it should be authenticated before you can access that API. So let's pass from the controller, presentation controller, that's the others controller. Let's specify authorized here. You must be authorized before you can access this. So get other, any authenticated user can access. Get other by ID, you can also access it. Get client details, he can also access that. Okay, and I get other details, you can also access that. When it comes to create other, yes, he can create other. Update other, he can do it. And now delete other too, he can do it. So this is how you want a system to be protected. So if you're authenticated as a client, accessing this endpoint, you can access everything as far as authenticated. But if you are not, you won't be permitted to access it. Here, it means admin can access it because admin is also authenticated and has the role of admin. Admin has a role protected under the product. That is where create, update, and delete should be done only by the admin. So now that we have all these sets, the next thing we're going to do here is let's make sure we make sure our system is running. But before we do that, let's check from our shared library, and I'll make sure this library has this middleware put in place. From the dependency injection, in the previous video we commented this, so we should make sure it's going to it blocks or requests. Aside from that, let's check our authentication API. In the previous video we specify a direct access or direct URL to that. We want to make sure we remove it since an API gateway is in session. So we go to That is a service. This will come in the application. Okay, talking about the product API, not the authentication. So product API, we go to application, then we have our service in there. Where is it? Have you found yours? This is application, share library, this application. You have an interface, and that is a product. And yes, it's an order. That is an order API. That is where we get other details. So application, we have our service and other service. Great. That's where we're implementing this HTTP client. Now, when it comes to the user, we explicitly specify that in here. We're going to remove all this, and we're saying that it's an API authentication, and that is a controller name, and we pass in this user ID, and this should work. Let's save this as well. So order, let's make sure we also save this. Now we're going to run all this together. When we run it, let's check the output of each. So we're going to use this package manager console to run. So with this, we want to open to the presentation. So cd, then we have ls, we are in, so we can say .NET run. This is going to run on the HTTP port. Okay, so let's say cannot be applied. It's an HTTPS. No, this should be HTTP. That is for our API gateway solution. Yes, so that's HTTPS. Now let's check from our API. Okay, this is not what we are running. Okay, let's run this first. So let's get into it. So let's make sure this runs. Then, okay, so it needs to build this. So let's stop. Okay, this is running although, but let's rebuild this project again. So let's do it. Rebuild solution. That is done. So we can go ahead and now run this. So you can see that this is running on this port. So let's grab this. Then let's go to our browser. And in there for our API gateway, let's try to access this. So we are navigating to this port. Okay. Now you can see from here that there's a pipeline error here because you couldn't find this. Yes, we know. We are aware of it. Okay. Now with this, we can try to, so let's run, since we have an API ready, let's run the product. And so let's run the order authentication, and let's try something, see whether the gateway is active and running. Let's navigate to the order API solution. Then we're going to check for, that is presentation, launch settings. Okay, so here this running on 5002. So let's see. Okay, so that's an HTTP. And that is what has been selected. Package manager. And now this is also running. on 500. So let's grab this as well. We go to, and this is our product. Let's paste this and access this to, now you can see from here we have, service is unavailable. It just says that this service is running. Great. Let's see the other one. Now this is product. So let's go for the order. Alright, so we have this running already. Let's check this for our order API. Okay, so let's see the next one. So product, then I think there is a mismatch in somewhere, because when you check our order API, let's first see the authentication API. It is running on the port of, from the line settings, it is running on the port of 5000. So when you check our Ocelot, authentication should run on 500. What is it? Yeah, for authentication. Now for product, it's running on 5001. That's for product API. Now let's go to product API. That is our product API. Let's check for properties, line settings, and our product is running on 5001. So when we check our Ocelot, it's running on 5001, and order is running on 5002. So let's go and check for order. Should run on 5002, but this run on 500, so this is wrong. This should run on 5002. So from this order, we check our line settings, and this should run on 5002. Okay. HTTP 5002. Okay, so let's rebuild this. Rebuild solution. So succeeded. Let's go to package manager. Now let's clear all. So let's show now this order API. So .NET run. So it seems there is a invalid closing in here, and that is why it is switching to default of 500. So let's close this. Let's check again. Yes, we need to remove one. Okay, then I think it is solved now. So clear this, run this again, and this should run on 5002. And yes, it is running on 5002. So we can check instead of 500 for our authentication. This authentication, we have an API. So this is our gateway 5002. This is going to be the order, and 5003 is our API. So let's see. Okay, so this is still running. Now we have order running. Let's make sure we have our product also running. So this is our product API. And now with this, let's rebuild this project first. So this is also running. It's built. Let's run that. So ls. Let's get into the presentation. ls, and we can see, so .NET run. This should also run on 5001. Of course, this is also running. So let's grab this. Let's go to our browser. And now from our order, we have our product, which is 5001. And it's also running. So we have gateway, we have our product, we have the order. So maybe here we can say this API / product, and it is still not giving us. Okay, now let's make sure our last API is also running, and that is authentication. So let's rebuild this. So this also built. Let's run that. So let's view. Let's get into the presentation. And in here we have it. So .NET, let's run. And you can see that is also running on 5,000. So in our browser, let's have another tab, and there's 5,000 service unavailable. So from here, we have 5,000. That is authentication starting. We have 501 as product. We have 502 as order, and 503 as what? Gateway. Now, you know, in the gateway, we say that we made a product, get product by ID and now get product by list. We made them available. And here you don't need to be authenticated before you can access this. So let's see. So API, then let's have a look with the product. So if I click on this, we should have the product list. That is, I think, 1 or 2 records in it. This is going to call the product API. Now let's wait if it's going to return information to us. Yes, we have it. So you can see that we have this in here. And I can also get this product by ID. And this by ID, I'm going to also maintain the same because I'm getting product by ID. That is 1. If I provide ID of 2, product request not found, because I'm getting the results. So product requested not found, and I can now get it from here. Now let's assume I want to get orders. Now with orders, even with the ID, I am having no information. Let's check, let's inspect it here. We go to the network tab, and now this should give us 501. As soon as I make a refresh to this, we have 401. That is unauthorized. In order for us to access this and see it well, I have Postman here, and that is what we're going to be using to test it out. Okay, so in here, we have our port is running on 5003. That's an gateway. Let's log in because we've registered already, so let's log in. Now, in order to log in, I have authentication already. So that authentication, and from authorization is non-header. We don't need key here, so let's remove it. We're going to log in, and I'll click on, we need to add body. So you know we have an admin at admin, and there's a password. Let's try to send and see the response from the authentication API. We have a response that is invalid credential 401 bad request because the email that you provided is not the same. So let's have, I think I made it admin at admin, and the password was string. Let's try this, else we need to create new account. Okay, so you can see our gate rate limiting option is working. One request needs to be executed within 60 seconds. And here within 60 seconds, I am making 2 requests. So I have this rate limit option working. Let's see. All right, great. So this is working. Now this is a token. So let's grab this token. Now we're going to make a request to the product detail. Defaultly, if I get our order detail, let's see what will happen. So I'm using this. Now order detail header. Let's remove this header. And I'll click on send this. That is an HTTPS API orders and now one order detail. We have 401 unauthorized. Let's go to the header. Then let's add authorization as a key and now bearer as a value. Let's paste the key that we have. Let's click on send. Now let's wait and see. We still have 401. Okay, so let's find out and see the reason why we have token in here, but we are still having 401 as not authenticated. Let's go to our app settings and check it out from our API. Okay, so we have our key, change the key, and we have this. Okay, so our authentication API must run on HTTP, and that is the reason why. So let's rerun this again. And after that, we're going to get this order. So let's go ahead and try this out again. So click on this. Let's wait. All right, so you see that here we have the content in here. And let's try to get order ID from here. So let's specify ID1. So let's make a request. So you can see that we have the order ID. Now let's go for details. This is going to call two APIs. That is it's going to call the order API, product API, and authentication API. So let's try this and check it out. All right, so you see from here that we're able to communicate between the three APIs and gather the record that we need. And now there it is. We have our name coming from the Authentication API. We have product details such as the product name, unit price coming from the product API. And we have the client ID, order ID coming from the order API. Great. Now let's go and check up. We've seen how the rate limiting works. Now let's also check the caching. So we expose caching to this order list, right? When we check the Ocelot configuration, we expose caching to this order. We're going to cache this for 60 seconds. So let's try that and see. Now the first, let's call this. So I click on this to get the list of others. Let's see. All right, so we can see it took us 6 seconds, 61 milliseconds for that. Now it has been cached for 60 seconds. So if I click on the next one, it should take in some milliseconds to do that. Let's see. Now it took 1075 milliseconds. Let's try again. It took 1526 milliseconds. Now we're going to try this because it's 481 milliseconds. We're going to try this till it's the 60 seconds is out so that it can call it again. So that's 605 milliseconds. We keep trying for a minute. So let's try it again and see. So let's make the call. So here it is taking 1875. Get it again. 782. Again. Now 49. So in order for us to detect whether it is using the caching or not, this is what we need to do. We go to let's go to our order API. And now from the other API, let's introduce delay. So that is this. Let's go to other controller. And now here, get or audit. We want to introduce delay. So let's say await task.delay. Let's delay it for 4 seconds. And now let's rerun this. While this is running, we make sure that our orders, that is the upstream, has this cache option. So let's set this cache option to maybe 30 seconds. Or maybe let's make it 20 seconds so we can test it quick. Let's rerun this also. Now they are running, so let's go and check. Now initial call should take more than 4 seconds and some milliseconds because we are delaying for 4 seconds. So let's wait and see. So you can see that it took us 20 seconds since it needs to communicate with an API, and now 20 seconds and 92 milliseconds, right? Now the next call, let's check and see. You can see it took 701 milliseconds. So you can see it has the record or the data has been cached, and now we can call this, and when 30 seconds elapses, it's going to make another call again. And as you can see, it took us 6 seconds, 20 milliseconds. Another call, and I took 33 milliseconds. So you can see that the caching here, it is working, and the number of seconds that you provide determines how your record or your cache is going to last for. So if you're having data whereby you do not need to modify it frequently, then you can extend the cache time, maybe a day, 2 days, 24 hours. You can expand this in seconds, and now it's going to make it quick retrieval as well. All right, so we've tested our rate limiting, we've tested our cache options, and we've tested for our authentication as well. All right, so our API slot here, it is working as expected. You can try your hands on this. You can try with more examples, and it's going to be beautiful, trust me. Now, the last thing that we need to test here is to check if the row base, it is only administrator who can create product. User cannot. Now, as I speak, the token that we are using here is an admin token. So let's go and try to create a product. But before we do that, let's make sure we have the properties for our product API. So in our product API, we go to our solution. Then from entity as what product, we need name, price, and quantity. So let's go to the postman, and let's have post. So this is going to be product, and it should be post. Let's go to body, and in here, let's remove this. We need name. So let's set name to, let's say, net product. Then we need quantity. So let's quantity, and we're saying that this is 45. Then price, and we are saying this is 100. Now we have token attached to the header. This is our body. Let's make a post and check it out. You can see from the response that Netcode product has been added successfully, isn't it? Now, as soon as we try to get our product, so let's change this to get our product. And now we're going to have this product just added in the response. You can see we have it in here. Great. There is an admin. Now let's go ahead and then create another user. So let's have and register. And now with the registration, let's make sure we have Authentication API. And that is this one. Let's go to Solution. And in here, we're going to check for our DTO or entity. So our domain, entity, and in here, that is a app user. We need name, telephone, and etc. Right? All right. So I have a default one, and from the email, let's make it at user user10@user.com. So that is an email. Let's set the row is string. So here it is a normal user. So we're going to leave the row as it is. Let's make a post. Now this is the authentication and /login. That is a route. Let's make, okay, so this should be post. Method not allowed, understood. Let's make a post to register. And now we have an invalid credential. So this is register. And of course, let's click on that. Yeah, so being registered. Now let's go and log in. So we log in. And in logging in, we need to have just an email and a password. Okay, so try to log in. Well, so our rate limiting is working. Let's wait for some time. That is a minute. Try this again. And now we have our token. Now this token has no user. So even when we check this token from gwt.io, so when we check the token in here, we could see that this token has the claim as string. So that's the default one. We have the email address. And now watch out, the row here is a string as a row. Okay, so we could have cleared that, or we could have assigned another name to it, but let's maintain the row as you can see from here. Now, aside from that, let's go back, and here we're going to make a call. So you copy this token. Now let's go to the header, and this is an admin token. So we're going to remove this, and let's paste the string token. And within that, we're going to make a post. So let's have a look, API, and we have product. And with this, we need to go to the body. We need to specify the product. So with this product, we need the name, quantity, and price. Now the name is string. Let me say just now. Quantity, we have it as 120 and a 50. This is not admin. Check it out. So you can see that at the end we had 403. That is forbidden. 401 means you are not authorized, but 403 means forbidden. You are not required. So as you can see from here, we have this: you are not allowed or required to access, right? Then you're out of access. 403 as forbidden. So this tells you that only an authenticated user with the role of admin can access this endpoint. So we can say that our API or our microservice is active, kicking, and running perfectly as well. But there's one thing left, and that is going to be the test. How do you create unit tests? To test some of the controllers, some HTTP service, and also a repository. In the next video, we're going to talk about testing, and that will be all for the whole series. Hey everyone, welcome back to the final part of our e-commerce microservices series. We are going to wrap things up by diving into unit testing with X Unit Framework. We have already covered creating a shared library, building the product and other APIs, and setting up our API gateway using Ocelot. Now, it is the time to ensure our application is rock solid by writing unit tests for our controllers, repositories, and HTTP services. Maybe you'll be asking yourself, why do we need to test our project? Well, testing is very important because it helps verify that each component of your application behaves as expected. This ensures your code does what it is supposed to do. By catching errors early in the development process, tests help prevent bugs from reaching production, saving time and effort in debugging later on. Also, automated tests provide a safety net when making changes or adding new features. They help ensure that existing functionality that you have created already remains stable and unaffected by new code that you're going to add or you have added. As soon as you have in mind that you want to test your project, it actually leads to better code design. It encourages writing modular, maintainable, and decoupled code, which is easier to test and understand. I believe that every developer wants to have confidence in his code. Therefore, knowing that the code is absolutely tested allows for more daring changes and improvement without the fear of breaking changes. In unit testing, it focuses on controller, repository, and HTTP service. So we're going to test our controller in the product API. We're going to test the repository also in there. And maybe we test our HTTP service in the other API. Based on this, the knowledge that you're going to gain from this, you can create the other test. We can create tests for all APIs. So I'm going to create 2. Then I leave the one to you. And I'm sure and I believe you can do that yourself. Such amazing. All right, so let's open the previous project, and that is the demo eCommerce API or product API project. So that is our project open, and here it is the product API project. So this is what you're going to do. Let's create a folder to the solution, and now let's name this as source. And now with this, we want to move all these projects into this folder. So let's drag and drop. Now that we are done, let's go ahead and create another solution folder. And this folder, we're going to name this as unit test or test. Now with this test, we are going to add a project. So right click on the test, add a new project. And now with this new project, we're going to select the X unit. So we can just click on this library and search for test. And you can see here we have unit test, and that is what we need, X unit test. So click on this, click on next, and I give it name. So here I'm going to say that this is unit test dot product API. When you are done, click on next to get this project created. The project is added, and when you go to solution, you can see that you have the framework being added. Now let's delete the default class created. We need to install packages such as the Fluent Assertion and the Fake It Easy package. So I click on Manage NuGet Packages. Under Browse tab, let's install Fake It Easy. You can also use Mock, okay, but let's use Fake It Easy. And let's get this package installed. Aside from that, we're also going to install Fluent Assertion. So we need only these 2 packages for our test. Let's get this package also installed. So now that we are done, we can verify from the dependencies packages, and here you can see that we are having the packages installed plus the default packages installed that come with the default framework, or that is the XUnit framework. We installed Fluent Assertion and Fake It Easy. Okay, now that we have these packages installed, the next thing that we're going to do here is we're going to create a folder. Since we're going to test our controller first, let's have our controllers. And in these controllers, I'm going to add a class, and that will be the name of the controller. Then I'm going to add test to it. Here it is product controller, then test. So product controller test, and let's make this as public. In here, we need to set up dependencies. Dependencies are what you need in order for us to work with this. You know, when you have a look with the original controller, that is the product controller, it takes in an interface known as an iProduct interface. So when you check from our source and from the infrastructure, no, that is a presentation, sorry, controllers, and you can see from the product controller, it takes in this interface. Now this interface, it's what we need because this product controller depends on this to work. So we need to set up the dependencies, and also aside from that, we need to specify our system under test. System under test here, it is what you're going to test, and in this case we're going to test our product controller. So we need to make a copy of this, an instance of this, and we need to mock this, create a fake copy of this interface. That is what we need to be doing in all tests. So let's go to our controller. Now with this, there are two ways of doing it. You can specify this, you can provide the dependencies or create the dependencies within each test. But this time around, this is what we want to do. We want to have a property, let's say a variable, which is going to hold the instance of each, talking about the mock and also the unit of test or the system under test. That is the product controller. So we can be using them all over. Okay, so in that we can set them inside the constructor that we're going to create. Okay, so first of all, let's have, that is our controller test. Let's have our private variables to handle these. So we're going to say this is private, and now let's set this to read only. And this is our interface, so we're going to have iProduct. But you know, iProduct is not found because we haven't added it to this project. Right click on dependencies, and now click on add project references. Here we need to select the presentation, that is all, and I'll click on OK. So now here, if I click on control period, I'm going to get this. Okay, so iProduct, and I'm thinking that we should include it. So that is a product API dot presentation dot, and here we have controllers. So controllers, this is coming from the repo. So this is coming from application, isn't it? So the interfaces, that is where this is coming from. So iProduct, and I'm going to give it as product interface. Aside from that, we need to specify our system under test, what we are actually going to test, and that is our private read only. And now with this, it is just the product controller. So product controller, and with this, it is also coming from presentation, the controllers. And now with this, we say this product controller. Now let's create constructor CTOR, hit on the tab key, and in here, let's set up our dependencies. So set up dependencies. And now the first dependency that we're going to set here is we're going to mock this interface, meaning let's create a fake instance of this interface. So we have our product interface, and this equal to a dot. Now this a is coming from the fake it easy, so control period fake it easy. Now we have a dot fake it. Now we're going to fake this. Let's specify the interface, that is the I product. Aside from that, let's set up our system under test. So set up under test, and that is the SUT. Now the system under test, we're going to say is a product interface, that is a controller, is equal to, we create a new instance, and when we have done, it needs an interface, so we pass in this dependency. So as soon as you create constructor for every class, and when you call this class, the constructor, it is the first method to get called. As soon as it gets called, we're going to have the values being assigned, and therefore the subsequent class that we're going to create is going to can have a value from what has been set already through the constructor. All right, so the next thing we're going to do here is let's first have a test, and it's going to be our first test, and here that is a get all product. So when you cross check our get all products, let me just ping this, and also ping this controller. So let's cross check and see this get controller. Now this get controller can return not found when it couldn't get any. In case it gets it, it can also return okay. So we're going to check for not found, and we're going to check for okay status code. So you see we have two status codes here that we can check for. So let's first have a look on the first one. Let's give it a name, and here we're going to have fact, and in that let's have a public async task. Let's have get product, and when product exists, so when product exists, if it exists, what you want to do, then return okay response with product. So that is when product exists, then you want to return okay results, or that as an okay response with product, and that's going to be the list of products. There are three patterns that we need to follow: arrange, act, and assert. So we have first is arrange is over here. Now what do we need? Okay, so since you are returning a list, this should be products. I believe you've done that already. Okay, so here under arrange, what are the things that we need in order to start this operation? We need a list of products. So let's create. So we say it is a product, and equal to, we have a new list, and now this list here of products, let's go and create. Let's go and add some products. So here we can have new, and we need the ID equal 1. Let's have name. Let's say this is product 1. Let's have quantity 10. Let's have price. Okay, so we have this our first product. Let's make a copy of this. Let's change this to ID 2, product 2, maybe 1, and okay. So this is what we have. We have a list with 2 records in it. Now let's save, and let's go in there and set up a fake response for get or async method. So let's set up fake response for this get or, so async method, And now this, when you check the controller, that is a get all. So this method, this is what you want to. So you can see this is coming from this interface. So you want to, since we have mocked this interface, we can call this and produce our own custom message that we want. Okay, let's do that. So say a.call. Then in here is a function that you want to do. So that is a product interface dot get all async. We want to call this method get all async, and in that we want to return this response. Now let's act, and that is a next pattern. So we have act. Now under act, that is how you're going to act on the system under test. So we're going to say this our results is equal await. Then we have our product controller but get product. And now with this get product, it's going to return product list since we have it called or returned from this interface that we marked. Now let's go to the assets, and that is where we're going to access the results. So in here, we're going to say, since it's going to return OK object, we want to say this is an OK object or OK result. Now this OK result, we're saying result dot, we're going to have result here. Let's add this to OK object result. Now once we're done with that, we can say OK object result dot should. Now this should is coming from the fluent assertion. Should not be null. You want to make sure it has something in it. So it shouldn't be null because we have provided list and you're returning list. So in the right process, it should not return null. Aside from that, you're going to say this OK result the status code should, it should be what? 200, isn't it? So we can say this is status code, and this status code, let's see where it should come from. Let's use microsoft.aspnetcore.http, should be OK. Now aside from that, we can also go ahead and now delve into this. We can also check for returned product. So this is returned product is equal to this OK result that we have dot value, and let's cast this to our enumerable. Since it is an I enumerable that we want to return, it's an enumerable of product DTO, right? And we can also check for this. Now that we are done with the status code, we can also check for the response from this controller method. So we say this return product should not be null as well. Should not be null. So not be null. Aside from that, we can have a return product should. Let's say you want to explicitly check. Let's say should be, or should have count. We can should have the count of, currently we have 2 added, so we can check it here and make sure it returns exactly 2. None is missing. And we can even check, we can go further and now check return product dot first. So the first dot id dot should be then be 1, because you know that the ID here is 1 and the second one should be 2. So we are going deep by checking every piece of information that we have in it. And that will be last. So we have first, then we have last. Great. So we are done with our first test. Now let's run this and check it out. So from here, how do you run this? Go to test and I'll run all test. Then it's going to run this test, and in there you're going to have text explorer. If you're not having this, you go to views and now you have text explorer. You can click on this to get it. Now if you don't have any knowledge on unit testing, I made a video on that. So I'll put that video link in the description of this video. You can go there and also watch that. But trust me, if you do not even have any knowledge on that, by the end of you watching this, you get something. I believe you will do. So let's see. We know this app is still the test underway. So you can see it is still now finishing. It is running, and great. Passed. So the record that we passed on, actually we are getting the same thing. We can just debug it, put breakpoint. Then let's check it out from here. Click on debug. And now let's go to the controller as well. Now put breakpoint here. Let's click on. Let's wait for this to get hit. Click on step in. Now we're going to call this interface, which is going to return the product. As after now we're calling this controller, and now we are hit on the controller. Click on next. We get products from here. Now you see this has returned a product of 2. That is what we processed and passed it on. Aside from that, we are returning. We convert it, and now here we're going to return the list. So yes, of course, this is working. So you can see from our controller action method here we have passed. So passing, it is passed now, right? Okay, so now we have this. Let's check for when there is no product and it should return not found. Let's check for that. So in here, let's have another method, and that's going to be the fact. We have our public static. So that's an async. This is task, and now we say get product. So where no product exists, and in case that happened, then do return not found response. So here too, let's arrange act and assert. So we get product here as list, new list of product. So with this, anytime that we call the fake or we call the mocked interface, you're going to return an empty list. And so let's set up. Fake response. So let's call this method. And now within this, we are saying this product interface dot get all async. Now this should return product. Product is null, and as soon as it is null, we're going to now act. So we're saying that the response or results, whatever, is equal to, then we're going to have an await our product controller that gets product. Now let's assert, and here we're going to say this. Let's first get a not found result. So we say this is not found result is equal to this result dot it has a result. Let's cut this to not found, because at the end it's going to return not found objects. Aside from that, we're going to say not found in here. So not found result should be, so it shouldn't be null. It should contain not found. Aside from that, not found result, then the status code dot should be, then it should be what? The status code of 404, and that is not found. And now let's also delve deeper. We can say message, because when we check the controller, in case product is not found, we are returning this no product detected in the database. So let's grab this. Now this response, you want to check it from here to see that as soon as a product is not found, we are returning or we are receiving exactly that text, not modified. Okay, so we say our message in here is equal to this not found, then dot value, we can extract it as what? String. Now with this, we can say message dot value here, that is message should be, we can say it should equal to this, or it should be, let's paste in that. Okay, that is great. Let's check this out. Run this. And as soon as it's passed, we're going to have it also as 2 out of 2 passing. Let's see. Yep, and that is also passed. So this passed. We can put breakpoint and now try to debug it our own and check it out ourselves. So let's do that in here and debug this. Continue on. Now we have empty list. We call this method, it returns empty. If it returns, we're going to call this controller method. Now this in here, we are hit. We get in and now this return null. In case it is null, what are you going to do? Check it out. We are returning this. So that the rest here are not going to execute it. So here you're going to return that. And now when we return it, this will be null as what? Not found. When we cross check from here, we're going to see a result. That is 404 for status. And this is a value. So that's why we are getting them in here and now using it. Alright, so you can see that this also passed. Now the next thing that we're going to do here is let's check for create product. Now when you go to our controller, you can see from the create product, we have this. That is this one. First we're going to return bad request. That is when model state is not valid. So we need to check for this, and then we're going to check for OK response. Now you have 2 bad requests over here, and we're going to check for this, and we can also even check for this response if it is bad request by specifying a flag here to be false, and I return bad request. So it means we can have 3 responses or 3 checks in here. Okay, let's first check the first one. That is a bad request. Now since when you create this and it works, it means you're not going to repeating this again. As soon as this model state is working, then we can just grab that or copy that and then paste it in the subsequent test that you're going to be creating. Okay, so the next here we have our fact, and that will be public async task. That is create product when model state is invalid. So let's when model state is invalid. In case that happens, return bad request. And that is, so let's say here it is create product. Now in here, let's arrange assets. So we act, then we assets. Under arrange, let's have our product DTO. So we say our product DTO, then we say it's equal to new product DTO. With this, we create an instance, so we have one for the ID. Maybe we have product one. Then for quantity and for price, now under this, let's add model state to this. So let's say maybe with the model state, and this will come from this product controller. We can have this model state in it, and in that saying add model error. And now with this error, we need to specify the key. The key here is name, and we have it as required. Okay, now let's go and act it. So we say this is the results, and we say await. We have our controller dot create product. Now with this create product, we need to specify our product DTO. Now let's asset this. So this is going to return bad request. So bad request results is equal to, let me grab this. So this is equal to, then we want to have result.result. We cast it to bad request object result, and in that we can check this should not be null. So let's check for that. That should not. And we are saying this bad request the status code that we're checking should be. Then we can have a look at the status codes. And that is bad request 400. Let's put breakpoint. Now let's check this. Let's go to our product controller and create, put a breakpoint in here. So the breakpoint is hit. Click on step in. Then we are adding to the model state. So if I check this model state, you can see we have one entries, and is it valid? It's set to false. And now let's see what will happen. We call this, and now we're checking model state is not valid. So you want to return bad request. And in such case, you check in, we cast it to bad request. We check the response should be null. And of course, it isn't null. I want to check it because we have the count of 1. So this is not null. And now this has worked. Yeah, so our model state is working, and we can rest assured that all model state with this format is going to work or execute the same task, and the results should be the same. So we are not going to test for model state again, even if we found that in the controller. All right, let's go to the create itself. And that is create product. And now create this product should return OK with response when it's success. So let's have our public async task. And that is create product. And under create product when created or when created successful, Then we want to return OK response. Okay, in here we arrange, we act, we assert. Let's create product DTO, and with our product DTO, let's see, maybe we can just create, because when creating product, you need to specify the model that you want to create for, right? So let's have this, our product is equal to, let's have new product DTO for now. Let's create that product DTO. We have this already, so I'm not sure we should. You know, we can create a fixture and put all this in, but for now, let's have everything in this scope. Okay, so we have this under act. What are we going to do? Let's also create response, and that is new response. This response, you want to make sure it is true, and I will say it is created. This response should come from our shared library. So under act, we want to call that. So we have call to. Then we have our product interface dot create async. And now in here, we need an input that is a payload of product DTO. So we can say that a product, maybe DTO, because this needs product DTO. Want to check this. It needs, okay, this needs product. So we can say that a product, we want to ignore because we are not interested in that. And all that we need is a return type. This should return response because we have the response already configured, so we can go ahead and return the response. Aside from that, we are asserting it. Now, in order to assert, we said we're going to return OK response, right? So that's the OK result. And let's grab this result. We say this equal to result dot result. Then we want to cast it to what? Object result, isn't it? So we are saying result dot this result. Let's cast this. Okay, so we call this, we mark it, we call, but we are not calling the controller method. So we say this is result is equal to, we have await. Then we need a product controller dot create product. Now let's pass in our product DTO. So here we can say results, this result that we have, dot we can have result. Then let's cast this as OK object results. Then in that we can say this should be this should not be null. Maybe we can have, and aside from that we can say that the status, we can check the status, and this should be status of what? 200. Status code of 200. Okay, let's proceed further by saying the response results. We can say this equal to this OK result dot value. Let's cut this as what? Response, because at the end we want to return response. Let's grab this. And we're saying that here we want to have this response dot message coming in. So this response dot, we should have a message, right? Because we want to cast this as a response. All right. Then this response dot message. Okay, this message, we are saying it should be, all right, dot message dot should be, and this should be created because at the end you want to return created from here, and the success should be true. So we can get this, and I will say this is flag, and it should be true. So be true. Great. Let's test it. Okay, so it should be 1F. Run this. So we are not debugging, we are running it straight, and this is also going to work out. So we can see that yes, passed. So controller, now we have 4 tests, and the last one, that's what we created. Return okay when created. Return okay response when created, and this is working. We have it. All right, so let's create the next one, and that is create product when create failed. Return bad request response. Check here. Now we are going to create it. In case it fails, we want to return this bad request. So in that, we're going to set this response to failed, so we can have this object set to false. And in this case, when it becomes false, it means we're going to return this bad request. We are testing this in case during this operation you encounter an issue in there, and in case it returns not true, what should you do? Bad request. So let's have a look at that. And that will be public async task, and create product when create fails. Then we want to return bad request response. Okay, now let's arrange, let's act, let's assert. So we're saying that we create our product DTO. We're saying this equal to new product DTO, and now you pass in for this product 1. Let me clear one of these. Okay, then we have our quantity, we have our price. Okay, so now let's create our response. And now this response, instead of setting this to true, we say failed. We set this to false. Okay, now let's go and act. So under act, we're going to make a call to. Now in this call to, we call our product interface dot create. And now with this create, what we're going to do here is it needs a payload. We can ignore as always, that is product. Then we can say this dot ignore. We are not much interested. What we need is a return the response that we have. So this is going to assumed as failed. After that, we're going to have our results equal to, let's call our product controller, and in that you're going to have our create product, pass in your product DTO, and now we can go ahead and assert the results. So under that, we can have this our bad request results is equal to, we have our results, we can get results, let's cast it as bad request object, and in that we can say that this bad request results this should not be null. It should have content, and the same thing, the status should be, since it is bad request, it should be the status code of 400. That is bad request. And let's proceed further by having the response result. We're saying this bad request that you have dot value. Let's cut this to response, because at the end it is returning response. Then we can say that this response result dot should be, this shouldn't be null as well. The next thing is you want to check the message and now the key, that is a flag. So let's go in here, grab this, and now paste this. The message should be filled, and this should be false. Okay, this is going to work. Let's run this. And yes, of course, it is passed, so it has worked. Okay, now so we are done with our create. Now let's go to the update. So when we check this controller, we have an update here. Update product is also returning the same thing as request, bad request. So we are not going to test for this because it is the same thing from the create. So we assume it's still going to work as we provided the payload and in here. But well, you can go ahead and check for this as well. Now you know how to check that. So go ahead and now do justice to this. Now let's go and check this. We're going to return bad request and also going to return okay when product get updated or not. Okay. So we're going to check, and it's the same approach that I'm going to use for this. So let's get going. We go to our controller, and now in here, we're going to have our fact. Then we say this is public async. It's a task. And with this, we're going to say update product. So when update is successful, we want to return okay response. Okay, so within this, let's go for this, and arrange. Let's grab this, copy and paste. So that's our product DTO. And so in order to escape all this, you could create a class so you can copy this once and then be using that. Okay, but we're not doing that for now. I think this also works, so let's stick to that. And let's make a call to this update, and that is act. We're saying that let's make a call to. Now with this call to, we say this is our product interface that we have in here dot update async. Let's ignore this. Instead of us passing the product, we can ignore. Then let's return task. So this should return task. So dot return, and now this is returning. When you check this update controller is returning action. That is the response, right? So let's go in there and I'll make it happen. So you want to return this response. Let's call the controller. So we're saying that this result is equal to await. Then we have our product controller dot update, then pass in this product DTO. Now we can go ahead and assert it. So it is the same thing as here. We need an okay result, so let's go and grab all this. Let's come back and paste it peacefully. Okay, so we have this, and the result here should be updated. Here we are saying that this should be true and this should be updated, right? So this should also be updated, and that is true. Well, it is done. We can test this. And we check from our text explorer. This is going to execute it. Let's see if it's going to work. That is the last one over here. Oh, amazing. Yeah, it worked. Okay, so let's see the next one. And that is update product when update fails. And when update fails, what is it returning? Bad request. Let's have a look on that. And that is our fact. And now with this fact, we have our public async task. And now with this, we are saying update product when fails, or when update fails, then do return bad request response. Okay, let's arrange for this. So where we have this failed test, let's grab this and arrange. We have them here. Let's go to the act, and it is the same thing that we're doing. So instead of create, we're going to update it. That is the only difference that we should make. Okay, and here it is an update. Is it update? Update product. Okay, now let's check for this, the asset. We grabbed all this, and it is the same thing, because at the end it should return bad request. And that is it. This should work. Now this is failed, right? So maybe we can specify as an update failed. Then we say this is an update failed. Now the reason why we are setting up a response here ourselves and now checking it here is when you check the controller, you know, when update fails, you are not returning any test. So when you don't have any test in here, it means you cannot check that text explicitly here. You need to set up your own and now get it. That is what we're doing. Now let's save and now let's test. Yeah, and it has also worked. So you can see that it also worked, and now we have it. So this is also working in case a failed request operation being called or being executed. Yeah, we can handle it with a bad request response. So let's go to the last one, and that will be delete for the controller. And now with this, it should be the same thing as public async task. And now we're saying that this is delete product. And now under that, we say when delete is successful, then return OK response. So when delete is successful, we want to return OK response. Now in that, we need to specify our response and our DTO. So you know what to do already. You don't need to waste time at all. Just go in there, grab it, and we have our product in here with an ID of 1. Then we're going to check here as true. And for our message, we're going to say deleted successfully. So let's have. Okay. Let's set up our response to get a fake response from the delete async. So to get fake response, set up to retrieve response from delete async method. So in here we are saying a.call2, then we're saying that our product interface that we have dot delete. Now this delete, we need that is a product. So you know what to do. We can say the product I want to delete, get ignored, and just go straight and I return this response. That is what I'm interested of. Okay, so now that we have this, it seems you're not having return not results, return. Okay, and that will be under, let's go and act. All right, so this act should be here, this should be here, this should be under arrange. Okay, then we're going to act over here. We should take note. All right, so let's go and act. So we say this is a result, and this equal to a way to have our product controller. Not the controller test, it's rather the controller. Then we can have access to delete product, specify this product DTO that you want to do. Now after that, we want to check. So with this, we can check for OK, and that is coming from here. Let's check for OK. OK, do you have OK? I think one is here. Great. Let's grab that under assets, and let's go and paste it down here. Want to skip writing a lot. All right, so it should be true, and the response should be deleted successfully. So if you don't provide this test one pass, it should be true, and there you go. Give it a try. Oh, it worked. Wow. So we have one last that we need to create, and that's a test for the delete. And this should return bad request response as soon as something happened and a delete operation couldn't get success. Let's have a look on that. So we have our fact. That is public async task. So delete product, and in that, when delete fails, kindly return bad request response. Let's have, as usual, we can go ahead and grab this, or we look up to the failed one, we can grab here. Then let's paste it. So we can say that delete failed. This is our product ID. Let's set up a fake response so we can grab this, and within this we're going to say that we make a call to that, and here's a delete. We ignore that, and now we return this response. Send the response it has in false. Let's act. Let's grab this. Under act, we say we act, passing this product, and now from this response we want to check. So we can check from here. Since it's going to return bad request, we can grab all these from the assert. We go in there and we paste it in here, and that is all. All that you need to do here is to copy this and change to failed or delete. Let's run this. Oh, such amazing. And you can see that this also passed. So when you check the test explorer, you can see all tests that we made are passed. It's just that our controller, we configured it well, and it is working without any issue. And in case even there's an issue, we've handled that with a right status response, that is status code. Great. So the next thing we're going to do here is let's go and check our repository. So we have one repository into this as well. Let's go and do that. So let's create a folder to the project, and let's set this as repositories. And here it is product repository. So product repository test. Now in here, we need to do same as we did in the controller. So quickly, let's have a public class. Let's mark our whatever things that we need to be using. Let's make sure we set them in the constructor to get initialized as soon as this class gets called. Okay, so let's have our private. We have our read only. Read only. There's our product DB context. And now that is a product DB context. We also have our private read only. We need our product repo, that is a system and that test repo, and that is coming from, this should come from repository. Let's see. If you're not finding it, it means we have to add it. You know, when you go to the controller, we did the same thing from our test. So we need to grab the using statement. This is too long. Let's remove all the unnecessary usings. Okay, so we need this so there's an interface iProduct. We need a product. This is an interface, and we need the repo itself. So here, this is going to come from. We need to use using, and that is, it's coming from product API dot infrastructure dot repositories. Okay, so we're not having that. Let's go and check it out. So repositories coming from product API infrastructure repositories. And in here, okay, so we need to use this. Oh, okay, this should be public. Okay, so that's the reason why we are not getting that. So infrastructure, then repositories, that is it. So we have it. Now in the constructor, let's set things straight. We're going to say options here equal to new DB context. DB context option. Do you see us? I don't want to type all. Context options. And now with these options, we want to get the builder, not the context itself. Let's provide our context that we have created as our product DB context. And in that, we want to use in memory. Although we are using an SQL server, but it's the same thing. Okay, so in memory actually is faster than SQL server, because in memory is whereby data have been cached or saved in the same server's memory. Retrieving and creating, performing this query is very simple, fast, and secured. So I think for test purpose, it's good that we use in-memory database. Whether you are using any external database, use it for testing, period. Okay, so let's install this. We need to install this database. And right click, go to dependencies, you get package manager, and in here let's use in memory. It's coming from, let's have an in memory. This should come from Microsoft. So Microsoft, do you see Microsoft? No, we don't see that. So maybe SQL Server in-memory database will be attached. We can have that. All right, so that is this one, Microsoft.entity framework core.in-memory. And as you can see from here, it is in-memory database provider for EF core to be used in for testing purposes. Yes. So we are using this package for the right work. Okay, so let's accept this. Then let's go to our repository tests. And in here, we're going to have access to .use in-memory database. Now this should come from the package that we just installed. Let's have a look. Use in-memory database, and yes, so let's specify the database name, and now we are saying that this is just product DB. So that is the name of the database that we're creating in the server's memory. Then aside from that, we need to specify these options too. Now once we have this, let's set things straight down here. We're going to say our product DB context is equal to new product DB context. We pass in the option that we have built, which connects to our in-memory database. Aside from that, when we have the DB context, it means you can configure our product repo, which depend on or which needs the DB context as a, let's say, as a parameter for that. Okay, so we're saying that in here we need a product repository, and it's equal to new product repository. Then it needs what? The payload of product DB context. So once you have it, we just pass it on, and we are done. So as soon as this method gets called, we have these variables. We have the values assigned to each. Now let's get going, and I have our first repo test. So that is create product. So now we are using in-memory database. We are not using the SQL database. Take note. Let's have fact. So that is fact, yes. And this should be public async task. And that is create async when product already exists. Then what you want to do, you want to return a response. Where did that get this from? Let's go to, so we can close the controller test. Let's save this. We can close this controller itself. We can also close this since we are done. Now in our repo, this is what we're doing. You can see from here that before we create, we are checking if the name is already found. If it is there, then return this response already added. Then we're going to check it. And also, in case you save it and now the ID is greater than 0, it means it is saved or created. And in here, we're going to return response. Okay, so let's start doing that. So the first thing is under arrange. What are we doing? Let's say there's some existing product. It's equal to new product. Now this new product, you want to specify name. We say name is equal to this existing product. Okay, so with this we have new product, and we need to include domain. So that is the name of the product. Now once you're done, the next thing that we're going to do here is we're going to add it to the database. So we're going to say product db context dot product dot add, then pass in this existing product. So you want to test and see in case we can add data, you can create data to our database and I return exactly what we need. Okay, then we're going to say await this product DB context dot save changes. Then we say this is let's have our product. That's an existing product that we have created. We need to act on. So this is act. Now under act, we say this is a result. And now this result is equal to, we have our product repository dot then create async passing the existing product. So this is an existing product. Now let's assert it. So we're saying that result here should come from Fluent. Let's include a namespace for the using. So result should not be null. Aside from that, we want to say result should be false. Result.success, and here that is going to be the flag. So result.flag in here dot should be false. And we also check in results.message dot should be, and now this message we need to say existing product already exists. Do you know where we're getting this from? Existing product already exists. Now when we check our repo from here, we are saying that in case name is found, then we're going to say the name of the product already added or exists or added. So we can copy this and I make it as added. Yeah, we have it in here. Okay, so this is the name of the product and already added. So the result here, we are checking it that it should match exactly what we have in here. And that is create when product already exists. Let's try this. Let's first save. And let's run this. Oh, okay, so this worked one pass. So what we did was before adding the data here, calling this to add the data, we need to add the data ourselves to the database so we can check if it actually found in there. And that is what we did. So here we add the data, we save it, then they make a call to that and check if the data is available already. If so, then return the response, and we want to check it in here. All right, so the next thing that we need to do here is we need to check. Let's create and return. If product does not exist, we're going to add product and return success response. So we have our fact. So public async task, and here we're saying create async when product so does not exist. Then what I'm going to do, add product and return success response. So that is the name of our test, very long, but it makes sense. Let's have our arrange. So we say product here is equal to new product. We say name is equal to new product. Let's act. So var results is equal to await. You have our product repository dot create product. And now let's have our assets, and now we're saying that results should not be null. Let's grab this results, and now this should be true. And results should be new product added to database successfully. And that will be the message. Cross-check from the message. So the name of the product in here added to database successfully. That is what you need to also implement. Let's save. Let's test. Okay, so we have an issue here. Let's go to Text Explorer. Now for create async, expected results should be new product added to database, but with a length of 41, but we had this, that is 42. Okay, now let's see. So new, that is the name, new product. As soon as we add it, we want to return new product added. Let's rerun this. And there you go, it is passed. Okay, so we have create async. Now let's go to delete. So we're done with that. Let's check for, and maybe let's have delete product. This should be fact. Then we have our public async task. And delete async when product is not found. What do you want to do? You want to return not found, and that is 404, right? So let's have our arrange asset. No, that is an act. Then we have our assets. So in here we have our product. Is equal to new product. Then with this, we need to specify the ID equal 1. We say name is equal to existing product. Then maybe we can add price. And the last one, we can add quantity. So quantity 5. Now price is equal to this. Let's close that. Okay. Let's add this to the database. So we're saying that product db context dot product dot add, because we need to add it before we can make a search to get it. Then in here we want to act. So result is equal to await our product repo dot then delete passing an ID. So what is the ID that you need to pass in? Or even here we need to pass in the model. So pass in this model, and that is it. Let's assert this. Result should not be null, should be true. You can just go ahead and grab this. And then the result should be this existing product deleted successfully. Let's add to that. Okay, Now let's have a look at delete async when product is not found, and this will return not found response. So this should return not found, but well, this should return success because here we have the product we are adding. So delete product when product is, this one is found. Align to match the name, so product is found, return success. Return success. And now the next one here is if product is not found, this should be public async task let's save it. Okay, so within this we need to also create the same thing. All that you need to do here is to create, because you know the ID that we're going to pass it on here is 1. Anytime that you want to delete, we need to pass in the ID. So here we have the ID. Let's grab this. We have an ID as 1, and arrange, we have our product. Let's go and act. So under act, you pass in this product. Since it has been added already in here, we can delete it. And let's check for the response. So response should be, so let's send the name in here. This is non-existent product, and I will say that here non-existent product not found, but that is what we are doing. We are returning in our response, and this response should be false. And that is all. Let's run our test and see whether these two tests are going to get executed and passed. So when you check this test, we're going to have an issue here because you know we have this added already and we want to check. So let's set this ID to 2 because you want to find out and see if this ID does not exist, then you want to return not found, isn't it? Yeah, so ID 1, no, ID 2. Now let's try that and see. When we check from the repository, you know, in case we did not find that, we're saying that this entity.name not found. So we need to provide a name of the model that you want to add, then we append not found to it, and that is exactly what we're doing here. Now let's see. So let's run this. And there you go. You can see that here it worked. All right, so we are done with the delete. Let's go to get product by ID. So let's first check the repo. Get product by ID is over here. So we can find it, find by ID async. And with this, we want to return null in case it's not found. But in case it is, they want to return product. So it means you're going to have 2 tests for this. Let's go ahead and grab that test. So we say this is get product by ID. So public async task, and that is find by ID async. So find by ID async. Okay, and in that we're saying when product is found, we need to product is found, then what are you going to do? Returns product. So when you pass in the ID, it goes to search, and now we're able to find the product. Then we want to return the product. So let's grab this because we have a product here already. So under arrange, let's grab this product. The ID here is 1. Let's make sure we save it to database. So let's go and save this database. Now after saving this product, we now go in there and act to make a search, and now we say this result is equal to the product repository dot find by ID async, and then here we need an ID, so we can say this product that we have dot ID. And now let's asset. Under asset, we can have a look at, we can say that the result should be not null, then it should be 1, because from here we want to find the ID of this should be 1, because we want to find the ID 1, that is an ID, and also the name should be existing product. So let's make sure the name is equal to that. So this is going to work. So let's mark with the fact attribute, and we can run this. Let's finish with the next one, then you run them together, and that is when product returns null. So we have our public async task, then find by ID async, then when product is not found, what do you want to do? Return null. So here under arrange, we provide nothing. Under act, we're saying that result is equal to await. We have a product repo dot find, then pass in any random number. Now asset, we're saying that this result that should be null, and this should work. This is a very simple one. Okay, now let's go to get our product. So that is get our product. So when you check get our product, you can see that we are returning list or null. So it's likewise the same as what we've done here. But before that, we need to create a list of product to return. This is fact. And let's have our public async task. So get all async when products are found, then return products. So under arrange, let's have our product is equal to a list of products. Now with this, we need to add new product, and I will say this ID equal 1. Let's add name, that is product 1. Let's make a duplicate, and now that is 2. ID is 2. So now that we have the list, let's go ahead and add it. So we need to add this product. Let's add them to the list. So you're going to say that product db context dot, we can have product. Let's add range, specify this product. Then product db context dot save changes async. Now let's go and act. So we say this is a result. And we say this equal to, we have our product repository get all, and under assets we're saying that results here that should be not null. That is the first one. We can also say that results.count should be, and now let's specify 2, because you know that the list is 2. We're gonna have result.should, then we say .contain, so we are checking the product coming in, and product maps to, so p.name should be equal to, and that is product 1. And we also do same, we make sure we have the same thing as that. Okay, so that is this. Then what's the next thing that we can do? We can also get all async. When no products are found, then we want to return null. So we have our fact. Then in here we have our public async task, and that is gets all async. So when products are not found, what do you want to do? Return null. So under arrange, we do nothing. Under act, we say var results is equal to, then we have our await product repo dot product, so dot get all. Now since we are not adding anything, it means this will not work. It's going to return null. Now let's assert it, and I will say result dot should be null, and this should also work. Now aside from that, you know, we can get by any type. So when you check our repo, in here we have another method, get by any type. Okay, so that you are specifying our function in here, so we can get by name, get by any property at all. It's not by just an only ID, or we are not making an explicit data type. We can check all the properties one by one using this method. So let's also have a method test for that. And here, let me say this gets by any type, and this type could be integer, could be string, could be boolean, etc. So in here, let's have our fact, and we have our public async task. So get by async, and I will say when product is found, then do return it. So when product is found, do return the product. Then the next thing that we're going to do here is under arrange, we want to get product in here, equal to new, the product that we have, and we want to specify defaults. Let's grab an ID equal 1, then we have name equals product 1. Aside from that, let's go ahead and add it. So product db context dot product dot add, then add this product. After that, save changes. Then here, let's specify the expression. So we're saying that this expression here, expression that we have, and this expression should take in the function. Now this func should take in the T object and that the T model, and the T model here, it is a product in a bool. Aside from that, we want to say this is predicate. And now with this, we're saying it's equal to P, which maps to the P dot. So we want to check if name is equal to product. So if name is equal to product 1. So as soon as it gets it, it means this is going to work. We need to terminate it. The closing should be true, as you know. Yes. Then let's go and act. And under act, we have our result. And it's equal to await. We have our products repo dot get by async. And now passing this predicate. Because you know this function method here needs a predicate. So we need to build this predicate first before we can pass it on here. And that is exactly what we've done. Now let's assert it. So under assert, what can we do? What can we check? We can check if result dot should not be null. We can check for that because we know by all means we've added a product, so we're going to get it. And we say results dot name dot should be. So it should be, let's have a look at it, and that's going to be product 1 because that is a product name that we are specifying, and this should also work. Okay, now let's see get by async when product is null. Now we are making a search from here, so let's provide the same method and pass maybe 2 and check it out. So let's grab this. Now let's say get by async when product is not found, then return to what? Null. Because when you check our repo, when a product is not found, it is returning null, and that is exactly what we're doing here. So you must make sure at the end of the test we are returning the same instance or the same result as it has been configured in our repo. So here we say we've added products. We can remove this. So under arrange, we need only our expression. Act, we perform that. So let's say we can change this to 2. Then product should be null. So it should be null. That is all. And this should pass. Trust me. When we are done, we try all of this. We're going to have success. Okay. Now let's go for the next one. That is an update. And that is update product. Now for update product, let's see from the repo. You can see from here, we can return, when the product is null, we want to return this, product not found. I think we've done updates, haven't we? So we have when product is found. So we have get product is found, find by, we have delete, then we have create, then okay, so that is create, delete. So this is the create, right? We have this is the delete. Then we have get product by ID, we get it. Then we have get all products. Okay, get by any type. And okay, so update, that's great. So let's have a look at that. Now with the updates, we're going to say that this is public async task, and that is updates product. when product is, let's say, updated successfully, then return success response. When our product, returning success response in here when we update it. Okay, so let's first create our product. So we can have a product created in here. Let's say ID equal 1, name equals product 1. Now we're going to update this. So before that, we should add this product first. We're going to say add it, and at the end of the day, we're going to save it. Okay, now this comes under arrange. And the next one here is we're going to have a look on the next one, that is act. So under act, we're going to say results is equal to await, then product repo, the update, passing this product. And our result should not be null, and that is accept. Result shouldn't be null. Aside from that, we can say that result should be true. So result dot flag be true. So results should be true, yes. And our results dot message dot should be. Now let's construct a message from here. When it's true, we are saying that update is updated successfully. So we just have to add a name. And what is the name? Is product 1. So product 1 is updated successfully. That's going to be the name. Okay. Now that we are done with this, let's go to the next one. That is when product is not found. What are we going to do? It's a fact. So we have our public async task. So update product, or let's say it is an update async. I think that is a method. Update async. Okay, so update async. Now we should have fact on top. Now update async, and we are saying when product is not found, what do you want to do? Return error response. So under arrange, what are we doing? We're saying this, we get our updated product, and that is equal to new product. We have ID equal 1. Maybe we have the name equals product 22. Aside from having this, let's act upon. So under act, you have our results equal to await, then product repository dot update product, then pass in this updated. So it is going to make a search, and this should be assets. Now under assets, response should not be null because definitely is going to return something, and in that we can check for it should be false. So let's grab this too, and let's check it from here. So instead of this, it should be false. And when you check for this one, it's saying not found. So not found, we should add it product one not found. Okay. All right, so now that we have all these sets, we're going to build this, okay? And we're going to test this because we haven't tested the new one that we just built. So let's see, let me just minimize them so we can see they're all going to have this mark min pass. All right, so let's go ahead and let's do them together. So run all tests. Now let's wait. Let's open our test explorer, and in here let's wait patiently while we build all this and test all these endpoints or methods. All right, so I think we'll be having an issue here. This must be 22, and I believe you've corrected that. So let's do it again. Now run our test. All right, that's amazing. Now you can see that all are passed. Let's check our explorer in here. Wow, so you can see we have all tests run, and all of this, you can see 21. We are good. Yes, so it means our repo is working. It's handling the success and the error section nicely, so we can push this to use. So we have our last test that we to do, and that has to be the HTTP service. And now within the product API, we are not handling any HTTP service in it. We are handling that in the other API. So let's go to that and also test that service, and we can conclude this video. So that is our other API solution. Let's minimize all these. We need to create a folder named as source, a solution folder, and after that, let's move all this into the folder. Let's create another solution folder. Then this is going to be test. Let's add the framework. And this is going to be XUnit. And that is other API. So unit test dot other API. And that is it. Let's create this project. Let's go ahead and install our packages. So right click, but before, let's clean the default unit test class created. Now right click on dependencies and let's add NuGet package. Let's install the packages that we did install. Make it easy. And also fluent assertion. Now let's install fluent assertion. So now that we have these packages installed, we can check from dependencies, packages, and we have Make It Easy, fluent assertions, packages installed. Now since this, we are only testing for the HTTP service, we first need to check our HTTP service. This can be found in the application layer. In that we created a folder known as services. We created an interface known as other service, which takes in two interfaces, and that is what we're going to test out. Now when you go to the implementation, we are having get product. It is a public, and we also having get user. Now in order for us to test this, since this is public, it means we have to take this and add it to the interface so we can get it in there. So let's have app user, and now this is get user. We pass in the user ID, and also we go to the service, and then that is get product, and we need to provide product ID. So that is product ID, and in this case we have their implementation in here. Great. So now that we are done with this, let's go to our unit test, and now in our project, right click, let's add folder to this, and maybe I'm going to name this as services. Now within this folder, let's add other service test. So add a class, and let's name this as other service test. Other service test. Let me maximize this. Okay, this should be public. I believe you know that, and you've done this already. That's great. The next thing that we need to do after setting up or changing the private to public here is we need to create a constructor and now set a default setup. That's a default setups. And in this, we need the interface. Okay, so let's have our private, then read only. And now with this I order. Now we need to add this project. So add project reference. And now within this, we need to select the application because that is where our service is found. Now I order service. This should come from. So let's add it. We're using order API dot application dot services, and we can have this I order service. And now we're saying this is order interface, or let's say order service interface. Okay. So let's generate constructor and initialize this when it starts. And in here, we are saying that this other service that we have created is equal to this A. We need to use the fake it easy dot. Then we are going to fake this I order service. Okay. So maybe we can use Lambda to handle that. Great. Now the next thing that we're going to do here is let's start our first test. Now before we start our test, we cannot mock or we cannot create fake instance of the HTTP client. So before we can use to test, we need to create fake HTTP message handler. And now within that, we can use that to generate a client. Okay, so let's first have our public class. And we need a fake HTTP message handler. And now this takes in HTTP message handler. And I will say this is response. Now this should inherit from HTTP message handler. And aside from that, what we need to do here is we need to create a private variable which is going to handle that. And we are saying this is private read only. And now it's HTTP response. Then we are having this response. We assign this response to the response over here coming in. So anytime that we call this response, Okay, so this should be response message. And this should be response message. Okay, so anytime that we call this method, we need to pass in a response. Now this response, we're going to assign it to this response that you have in here. So this response is a placeholder, a variable, which is holding the value of this response. Okay, so once you have the value being held, the next thing we're going to do here is let's have a protected. You know, we need to implement one here, so control period. Let's see if we can implement this abstract class over here, and that is send async. So within that, you want to do nothing but just return. You want to just return task dot from results. So we need not to have return because this lambda is going to handle that. So all that you need to do here is task dot from results, and in that specify the response that you have. So we are not actually doing any call, any HTTP call. We specify our own message. Now, as soon as we call it, we assuming we are making a call, and I will just going to return a response, assuming this response is coming from a call that we made. I believe this is clear. Okay, so we have this. Now, the next thing that we're going to do here, maybe this will get you confused, right? Okay, so maybe I can just make it like this. Great. So this, we have this our fake HTTP message handler created, and now all that you need to do here is to use this handler to create client. So yeah, let me say create fake HTTP message handler. Then here we can say create fake client using HTTP message handler. And you know, I forgot one thing, using fake. So fake should come here. You're not using the original one, else you're going to have an issue. Okay, so now let's generate this handler. And in order for us to do it, what we're going to do here is it should be a private. Then this is static. This should return an HTTP client. And we are saying get fake, create fake or get fake. So create fake HTTP client. Then let's specify an object. The reason why I am specifying an object here is so we can pass in any object at all. Okay. Then, or if you want, you can also specify a string so that before you pass on, you call this method, you have to serialize your object into string and pass it on. There are many options that you can choose, but well, let's say this option. Now we're using this as object, and in here, what are we going to do? We're going to say that let's have our HTTP response message is equal to new HTTP response message. And now this response message, you need to specify our return, or that's the status code that you should return. We want to have status code of OK, and that's what we have. Now aside from that, we need to create our HTTP client. And now this client is going to have equal to new HTTP client. And now with this, we pass in our fake HTTP client. So that is our fake in here. But before we create this fake, we need to actually call this fake method. So we say this var fake HTTP message handler. Then this equal to new fake. HTTP message handler. This needs a response, so you pass in this HTTP response. Then let's copy this fig and I'll pass it on here. Now within that, we need to specify the base address. Now this base address is just camouflage, okay? So it won't work. Trust me, it won't work. But we need to specify that. So we're going to say this HTTP and I'm the local host. I'm not even specifying port, but still we're going to achieve what we're going to be using it for. So let me just say HTTP, at least do something, pass something in here. Then when we are done, let's return this HTTP client. And in this case, we have an instance of HTTP client, a fake one created. So we can go ahead and use this fake. Let's go for our first test. And on this first test here is we're going to test for this. Now let's go through the service and see something. Now in the service, that is the other service, we are implementing retry policy using poly. So when you have a look at this, we are having this get order detailed. We are having, I think, retry pipeline created. And that's what we're using to call this. Now, in testing, we don't want to use this retry because you're not retry. You want to actually check if you can get the response. Now, this retry here, it means when it fails, then it's going to retry. But we don't want to use this in the test. We want to make sure that we target the response itself. So that's the reason why in the first place, I created a simple method and I used it to call here. I did not specify this method in here. I made that because at the end, we're going to test it. And that is where we are now. Okay, so what we can do here is, at the end of the day, we want to get order by ID. And you have this method being called and I'll pass on this ID. So instead of executing this find by ID async, get order detailed, all that you want to do here is when we get here, we can call this method get product and now get user. Okay, so we can call this, and that's the reason why I have extracted this method out there. So we have get user and now get product. All of these are issue or be on a line of what an HTTP call to make. We have a fake one, so we're going to provide our own product and also our own user and I return it. So let's test these two methods to see whether client or HTTP service is actually working and there's no issue. All right, so there's going to be a fact. And now here we want to get product. So get product. And that is public async task. So the method name is get product. And if it is valid product ID, then return product. So in here, let's arrange. Now in that we have our product ID. Let's say this is equal to 1. Let's have our product DTO. Now we are saying this equal to new product DTO, and now we are having 1. Product name is product 1. Then we have that is a quantity and that is a price. Aside from that, let's have an instance of this fake HTTP client. So you're going to say that is HTTP client and this equal to, you call this fake HTTP client, and here it is just create fake HTTP client, and then the response that you want to return, you pass in here as object. That's going to be product DTO. Then let's specify our suite, that is a system under test. And also, now in this time under test, what we are doing here is, So we only need the HTTP client to make calls. Okay, so here we need to provide. Now, with this, when you check this other service, is handling this interface, is handling this resilient pipeline, but we don't need any of this. We only need this HTTP client. Therefore, we can pass null to each. So let's specify. So specify only HTTP client and null to the rest. So with this, we're saying that here there's a var. We're going to have our other service is equal to new other service. So this is a system under test. Now this needs interface passing null. We don't need that. We need HTTP client, so we pass in our HTTP client. Then we need resilient pipeline. We pass in null. And within this, after we are done here, we can go out there and now act. Let's check for null. Under act, we're going to say that result is equal to then await our other service that we created. Dot, then we have get product. Now this get product, we can specify our product ID. And under assert, we can say that results dot should not be null, because we are returning this from the service. And also we're saying that results dot ID dot should be, it should be equal to the product ID that we have in here, because it is the same ID that we are passing in. Then the name should also be the same. The result dot name dot should be, and it should be what? Product 1. And that is the same name that we are specifying. We can also check for quantity and our price. Okay. The next thing that we're going to do here is we need to test for our get product. In get other service, with this, we are returning null and we are returning product. So let's also check for null. So in the test, let's see, get invalid product ID, and in here we need to return null. So another one, we have our fact, and this is public async task. So still get product method. When you provide invalid product ID, then return null. So we have int product ID. Let's say it's equal to still 1. Then we are saying that this HTTP client is equal to create fake HTTP client. And now within that, we provide null as response. Then once you have this, we need to create our suite. So let's have our other service. This other service equal to new other service. We pass in null. Then we pass in our HTTP client. We pass in null again. Then under act, we need to act. So we say result is equal to await. We have our other service dot get product, and let's pass in product ID. So this should be the product ID to pass in the product ID. Now let's assert it, and then here we are saying results dot should be null. Okay, so let's test what we have in here and check it out. Click on test, run all tests, and wait and see. Alright, so you can see we are having error in here, and the reason behind this is, line 29 where we have this response, we did not serialize it. So when it gets to the other service where we need to deserialize it, the problem occurs. When you check this other service, when it gets here, it has to deserialize it, and since we haven't serialized it, there's going to be an issue. So quickly we do that before it escalates. So we're going to say content here is equal to, let's have this content. We're going to serialize this JC content, then pass in this object. I think this will solve the issue. Well, I'm sure. JC content dot create. All right, now let's try again. Oh no, amazing. So you can see that it is done. It's passed, and this also passed. Yeah, so it means our method over there is working nicely. Now the next thing that we need to do here is to get the user. And now for user, it is the same thing that we're going to be doing, because it is the same method. We call the service, then we pass in we call this product, pass in an ID, and it is the same endpoint that we are calling the same state or the same order that we have range our code. That is what this user is following. You can see we are getting it, so we can compare this and say that fine, if this is working, then this is also going to work. But well, I'll leave that one to you for you to test it out. So we have our last method that we need to test, that is get order by client ID. Now with this, we need to have an order. It's returning an enumerable of order, and in here is a get orders by client ID. So all that we need to do here is to specify the client ID, and I'm just going to get a list from our interface that we created, which is connected to the database, and get a list and a return. In case there's any, then return it, else we're going to return null. You see that? So we need to test that. So let's quickly run that, and that'll be all for today. So let's have a fact in here, and with this we are saying that this is get. So this is going to be get client orders by ID. So get client orders by ID. Now in here, let's have our public async task, and now this is get orders by client ID. That is, if order exists, we want to return order details. So if order exists, then you want to return this order details, and this should be in the form of list. So let's arrange. Let's have our client ID. Client ID is equal, let's say this is 1. Then aside from that, let's have our orders. So it's going to be list of orders, and there's a list of orders that we are specifying. That's an order. Now with this new order, we have a product ID, we have client ID, which is equal to this client ID. Then we have the purchase quantity, and we have the order date. Okay, we're adding 2 orders for this specific client ID of 1. Now the next thing to do here is we need to you need to mock it. Now you can see when you check the order service, here we are specifying using this expression, that right? So we need to specify this in there. So let's mock it and I'll return something rather than calling this interface. So in the test, let's see what we can do. So we're going to mock the get orders by method. So here this is what we're going to do. This A is coming from call to, fake it easy, and now we're making a call to this ordered service. Order service. So let's see. Do you have order service in here? Okay, so that's the order service interface. Order service interface dot, then we have our get orders by client ID, and in here let's specify this expression which takes in a func of t value, which is the order, and a bool. Aside from that, we need to, let me bring this here. Okay, so aside from doing this, we want to ignore. So we have three open dot, let's have an ignore. We want to ignore this, and at the end we want to return results. So let's have another closing, and we say we want to return results. Let's see if you're doing it well. I think the method is wrong. It is get orders by, which takes in this func. So get orders by, do you have this method in there? That means we need to mock the interface itself. So let's come here. We have the service interface mocked. Let's have another one, private, that is a read only, and that is an I order. Now this order is an interface which is coming from the application. Then let's say this is order interface. So we have a service and we have the interface. Okay, now in here when the app starts, it means we can use this lambda. It should be, then in here we are saying that this order interface equal to, then a fake, we're going to fake this I order. So we have this. All right, then we can go ahead, grab this, and now go to where we are. So instead of this, then we can get this get by async, which takes in the func. Yes, so we have get by async. Now this is going to return an order. You want to get the list, so get by get orders async, which returns list. That's great. Okay, so in here we can have dot returns, and now this returns, we are specifying this orders. Okay, so we are done with that. Now the next thing that we're going to do here after we call this is to act. So let's act on this. Now under act, we say this is a result, and this result is equal to await. We call our ordered service. There's an order service, and here we have get by client ID. You pass in the client ID that we have, and after that we want to assert this. Now under asserting, we say result dot should be not null. So result not be null. And aside from that, we can have results dot should have count. We are returning 2, so we can say others that we have dot count. And the last one, we can say result dot should maybe to have count greater than 1. No, maybe to greater or equal to. So we can have greater than or greater or equal to. So greater or equal to. I think I am not. Yeah, so greater or equal to 2. Alright, now let's also run this. Run and check it out. Alright, so we are having an issue here, and when you check from our text explorer, it is saying that expected results contain 2 items but found 0. And the reason why we are getting this is, you see, we call this interface, we returned this other list, right? But we did not call the method itself. So here, that's what we need to do. We need to say that this result, that is an order service. Then this order service is equal to, we have new order service. Now in that we specified order interface, not the order service interface, rather the order interface, this. Now within this service, we can now use this service in here to get order by client ID, and I'll specify that. Okay, so let's see. Let's try this once more. Let's put a breakpoint. Now let's debug this. Let's click on next. So let's see. Now you're going to make a call and I return others, which is count of 2. We are creating this other service. We specify the interface, that is what we need, fake one. And now we're going to make a call to this other. And in here, we want to check the results, and here the results is count is 2. So next, the count should be 2 as well, and it's greater than 2. So this has worked. Yep. So this brings us to the end of this video. We've come a long way in our e-commerce microservices journey, from setting up our shared library and building the core products and other APIs to configuring our Ocelot gateway, and finally ensuring everything works seamlessly with comprehensive unit tests. I hope you found this series insightful and now feel more confident in creating robust microservices architectures. Remember, testing is crucial for maintaining a reliable and scalable application. Thank you for joining me throughout this series, but do not forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more tutorials from my channel. Happy coding. Catch you up again. Till then, take care.